Get ready for the world's best surfers, surfing for their nations, for pride, glory, and gold, and the chance to become Olympians. Surfing's last Olympic qualifier will send 12 more athletes to Tokyo 2020, 7 slots for women and 5 for men. Taking place at 2 world-class waves in El Salvador, La Bocana and El Sunzal. Follow the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games live May 29th through June 6th on isasurf.org.
Welcome, surf fans, to day 2 of the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are live in this beautiful surf destination. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We'll be introducing this incredible day of surfing. Yesterday, the kickoff day, was nothing short of stellar. Some of the world's best surfers, male and female, joining us to surf these 2 world-class waves you have behind us. I am Chris Cote. This is Kale Carranza. Kale, your first thoughts on day 1.
First off, incredible how good the waves were, and every single heat was almost like a semifinal. Surfers from Nicaragua, Mexico, Panama were taking it to the world's best. We saw Ramsey Bucham in the water. We saw Julian Wilson lose his heat, still advancing, but not winning the heat, which tells you how important this competition is and how high the level is.
The field is absolutely stacked on both podiums. So for day 2 of competition here, we're going to start off with the men. We're going to split the field. At noon, we're going to have the women join us here at La Bocana. So we do have 2 world-class areas for competition. Again, starting with men and then going into round 2 women. Right around lunchtime, we'll be making that switch. So you will see a lot of women's surfing later on this afternoon. The women were holding court at El Sunzal, a beautiful right-hand point break just up the beach. We will have results and updates from that area throughout the day as well. We are getting a little bit closer to locking in our final spots for the upcoming Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We've got 5 available spots for men, 7 for women, and we've been trying to think of the names that we're going to fill those spots with. Tell you, it is a difficult prospect because there are so many amazing surfers in this field. It is really hard to pick a winner.
It is so hard. I mean, you can maybe start going by continent. Obviously, there's some surfers from the CT, this gentleman being one of them who you see on screen, who have already qualified via the CT. But all the other surfers in this competition, pretty much, it's a free-for-all. Anyone could do it.
Well, anyone and everyone is here, and the free surfing sessions have been incredible. Let's take a look at what's already happened this morning out here in the lineup at La Bocana.
Surfing is set to make its Olympic debut in less than 2 months' time. But before we can go to Tokyo, we need to award the remaining qualification slots. So far, 28 of surfing's 40 slots have been provisionally filled through historic performances in the 2019 WSL CT, the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games, and the Lima 2019 Pan American Games. That leaves 12 slots up for grabs here in El Salvador, 7 for women and 5 for men. Those slots will be awarded to the highest eligible ranking athletes in the event. There are a few key points to remember. The 2021 World Surfing Games take priority over the 2019 Pan American Games and the 2019 World Surfing Games. There is a limit of 2 surfers per gender per nation. So who will earn their tickets to Tokyo? Stay tuned to the event to find out. That's why we're here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, set to complete surfing's Olympic qualification for Tokyo 2020. Visit isasurf.org to learn more about surfing's Olympic qualification pathway.
Olympic qualification questions answered right there. By the end of the week, we should have filled the entire Olympic surfing field. The first time ever we will see surfing represented in the upcoming Olympic Games. There's an overview of the area that we'll be focusing on throughout the day. We're going to start with men, and midway through today, we're going to switch over to women. So we're going to basically swap fields. So you will see a lot of surf action today. This morning, the warm-up session was nothing short of a stunner. Some of the world's best took to the water and put on a free surfing show for the ages, starting with a friend of yours representing Team Mexico.
Alan Cleland, who we saw on Wave 1, and this is a Spartan. This is Michelle Perez. These guys are smart to go out there early in the morning, figure out the high tide conditions. Much bigger today, and it seems like throughout the course of the day, it is going to continue to build. The Spartans favoring that right, which seems to be one of the best waves that we've seen thus far. This is Leilani McGonigal from Team Costa Rica.
Yeah, really, again, the international field you're seeing the water is going to blow your mind. Taj Lindblad representing Team USA.
Miguel Tudela from Peru, incredible surfer, great charger as well. Peruvian surfers can surf anything.
Alyssa Spencer, San Diego, California. She put on a big show yesterday up at El Sunzal.
And it's smart for these women to practice here because they will be surfing this wave, which is totally different to that perfect right-hander at El Sunzal. Physically very demanding. There's a lot of current. The waves are going to be bigger, so you will be paddling and doing quite a few duck dives compared to El Sunzal, where you're pretty much paddling dry hair around the corner of the wave.
Traditional right-hand point break. And, yesterday we saw, I would say, 80% lefts being ridden for the big scores. But there was a few heats where the rights really started, firing up. And we did see a couple big numbers come from the right. But this wave, for how fun it is, for how rippable it is, it's pretty unpredictable. And with the tidal shift throughout the day, you're going to see a lot of different faces of La Bocana as you see Kanoa Igarashi looking fired up, high-speed approach. Definitely one of the faces, one of the spokespeople for the upcoming Olympic Games. He'll be in your first heat of the morning. What a way to start.
Yeah, and it's important for these surfers to take advantage of those few minutes that they have before their heat starts to kind of get in the groove with their board and also see what this wave feels like right now at a very, very high tide. We saw the tide change yesterday, Chris, 7 feet. That is a big, drastic tidal change. Just so you get an idea, at high tide, you can pretty much jump off the first rocks, no worries. At low tide, you have to walk for about 5 minutes, I would say, easily, throughout like really shallow areas so that you can make it out probably about 30, 40, 50 feet further out than when you would usually.
Yeah, it's a bit of a treacherous paddle out at low tide. Well, the beach scene right now is just coming alive. We've got Jody Nelson down on the boardwalk with an update.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm going to give you guys a Surfline update, but first just wanted to kind of say, you guys talked about people warming up out there. I saw Sofia Milanovic out there this morning looking pretty good, and Paige Hareb and a few of the other women out there just because they were at the other venue like you guys mentioned yesterday, but they'll be coming to us today, so I'm pretty excited to see that. But it's looking like it's about 4 to 6 foot from Surfline is what they're forecasting for today. The big thing yesterday was the tide, where we saw the big change between the low tide and the high tides. We're going to see a low tide at 1:36 p.m. at a 0.01 foot, and then at high tide 7:47 p.m. 6.1. So we'll see all that water moving in towards the end of the day. So I'm sure by the time the women will get out there, the conditions will be changing a little bit. I'm going to post Sofia's warm-up wave on my Instagram, not to promote my Instagram, but so everybody can go and cheer Sofia Milanovic on. It's an incredible story. There's so many great stories down here, and you guys have been doing a great job telling them all. So send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jody. Yeah, the storylines going to each and every heat are just getting bigger and bigger, and the names that you're going to see today will live up to the names we saw yesterday. Of course, we did have Gabriel Medina and Italo Ferreira come through like wrecking balls and really just lit this place up. The crowd was going wild. It was an amazing start to the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Let's take a look at some highlights from day one. we prepare to kick off day one here at the Surf City El Salvador 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 51 nations competing. The men will take to La Bocana, the women to El Sunzal. This is a huge day of global surfing and the most important ISA World Surfing Games in the history of this competition. You're in for an incredible show. Here we go.
Nice, big aggressive off the top of that. How about another? Sure, why not? Good landing on that one. He hits another one. Look at the fan off that one. Aton goes over the rock. Look at that, full rotation all the way around. Left plenty of speed on the inside. Over there, he's gonna let that fly, spins it back around. He's gonna work this to the inside. Look at that. He's gonna let that one fly. Perfect landing.
What I learned from last time Miyazaki is that I can do it. Just some city guys in the event, and then I wasn't thinking that I'm gonna make top 10, and I was like number 9, so I learned that I can do it.
Some people ask me, why do I feel every year when I come back? And you know what? I feel happiness. Because the world needs the peoples of the world to come together. And here, at the surfing ISA competitions, it's the United Nations of surfing. We come together in peace. It doesn't matter which religion you believe in, which political ideology you have, the color of your skin, the age, how rich or poor your country is. You're here as a member of the human race, the United Nations of surfing. That's what we are.
Oh, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing to feel all this kind of Olympics feelings, It's amazing for me and for all my family that support me. Oh, it's like a big honor for us to be here to represent our country.
Big floater to start off with, drives into that first big gouge and lays it all on the line to finish.
An incredible action-packed day one here at the ISA World Surfing Games in the books, with much more to come tomorrow. Stay tuned. So the highlights from day one tell a story of 2 world-class waves with 2 different approaches to each wave. Women were surfing at a spot called El Sunzal just up the road, and La Bocana is right here in front of us. You can follow all the action and the behind-the-scenes happenings right here. ISAsurf.org is a great place to go to find out more about our competitors. There's some really in-depth bios for every surfer competing. So if you want to know more about the Ukrainian surf team, ISAsurf.org. And of course, the teams have been showing what they've been doing here on their own personal social media. So if you have a favorite team, follow them, hype them up, cheer for them from wherever you're at in the world.
Absolutely, and you can also go on at ISA Surfing or hashtag ISA Worlds. Most of these competitors are posting at least stories of what they're doing, where they're hanging out, how it is they are training. As you see there on screen, one of the favorites of this competition in the yellow jersey, it is Brian Perez, a local from El Salvador. Could we see a Salvadorian surfer make it to the Olympics?
By the way, Brian Perez is surfing. That is an affirmative, and I think that would be another one of these stories that we would love to tell at the upcoming Olympic Games. A lot of surfing yet to happen, and we're going to start in a big way. Kanoa Igarashi, Israel Barona, representing Ecuador, and Abubakar Abuada from Morocco.
There it is. An international affair, obviously the favorite being our Japanese surfer, Kanoa Igarashi, who's been training with Team Japan alongside Masatoshi Ono. They're actually staying right in front of this wave that you see on screen. Some of these competitors are staying closer to Ensunsal, which is roughly 1 kilometer north of where we are currently at. But he's going to have a difficult time if you consider Abu Bakr Bouda. He's an incredible surfer from Morocco, comes from a small little town not too far away from Casablanca. He's an experienced competitor, Chris. We've seen him surf in ISA World events before. And I personally think that when you have that little bit of extra experience under your belt, you feel less nervous, you feel a little bit more at ease, you're comfortable looking in and seeing your teammates screaming. The first time you do it, it's not easy to control the nerves. And to add to that, we have Israel Barona, brother to Dominique Barona, who's been very, very close to qualify onto the women's CT. Mimi obviously coming down here with her brother and supporting him from the beach.
Yeah, the Barona family, definitely a talented squad right there. That's pretty much the Ecuadorian team. You know, they compete in surfing, paddling, any water sport, they're on it.
And they come from a beautiful place in Ecuador by the name of Montañita. Kind of a, you'd say it's kind of like a Bali of Ecuador. Really cool restaurant, beautiful right-hander, some fun beach breaks not too far away. So he prefers to go right on those bigger ones, but he's been practicing a lot up and down the beach, so he's comfortable going both ways. It's going to be an interesting heat, and I feel like that is why these competitors are not just catching those inside ones. There's a lot of good waves on offer. 20 minutes is plenty of time to catch 2 of the big sets, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, so the basic rules are here. Commitment, degree of difficulty. You got to be innovative, progressive. You got to throw a combination of major maneuvers, variety. Don't do the same turn over and over. The judges, they're surfers. They're surf fans themselves. They want to get excited about the surfing that you're doing. You got to go fast. You got to put it on rail, and you got to make it look good. Style. That's really an interchangeable word for flow. Now, you don't want to see a lot of extraneous movements between maneuvers. We like to see a nice, clean line from beginning to end. Yesterday, we saw a handful of airs. I think the size we have this morning, with the tide we have this morning, and of course the talent, we could see some high-flying surfing, and that usually equates to big scores, as we saw yesterday from Italo Ferreira, one of the highest scores of the day, on the strength of an air that he did on the outside section, which is kind of a rarity in a surf event.
Yeah, but then you think of Noemar McGonigal's waves. He got 2 8-point rides, and it was all about carving, power, and rail work. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go to the air to get those big scores, but it's always nice to see a combination. And with your background of skating, Chris, I think you really favor seeing not just the same air over and over, but you like to see different tweaks. Maybe it's grabbing the rail with a different hand, something different.
Yeah, I think the dream scenario for the judges would be, you know, maybe a power turn to start and a big air to finish. That's the ultimate combination. Not a lot of barrels on hand today yet. So, you know, the barrel conversation probably out of play for now. So again, the judges are going to be relying heavily on a combination of turns, airs, and one thing we know for sure is that power surfing is a constant. It will never go out of style. And I'm with you on the thought of power, making it through 90% of the heats yesterday. You know, this wave is a powerful break. So if you can match this wave with your power like we saw a few times yesterday, more often than not, that's going to get you through your heat.
As we see Kanoa Igarashi paddling over this wave, you can see that it's a little bit different this morning than it was yesterday. It's a little bit more peaky, and by that I mean the waves don't wall out. They don't have that long, drawn-out face. You have to find them more on the inside. A lot of those waves out the back are just, you know, cutback waves, so they don't really want to catch a wave like that. They're not going to get those big scores. Priority thus far, not established yet, so it's interesting to see surfers in yellow and white giving Kanoa that inside position.
Yeah, this is kind of your traditional start here. No priority at play yet. once these surfers start paddling for waves, you don't have to stand up to have your priority shifted. You basically make a concerted effort to paddle for a wave. The priority judge will see that, then they'll switch priority up. Haven't really seen too much priority mishaps so far. We saw 2 interferences yesterday, but with, you know, dozens of heats behind us, to only have 2 interferences, that tells me it's a good, clean day of surfing yesterday. We'll probably see that again today.
And it's a great contest venue as well. Sometimes you surf so far away from the tower that you can't really see the color of the priority. You can't hear the beach announcers. But here at La Bocana, you are very close. You can see it, you can hear it. And I think that's one of the reasons why we really haven't seen any, well, just 2 priority interferences. Now, yesterday afternoon, the tide was very similar at around 6 p.m. I was out in the water. Team Japan was out there, Shun Murakami and Kanoa Igarashi. So he has kind of an upper hand in regards to what the waves were doing yesterday, because they're very similar to what they're doing today. And I was able to ask him what he usually listens to, because that's always an interesting question, Chris. What do you listen to before you get out into a heat to get motivated? And he listens to reggaeton. We'll get back to that in a second.
All right, here we go. Our first look at Abu Bakr representing Team Morocco. Nice layback snap, but goes down on his second turn. So, you know, again, that's a great illustration of a combination. So he kind of laid into that first turn, tried to follow it up with a quick snap. He did go down, but, you know, you can't put enough weight on the idea of mixing things up and being creative in the line that you take.
Absolutely. I think what happened in that second maneuver, as I'm sure we'll see the replay, is that he was kind of in between thoughts of what he could do on that lip. At a high tide, sometimes you go into that, you know, open face thinking that you'll do a carve like he did right here. Open, beautiful, layback hammer. And as he went to tap it, the wave, the lip line backed off just a little bit, enough to actually hold his board in position. But that turn, clean drop wallet, and as he tags it, just a little bit too rotated towards the horizon, so he wasn't able to open those shoulders and point the chest towards the beach, and that held his board enough to make him fall.
Kelly, you've surfed this wave enough now to know, do you favor high tide or low tide at La Bocana?
Well, I'm glad you think that I've surfed it enough. 2 sessions under my belt. Thanks, Chris. I would say that a medium tide is best. So not a high, not a low, but when you have that medium tide, the wave tends to break a little bit further out than it does at high tide, and it also splits the wave and allows you to go right or left. Once you go into the low tide, the wave breaks so far out and wide that you could be 300 feet from your fellow competitor and still get a peak. So the playing field is a little too big, in my opinion. As far as when you don't have priority, what would you like? A low tide.
Yet to see Kanoa Igarashi. As it stands now, Kanoa provisionally qualified for the upcoming Olympic Games to represent Team Japan, our host nation. And they are underway. Everything's getting set up. The whole country of Japan preparing themselves for the upcoming Olympic Games. And I'll tell you, right now, you're looking at El Sunzal, which is a beautiful, fun-looking right-hand point break. And, I mean, as you can plainly see, plenty rippable. There's Caroline Marks representing Team USA. So the superstar women of our sport will be switching podiums around noon today.
Caroline Marks is in the water with Mirna Boelsma from the Netherlands and Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. So
that's a great heat.
Great heat. Obviously totally different. You can see on screen how we mentioned them being able to paddle out without necessarily having to deal with any current at this size. Brian Perez and Marcelo Castellanos, Marcelo being Brian's trainer, says that they've been doing a lot of work in regards to paddling and swimming, because when it's bigger, you're paddling non-stop, and that can really take it out of you.
This is Caroline Marks' wave from El Sunzal. Her heat is underway, and you can see this wave, I mean, just offers a big open canvas. it kind of goes between, it goes a little slopey in parts, but then there's vertical sections in other parts. So, you know, again, a world-class wave, and so far all the women we've talked to have been loving it at El Sunzal.
And it's an interesting wave in regards to how it breaks and how different it is at high and low tide as well. The day before, when you had the opening ceremony, it was relatively low and the wave was breaking way further out. It was a little bit more focused on the outside section, and during the high tide, it actually focuses on that inside section that you see on screen right now. That being said, some back off, some give you a clean, beautiful line on the inside. How to know? Spend more time here.
Spend more time in the lineup, gladly. So we will see the women come over to La Bocana around lunchtime. They're going to finish their round at El Sunzal, and then we're going to make the switch.
Do you think they'll be surfing different surfboards?
It's a great question. I feel like the waves, the size that we have today, you know, your traditional shortboard is going to work just fine. You don't need a groveler. You don't need to step up. You know, it's a powerful wave, but at the same time, it's forgiving enough to where you can ride the same board that you would ride, you know, at Head High, Huntington Beach, lower trestles, not really switching things up too much. As we see Kanoa Igarashi here at La Bocana. Kanoa always, you know, always a standout in any event he enters. I put him in contention for a potential WSL world title. I put him in contention for an Olympic gold medal. I put him in contention for an ISA gold medal. You know, he's finaled many times at the ISA World Surfing Games. So it's going to be really fun to watch Kanoa Igarashi's run, because for him, the pressure is off. He's already provisionally qualified for the Olympics. So this right here, you know, this is practice. This is warming up, and this is for the love and glory of country. He would love to go home with a gold medal, something that eluded him last year.
Absolutely. As we see him on screen once again, a little bit more of a wall on this wave, Chris.
Yeah, loving, you know, just the solid fundamentals. Powerful, good style. Be careful. Trying a varial kickflip right there.
I guess that's the only thing that these gentlemen like Italo Ferreira, Gabriel Medina, Kanoa Igarashi need to be careful of is don't get injured before the Olympics.
Split peak here, the first right of the day. Abu Bakr up and out.
Looked like Israel Barona also took off and went left on that wave.
Couple scores dropped early. Still waiting for a few more. Kanoa Igarashi currently in second place. Let's take a look at Kanoa's last wave. Got this right on the paddle back out.
So much more spice on this wave. Look at that second turn. The wall just beautifully lining itself up in front of him. Kicks that tail out and goes for a little shove it on the inside. Thankfully, he didn't land on his fins. Beautiful drone angle. We can see how he comes off the bottom with a single clean bottom turn. And as he busts through that lip, he pushes his back foot and releases the fins, adding a little bit of spice to his surfing. A third angle, Chris.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about when we say combination. So there are three similar turns, but he just added some different elements to each and every turn. And what I love about Kanoa Igarashi's surfing, everything is in its right place. His arms, his legs, I mean, everything is right where it should be.
Good technique.
And those turns just look like they feel good. And when a turn looks like it feels good, you know, it's one of those turns that the judges are really going to like.
As Ben Bourgeois from Team Jamaica would say, good technique translates to good scores.
Israel Barona representing Team Ecuador. Pushes a little too hard on that end section. Did like the opening turn. We have seen some pretty decent scores drop on the strength of one or two turns, but I feel like today we're going to be looking for 3-4 turns to really get up into that up to 6 mark, like we see with Kanoa Igarashi with that 5.83.
I would agree with you provisionally.
Provisionally speaking.
Because I think Israel was actually thinking the same thing you were. I have to fit a few turns, maybe 3 in this wave, and that right-hander coming into that left that he caught just came to him a little bit too early. So if he would have maybe avoided doing that second turn and just focused on that inside section, he would have potentially been able to get there with speed and belted it with a bit more power coming out into the flats. So I feel like sometimes fitting too many turns can work against you.
That's the word flow we're looking for. If you're trying to force a turn in, square peg in a round hole, the judges are going to know that you are not following protocol in the speed, power, flow conversation. Yeah, you can go fast, you can have a lot of power, but if you don't have flow, the judges will notice. And right there, trying to fit something in where maybe it shouldn't be tried. We saw that kind of similar thing happening to a few of our competitors yesterday. You know, and it usually happens at the beginning of the heat when you're nervous and you're just trying to push that much harder. 4 minutes to go, Kanoa Igarashi in the lead. Israel Barona has some catching up to do, but not much. He only needs a 3.93 to get in that second spot.
And that was a clutch wave for Kanoa Igarashi. A 5.83, that's almost three times better than his first ride. Why? There was no downtime. He went top to bottom 3 times, and like you mentioned it, there was a little bit of difference in every turn. As we see, our surfer in the next heat, it is Sebastián Olarte from Uruguay. They call him El Patán. Another incredible surfer, another incredible heat. As we see Kanoa up and riding.
Yeah, this is Kanoa Igarashi, his bread and butter, his backhand, always so sharp. Again, tagging the lip. 2 big turns out the back. Gets that inside section, whips it around, somehow hangs on. Tricky looking backside 360 air for Kanoa Igarashi.
That was an interesting error as we see our surfer from Montañita up and riding.
Israel Barona takes the speed line. The judges do like to see air between your board and the water. So Israel Barona in a wild section on the inside. On the right, remember he's only looking for a 3.93. We'll see if that was enough. Now we see Abu Bakr, Team Morocco. Nice series of turns. Throws a quick little layback, styles it out, straightening off in the wide water. Great exchange, all 3 surfers involved with 2 minutes, 27 seconds to go. It's exactly how we love to start our day, with some drama.
That wave from our surfer from Dar Boatza, Morocco, it had a little bit more of a nice slow pace to it. But let's focus on Kanoa Igarashi's last ride. Clean, open face carve, the cutback, the bottom turn, just so clean. Wave backs off a little bit, and somehow that board was perfectly horizontal as he spun around. There was almost no pivot on that board. So not a big air, but a difficult air to control. That bottom turn right there squares up beautifully with the lip. Eyes always eyeing that open face. Smart enough to go low and try that air 360 on the inside.
Cannot say how difficult of a section that was for him to hit at the end of this wave. I think the second turn is going to be the meat of that score. Vertical snap in the critical part of the wave. I mean, right there, that is something that Kanoa Igarashi would have done free surfing just for fun to finish off his wave. The fact that he has the presence of mind just to throw that air like it's nothing. You know, that really is going to make the judges think about it, because they've got a long day of surfing ahead of them, a lot of scores to come, a lot of big airs potentially. So that is going to be a score that we'll be looking at to kind of set the table for the rest of the day.
As we saw Israel's 2-hit combo on that right-hander. Booda, though, on the other hand, top to bottom surfing, 3 jams on the outside, clean bottom turn. Beautiful style there to finish things off. So as far as Barona's and Bouda's exchange, I would have to give the nod to the Moroccan surfer, and I'm sure Ramzi Bouhiam already provisionally qualified for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, which will be held this year, 2021. He's on the beach, he's cheering his teammates on, and he would be stoked to see a fellow countryman in the Olympics with him.
Absolutely, and you know, we do have the leaderboard will start to fill itself up as we start to put the points in the system.
As we see our Turkish surfer, he will be surfing in Heat 3 of the morning alongside Marlon Lipke, Ido Arkin, and Liam Wilson. That was Tunku Sildis, who you see on screen. How important is it, Kote, to get your body warm before you go out there?
Oh yeah, you got to get loose. You got to get warmed up. You don't want to go out there feeling stiff, especially in a heat, because a lot of these surfers are just going out dry. You know,
Is that why you were doing 100 push-ups yesterday to get in shape
for talking? Yeah. Well, Kanoe Igarashi put on a display of technical prowess in our first heat of the day, finishing strong, getting the win. We're going to have to wait for the results of that last exchange. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM. Oh.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are still in men's round one, and we're figuring out who will be heading to that dangerous rapid charge round. Remember, this is a double elimination event, so from day one all the way through to the finals, you can lose once, and you can still fight your way back onto the main podium. For Kanoe Igarashi, don't think he's heading to the rapid charge round anytime soon with a performance like that. It's a convincing victory. His last score is 717.
That is correct. He came in first. Abubakar Bouaouda, our surfer from Morocco, in second. And unfortunately for Team Ecuador, Israel Barona will go into the repertoire rounds.
We're going to start things off with surfer in yellow from Senegal, Sidi Kamara.
Oh, I think what happened there, Chris, his stance just a little bit too far forward, too much weight on that front foot, slips as he was doing a bottom turn, but here we see red.
Callum Temple, Team Canada. Another unforced error.
Yeah, Calum pushing a little bit too hard on a relatively flat section of the wave. So just a little too much extension as we see on screen our surfers in this heat.
Here's your lineup. Calum Temple from Canada, Guillermo Sat from Chile, Sidi Kamara from definitely the most spirited team of our draw, Team Senegal, and Sebastian Oyarte from Uruguay. Love this international field. I love that we get to see surfers that you don't usually see in big competitions like this. So again, the Cinderella story starts right here in round one. You can go on isasurf.org, take a look at the whole draw, make some picks for yourself, have some fun with it. Who will be the underdog that comes through all the way to the final day? Plenty of names to choose from.
Absolutely, and speaking of plenty of names to choose from, Canada coming down to El Salvador with a very, very strong team. We'll get back to that in a second.
Surfer in white, Guillermo Sat. This guy has been a QS grinder for quite some time. Throwing a huge frontside air. Goes down, but Guillermo Sat, super well-rounded. Put that guy in big barrels and watch the show. Here's your surfer in red, Calum Temple. Looks like he's recovered nicely from that first wave. It was a bit of a mistake, but he does have plenty of time.
Really nice style.
Yeah, good, clean style.
Incredible for the 21-year-old hailing from Tofino as we see our surfer from Senegal.
Sidi Kamara. Another cool, unique style. You see that front arm kind of leading his way. Does fall on that final turn. That end section is looking kind of tricky. Even Kanoe Igarashi, although he did complete that last air, it looks like a tough section to read.
Yeah, and you could see there our surfer from Senegal had a little bit of a wider stance, and what that allows you to do is kind of pivot that board easier and kind of make the tail of the board go up and above the lip. A lot of surfers, even rail surfers, tend to open up their stance a little bit more when coming to a section that they believe will allow them to go to the air. As we see a nice looking left-hander on the outside paddling.
Sebastian Llarte from Uruguay. Nice opening turn. This wave standing up in front of him. So that was a pretty good decision right there to opt out of trying to hit that end section, which took him out in his previous wave. So get something under your belt, get a decent score, start yourself off with a 4, and then you're in the running. You got the ball rolling. So a completed wave right there for Sebastian. What do you know about the waves in Uruguay?
As we see, El Patan, nice carve from him, eyeing that section, pushing the tail up and above the lip. Uruguay has some really, really fun waves. And Guillermo Sat, what can we say about this gentleman? Surfs 2-foot waves and 20-foot waves. Incredible surfer, goes for the air 360, grabbing that rail. Unfortunately, really tough landing for him. Calum from Canada, such clean style for the 21-year-old. No doubt surfs quite a bit with De Vries, the Brewweilers. That was a clean make on that inside section. And for our surfer from Senegal, Chris, a bit lower on that bottom turn, is able to connect with the lip. You can see how that tail kind of goes up and above, fins free, but wasn't able to ride out. And Sebastian El Patan, the only negative thing on that wave I would see is that section looked pretty good looking at it from this angle. Had he waited maybe a couple more seconds off the bottom, he would have been able to connect with the lip.
Looked like a lot of chatter on the face of that wave, almost throwing him off his board as he was going down the line. Team Senegal has come correct yet again. Sidi Kamara is a Senegal champion surfer from Dakar. His favorite break is Ocam, which I've never heard of, but if Sidi says it's good, I believe him. He's a great surfer, 23 years old.
That's a dangerous thing to do on the website, to put your favorite wave and no one knows about it.
Yeah, I'm putting not my favorite wave. I'm going to send some
maybe that is his
other
strategy.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, this wave's incredible. You go there, it's a closeout beach break.
Yeah, you can find more about Sidi on isasurf.org. And here he is now, powerful goofy footer, eyeing this end section, and that wave just collapses around him. Not enough time for Sidi to get a big finish. Did some work on the outside section. I'm liking the look of this little double up section right through the middle. That's where Kanoe Igarashi got his best scoring wave. It's not always the biggest wave that's going to get you the biggest score, correct?
Absolutely. As we see there, speaking of Kanoe Igarashi, he's coming in from his previous heat. It's those insiders at this tide that allow you to get those big scores. What you want is, you don't want a wave that flattens out. You don't want to be doing cutbacks. You want to be able to connect with the lip. You want to be able to do it in a flowy style, up and down, which is what Kanoa did to get those big scores.
So far, standout of the day. I know we're only one heat in, but I think it's pretty safe to keep Kanoa's name on that list. Super consistent. Look, just as you said, right, that mid-section. This is where this wave starts for Guillermo Sat.
Quite a bit of bump on that wave. You could see it almost seemed as if it was a boat wake as he was bottom turning. Just kind of leans a little bit too much on his heel side, which tends to happen. As we see a beautiful looking left, it looks like our surfer from Uruguay got absolutely pitted.
Well, I take it back. Maybe barrels will come into play today. This is going to be an interesting score. Sebastian Llarte loving it, as he should. That's a surfer's dream, to get barreled. And to do it in the ISA World Surfing Games is huge. I'm very interested to where the judges go with that. The first barrel we've seen at this contest.
And there's different levels to barrels. You would have to say, there's a little shampoo, but we'll get to that in a second as we see our surfer from Senegal feeling more comfortable after those couple of waves. Unfortunately for him, that section closes out, so he does the right thing. And here, El Patan, completely gone from vision, looking at it directly from the beach. Cut back, looking over his shoulder, and connects a third time there with the lip, and a fourth. That is a wave that anyone would claim.
Oh, yeah. Score or not, great barrel. Out of nowhere, too.
I don't think I've seen a single wave at La Bocana in the last 4 days that we've been here do that.
Now, does that make other surfers in upcoming heats think a little bit more about maybe finding a barrel?
It does, but I think they have to focus on doing turns, and if a wave like that comes to them, just be able to adapt and react immediately, as we see our surfer from Canada up and riding.
Caleb Temple, he no doubt heard the whistles, hoots, and hollers, probably wondered what happened. And if you don't see fins flying out the back, if you don't see spray going up, it's most likely going to be a barrel.
And that is a dangerous thing to be or to see when you're a competitor on the outside. See someone get barreled, as we see Kanoa Igarashi coming in.
Kanoa Igarashi, a great ambassador for Team Japan, for surfing in general. He's a student of the sport. I remember watching Kanoa compete when he was 5 years old. And back then, he would always say, my dream is to be a pro surfer. My dream is to be a champion. Well, he's living his dream right now.
And I like how you said a student, because he's actually learning and improving. If you think of when he came on tour to how he's surfing now, he's improved incredibly. As we see, just a small error for Sidi. Wave a little flat as he was turning down it. He goes down, loses priority. Have a look at this last wave from Caleb Temple. Garners himself a 4.17. Clean surfing low. Beautiful bottom turn. Releases the fins there. Wave kind of flattens out and is able to do a clean cutback. So as of now, there hasn't been any downtime for him on this wave. He was smart enough to connect there with the inside section. You got to start strong. You have to finish strong. It's an exclamation point. It's important to the judges to see that you have control throughout the whole ride.
Caleb from Tofino, British Columbia, Canada. He's into everything that we're into. Surfing, skateboarding, guitar, being outdoors. He loves surfing remote locations via boat. So make friends with Caleb. Maybe he'll take you on a boat trip. So check in with Jody Nelson, who's on the boardwalk with an update.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, down here with Kanoa, who just won that last heat. And Kanoa, you've got a bag of ice with you. And yesterday, I missed the interview with Gabriel Medina because he was overheating, and Hiroto had a little problem with overheating. Explain to everybody at home who can't feel and the heat, and they don't know how hot it is in the water. Explain what it's like surfing a heat with the temperatures like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the hottest weather I've ever been in. I mean, the weather's hot, but that's fine, but the water is like even warmer, and it just feels like you're kind of surfing like in a sauna or like surfing in a jacuzzi. So, luckily we have the Team Japan supporting us really well, and just looking after our hydration, looking after our health. It's a long event, so trying to minimize the wear and tear in the early rounds is pretty important.
And I know from experience last World Games in Japan, the heat on the land was something that you actually had to mentally overcome. Are you having that approach towards the water? Like, I mean, you explained with your coaches, but
yeah, I mean, it's a good challenge for us. We're used to being pretty pampered on the CT, and we don't really get our hair wet. So it's nice to feel some heat and feel some pressure outside of the competition. Just trying to perform in conditions and having different experiences. So yeah, it's great. The waves are amazing. Having fun with my team, and trying to support them and see how far we can go.
Okay, last question. Surfing's going to the Olympics. It's happening in Tokyo, and you're representing Team Japan. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. I think that heat kind of solidified my spot, I'm pretty sure. And that's it means a lot. Obviously, representing my blood, my country, and representing surfing. Mostly more than anything. It's a big chance for us to represent our sport, to put a good impact on it, and come with a good message. I think it's a perfect time. It's a time for change, and it's a time for empowerment. And I'm just excited to be a part of this movement, and hopefully we can put a positive impact on the Olympics and see what happens.
I know you've been on the road a lot, and I know you have a lot of fans and family watching. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to all my friends in California. All my fans that are watching, it's been, they've got plenty of events from the last few months, but it's this is another event, another type of condition. Hi to my parents, my family back home. 日本のファンいつもみんな応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド1終わったので、これからも頑張るので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。
Awesome. Thank you, Kanoa.
Thank you.
Chris.
What did he
Thank
say?
you, Jody. Well, Kanoa Igarashi addressing the fans at home in California as well as Japan. And trust me when I say he has got a lot of them. This guy quickly becoming one of the most famous surfers on the planet, and rightfully so. His performance, speaks for that. Definitely a hard worker, training in and out of the water. Big things happening for Kanoa Igarashi. Now we get back to the lineup. Calum, currently in second place, representing Team Canada. He's got a 4.17 and a 2.33. I think that 2.33 just got thrown in the trash because he had a couple good turns on that last wave.
Absolutely, and it looks like the situation is going to change. We're still waiting for scores to drop from Guillermo Sat, and they do, Chris. 4.97 and a 4.7 for Guillermo Sat's previous two waves, and we'll see that situation change on screen briefly. There you go.
Just like that, Guillermo Sat from last to first. Sebastian Oarte drops to second. Calum to third. And CD Camara sitting with a 2.83 and a 2.33. 4 minutes to go.
That last wave of Calum Temple was a 2.77, so not the size that he would have wanted. There was a section there on the inside that just didn't materialize. He had to kind of jump off. So the judges want to see open face maneuvers on some bigger waves, connect with the lip with a little bit more power, and unfortunately for Calum, it's not going to be enough. He currently has third priority.
Taking a look now at the women competing at El Sunzal. They have, of course, priority in play up there as well. See your surfer in white, Dea Natasia. So this wave up here looks really fun to surf.
As we see
Yolanda Sakura. I would say El Sunzal at this size favors forehand surfers because you can really lay it on rail. Backside on a wave with kind of a slopey face like that, pretty hard to do an impactful turn.
As you see there, so interesting to see the young surfer from Portugal, Yolanda Sequeira, kicking out early from that wave. Why? She wants to establish priority over the surfer in white, which is Dea Natasia. Yolanda from Portugal, Dea from Indonesia, Fabiola Alcaraz from Puerto Rico, Barbara Sandoval from Guatemala, an international affair that we have at El Sunzal. But now, going back to La Bocana.
Here we go. Surfer in white, Guillermo Sat. He was your leader just a minute ago. I like that the situation's been changing throughout this heat. Nice little tail blaster at the end of that wave for Guillermo Sat. Calum out the back, trying to figure out which wave is going to give him the best opportunity. He's sitting on a 2.77 as his low score.
And because he doesn't have priority, you see him on screen on the right-hand side. He wants to find a wave without priority. Yes, he has priority over the surfer in white, but not over yellow and blue, as we see yellow paddling for this one.
CD Camara up and out. Now that is an example of a surfer with priority, looking for a wave, thinks he may have made the right decision, but as he stood up, he saw that wave closing out. He's going to drop down to the end of the priority list.
And that is unfortunate for anyone having a free surf when you take off on a wave and realize that you use your priority in a bad way. Now in a competition with Olympic hopefuls, it's even worse.
Sebastian Oarte, owner of the tube of the event so far. So win or lose in this heat, he's stoked because he got barreled. And as a surfer, anytime you get barreled, that's the holy grail of surfing. So you see CD Camara now. Looks like that priority air didn't affect him much as he rips this left all the way through the inside section, goes for the frontside air.
Nice.
Throwing his fins out. Love to see that. Caleb Temple now trying to get rid of a 277. Tries to force the issue. And as we talked about earlier, it's not going to go your way. More often than not, this wave has plenty of power. Guillermo Sat now getting involved. Beautiful frontside carve there. Almost loses it. Is able to finish. That was a great recovery from a near error on that wave. Team Canada. Sometimes you can just fly that flag and wave it high. It's kind of enough to get your surfer pumped up enough. But for Caleb right now, he doesn't have a lot of time. We'll see where his positioning is in the lineup.
And we'll see what he did on that ride, because we saw the tail end of that as we see Guille Sat. Started off a little bit slow this heat and then got himself a couple of good scores. 4.7 and a 4.97. Ditches the fins on that last inside section. Our surfer in blue, this young man, found the barrel of the contest. First waves were in the 3-point range. And that last exchange, you were going to see a score drop in the 3-point range for him. As we see Caleb, nice carve on the outside. Connects with a floater, and the wave just kind of runs away from him, Chris. Isn't able to fit that third maneuver in.
Was that above and beyond a 277?
That was above a 277, but he does need a 5.5 now. Heat is over, Chris.
Heat is over. Sebastian Oyarte on the strength of that 5.5 gets the win. Guillermo Sat in second unofficially. Caleb Temple drops to third. Sidi Kamara in fourth. Our third and fourth place surfers will have another opportunity to surf via Repacharge. So we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We are into it, Heat 27, round one of the men's division, starting strong with surfer in white, representing Team Israel, Ido Arkin. Team Israel is fielding an incredible group of surfers. You saw the doctor yesterday, Yoni Klein, as well as Eitan Osborne, both put on great showings. So Team Israel is looking like they're working their way through this incredibly stacked field in a big way.
Absolutely, and you have to remember Anat Lelior, who provisionally qualified for the Olympics a couple years ago. And on screen, we have our surfers in this third heat of the day.
International field, Ido Arkin, Marlin Lipke representing Team Germany, Tunç Usudiz from Turkey, and Liam Wilson. You know what I like about the ISA World Surfing Games is also the age differences you're going to see in some of these heats.
Absolutely.
Ido Arkin, 37 years old.
Ido 18.
Ido 18. So this is, again, one of the only events that you're going to see, you know, kids surfing against grown-ups.
And
there's surfers up to 40-something years old in this event.
Absolutely. As we see a surfer from Turkey paddling for that wave, is not going to go. Patiently waiting out the back, Marlon Lipke, the 37-year-old who competed on the CT back in 2009. A gentleman born in Lagos, Portugal. As we see Guille Sat alongside Team Chile. Manuel Selman waving the flag. Magnum Martinez is the coach for Team Chile.
Great moment right there. You know, that is really what the ISA World Surfing Games is about. Team camaraderie. A little different this year, obviously, with some of the protocols in place, but we still get to see those flashes, those moments that make this event so special.
If anything, the surfers and the athletes have a little bit more peace. You know, you think of Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, big superstars coming down to the beach. If there were no security protocols at hand, it would take them hours to sign.
Raging down.
It would take them hours to sign all the autographs they'd have to sign.
16 minutes and 15 seconds to go. These are 20-minute heats, which is going to feel a little bit different for our Championship Tour and QS competitors, used to those 30, 40-minute heats in some cases. We see Liam Wilson now. Goofy footers, loving the look and feel of these left end section. Has been tricky for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, but Liam Wilson, he's matured so much, only 18 years young. He was born in Oahu, representing American Samoa. It's just incredible to see how fast these young surfers have improved. As we see Team Turkey. Have you ever been to Turkey, Kote? That'd be an incredible country to visit, even more so now that we know we can surf over there.
Now that we have friends in Turkey. So Liam Wilson, you remember last year, Liam Wilson's dad became a global superstar with his cheerleading for his son Liam on the beach in Japan.
Yep.
And that, I mean, it's such a great memory I have of last year's event. You know, Liam's dad flying the flag, American Samoa being represented by two surfers, Lucille Gerard and Liam Wilson.
Look at him. So mature now in his approach. Clean tag on that second section. He sees the wave back off and does a clean open shoulder carve. Wave dies out, so he kicks out as we see live action out the back.
This is Tunk Usilic surfing for Team Turkey.
The 43-year-old from Istanbul says his mission is to raise the bar in Turkish surfing for upcoming generations, and how important that is.
You know, that's really cool to hear. Every surfer on Team Turkey has the same goal: raise the level. You know, spread the joy of surfing to the youngsters of Turkey. Here's Tunk.
You can see there, wave kind of backs off a little bit, was smart enough to do a little cutback on the midsection of the wave. Connects well with the lip on that third section, but on that inside, just a little bit too flat of a bottom turn to get a connection with that whitewater. As we see Elena Hadimoglu from Team Turkey, fixated on what's happening in front of her. It is her teammate, Tunk Usildis, in the water, trying to get a qualification spot for the Olympics that will be held in Tokyo in 2 months' time.
See now Liam, again, up and riding surfer, resides in Hawaii, representing American Samoa. His goal, make the Olympics. But he's in the right place. This is the pathway, the last chance for surfers to claim their spot in the upcoming Olympic Games. We have 5 spots available and hundreds of surfers fighting for those 5 spots.
This is the last opportunity. If you're not on the CT, you didn't do well in the Pan American Games, if you had a bit of a shocker at the 2019 World ISAs, this is your moment. As we see Mr. Wilson, clean surfing from him, smart read, tags it on that inside section, releasing the fins, We'll see a different angle. See how flat that wave is. He did so well to kind of wait for it to stand up. Nice wide stance there as he hit the lip on that wave. Beautiful looking set coming in.
If you want to know how tough it is to make the Olympic team, here are some of your alternates. Felipe Toledo, Kelly Slater, Leonardo Fioravanti, Jack Freestone, Shohan Duru. These are surfers that have not locked in their spot yet. So that right there tells you the level that we will see in the upcoming Olympic Games. Italo Ferreira, Gabriel Medina, Jordy Smith, Kolohe Andino, Kanoa Igarashi, John Florence, Owen Wright, Jeremy Flores, Julian Wilson, Michelle Perez, provisionally qualified. Right there in the conversation, Shun Murakami, Rio Waida, Ramsey Bukiam, Federico Moraes, Billy Sterman, Luca Macinas. They'll be representing. So 5 spots still left for the men. And there's Liam's dad. This guy is awesome. Probably our favorite fan of the bunch. Always spirited, always cheering on his son, and of course, flying the flag of American Samoa.
Only 2 surfers coming down to represent American Samoa. Liam Wilson in the water and Lucille Girard. The ladies are gonna be surfing here at La Bocana this afternoon, Chris Cote.
Yeah, so right around 12 o'clock.
All of you watching at home, it's gonna be a half day of the men's, and then we're gonna go into round 2 of the women's. It's the winners that we will be focusing on this afternoon. Kind of a sleepy beginning of this heat. Already 10 minutes have elapsed.
Yeah, Liam Wilson right now in the lead, 3.5 and a 277. Ido Arkin, he's 18 years old. We're in Tel Aviv. Now we see Marlon Lipke. We've seen Marlon's name in a lot of QS events in the past. Of course, in the ISA World Surfing Games. It's surfing
Big
like
hack.
that
Oh,
has made
goodness.
his name known around the world. Powerful, precise. That's how you want to start your heat. Even though 10 minutes has already gone by, he's going to be putting himself in a great position.
My goodness. He uses that tall 6-foot frame, probably up in the almost 200 pounds. This guy is so heavy, and it's all muscle. You can put this guy alongside Michelle Perez for pound to pound, just muscle. This gentleman right here was waiting patiently for that wave, almost 10 minutes. Talk about competitive prowess. Talk about experience. Don't take off on little waves that are not going to give you those big scores. Go big. And it looks like we're going to see the biggest and strongest score of the heat as we see White up and riding.
Ido Arkin buries that rail, just pushes a little too hard. He goes down. That leaves our surfer in blue out the back with a chance. Liam Wilson, he was in the lead. We'll have to see what the score is for Marlon Lipke. To Liam Wilson, reading this left, comes off the bottom, right up into the white water. That wave having its way with Liam.
A bit of hesitation there. The wave didn't really have a good tempo to it. He was kind of waiting for it. Then it ran off on that inside section a little bit late, and he goes down. But ladies and gentlemen, the biggest score of the heat has dropped. It is Marlon Lipke, a 6.33. He is in the lead with only 1 wave ridden.
You know, and that's sometimes all it takes. We haven't seen a lot of 6s so far today. So for Marlon Lipke, I mean, basically doing everything right, everything the judges want to see on display right here.
Pushes really hard on that first cutback. Much harder on that second. Look how low he gets to his board. Releases the tail. And another bash. So that is 4 clean, different hits on that wave. This angle for me is the one that does it. Look at how low he gets, how much projection he gets off the bottom. Generates speed. So much water. It's not about how far it goes, but how much of it goes up in the air as well. And another layback hack on the inside. So the variation, the top to bottom surfing, no downtime, incredible surfing for our German surfer.
And here goes Ido Arkin, trying to fight his way back into this heat. Nice series of turns. Here's that tricky inside section, kind of comes up from underneath him, can't engage through to that last part of the wave.
That is the rock that Eitan Osborne yesterday jumped over. So that tells you how much of a difference we have in the tides. At high tide, you don't even see it. At low tide, it's a good 3 feet over water.
You better see it, because if you run into that thing, you're going to need to visit the local ding repair specialist. 7 minutes to go. Marlon Lipke in the lead with a 6.33. Liam Wilson now drops to second. Ito Arkin needs a 3.28. Tunk needs a 4.77. Everybody's still in this heat. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That's enough time for a couple waves each. Priority is with red, Marlon Lipke. That puts him in a great position. If he can back this 6.33 up with a 4 or a 5, he'll be in the double digits. And that will all but guarantee his advancement into the next round.
Look at that beautiful left-hander on screen. It really shows you how much of a playing field these gentlemen have in the water. 2 surfers up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. A good 100 meters or so away from blue and white. Still, we haven't seen any good right-handers being ridden today. I believe Israel Barona got one of them, but he didn't get a good score compared to yesterday when we saw Federico Moraes get those, beautiful open faces to work with. We might be seeing more of that throughout the course of the morning.
Swell on the rise throughout the day.
Yep. Kevin Wallace sent us an email saying that easing 4 to 6 foot faces in the morning and rebuilding 4 to 7 in the afternoon. Light offshores in the morning, which is what we've had. Kind of gone glassy now. We're going to have a light to moderate onshore later in the afternoon. And Tuesday, it's building 5 to 8 foot faces, becoming 6 to 8, 10 foot faces by the end of the day. So we could be looking at double overhead waves as we see Miguel Tudela del Peru, one of the superstars, alongside Sofia Mulanovic, Gabriel Villaran, all these surfers from Peru that have made a name for themselves on the international field. This young man is right up there with them.
Quite the lineup. Surfers from Peru, Netherlands, Colombia, and Belgium coming up in that next heat in 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Marlon Lipke still in the lead, holding priority, kind of controlling the lineup as well. You can tell with so much competitive experience, Marlon's almost appears to be in a heat by himself.
He has priority as well. You can see him sitting on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. It looks like the surfer in yellow from Turkey is staying close to him. Marlon knows how to read lineups. He has that experience. He's been here practicing. As we see Dean van de Vel about to paddle out, surfer from Belgium. Incredible surfer. If you haven't seen him surf, don't go anywhere. This young man is an absolute weapon.
Liam Wilson, representing American Samoa, sitting in that second place position. He's got to fend off Ito Arkin, who is a champion from Israel. There's our ISA staff photographer, Sean Evans. Be sure to check out ISA Surf on Instagram to see all the action behind the scenes, in the water. The images captured so far by the crew been stellar. It's Liam Wilson's dad, the flag bearer from American Samoa.
What a beautiful flag.
The ultimate cheerleader for his country, and his son, who's in the lineup now.
What a sleepy heat if you consider all the waves we saw when we saw those that free surf in the morning with Alan Cleland and Michelle Perez, and when we were walking up towards the tower, it was non-stop, just waves coming, sets every couple of minutes. The last couple of heats have been really slow, and that's something the surfers have to adapt to. It's not that you can paddle out with one plan. You have to have plan B, C, and D.
Yeah, and obviously, the bigger this wave gets, the more defined the takeoff spot becomes. So at this size, it does have a kind of a tricky read to it. You're almost seeing 2 different areas within the one main area. These surfers sharing the peaks, kind of splitting off 2 and 2. With 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Ito and Tunk got to be feeling the pressure now.
Marlon having a look at this one. He has first priority, and it looks like he is paddling with intent. He's going.
Here we go. Witness the power of Marlon Lipke. Nice opening turn there. Building speed. Team Germany has to be excited about what they're seeing now. Their surfer,
wow,
making a statement. Coming in, looks like he's coming in with 2 minutes still on the clock, so feeling very confident about his finish. Marlon Lipke most likely will hang on to that lead.
You can see how the tide is dropping. Surfers are no longer able to ride on their belly all the way to shore. Marlon Lipke, what an incredible display of surfing. That Cemente surfboard's working so well for him. He's been riding those boards for a long, long time. Incredible shaper out of Portugal. Probably alongside Pukas, one of the most well-established surfboard shapes in the continent.
Now it becomes a battle for second place. Liam Wilson holding strong, looking to improve here. Could have a good little runner in front of him. He's got to keep up. That wave going a little fast down the line. Liam is used to surfing, you know, kind of open ocean waves. You know, we'll see with this size right here, it's not going to feel like the North Shore of Oahu, where Liam surfs quite often. It'll probably feel a little bit more like the surf that you find around town. Marlon Lipke right here, I mean, the power, the display of technical surfing, catching the eye of the judges. Two of the biggest scores of this heat.
Yep, a smaller wave, came in at a 4.07, but there was an exclamation point right here on this inside. Releasing the fins, you can tell from this angle because the tail pad was so high up and above the lip, as we see Ido up and riding.
Ido Arkin from Team Israel.
Nice wrap.
Needs a 3.28. And he needed to get that last turn. You do not want to leave it up to the judges in that way. You got to make it really abundantly clear that you're in control from beginning to end.
Just a little over rotation from the upper half of the body. We'll have a look at it from this angle, from the beach angle. Beautiful. Upper body and lower body synchronized right there. Connects with the lip again, and as he rotates, connects well right there. But he did a lot of damage on the outside. We'd actually missed the beginning of that ride. So the wave kind of backs off a little bit for him.
Team Turkey going to cheer on Tunk as he comes in from the lineup. Now it's up to the judges.
We might
Was it
see
enough?
a
A
situation
3.28.
change. We might see it. That was really solid surfing. And it is a 3.47 for Ido Arkin from Israel, overtaking Liam Wilson, who was in the lead from the beginning of the heat.
Doing just enough. Ido Arkin now squeaks through, will advance into that next round. For Liam Wilson and Tunk Uselitz, they will go to that repechage heat. And so these surfers got to go back to the drawing board, maybe talk to their coaches, figure out their best strategy as they head into that elimination round. All surfers get 2 chances. If you lose your heat, you get another opportunity. We're going to go right into it. Heat 28. And that was surfer in white, Remy Peterson from the Netherlands. Starting us off. In the previous heat, we saw Marlon Lipke wait 10 minutes to get his first wave.
Yep.
But he surfed the 3 waves he caught very well, nice and solid. So he gets the win. Now we're seeing surfer in blue, Dean Vanderwall, representing Belgium. You're right, Callie. Great style, solid fundamentals. Knows exactly where to put his board on these waves, maximize spray potential, which sounds like a clinical way of doing, throwing a big spray, which the judges always seem to reward a giant spray because it's a technical maneuver.
So in the water in red, we
shows
have
your power.
Miguel Tudela from
Absolutely,
Peru.
and Dean
In
Vandevelde,
white,
the
Remy
19-year-old,
Peterson
doing
from
just
Netherlands.
that.
In yellow,
Born in
Anderson
Tamarindo,
Plasman
Costa
from
Rica,
Colombia. And in blue,
riding
Dan
Pucas
Vanderwall from
surfboards.
Belgium.
This
En el
young
agua
man
tenemos a Rojo de Perú, Miguel Tudela, en blanco de Holanda,
has been living in
a Remy
Tamarindo for quite a
Peterson,
while, but he was
en
actually, he
amarillo de
was born
Colombia,
in Ghent,
Anderson
Belgium.
Plasman, y en azul
Youngest of
de
4
Bélgica,
siblings.
Dean
Here's your
Vanderwall.
lineup. Miguel Tudela,
Restan
Remy
18
Peterson,
minutos, 20
Anderson
segundos de
Tascon from
competencia.
Colombia,
Está comenzando.
and Dean
Estamos
Vanderwall
esperando a
from
que se
Belgium.
digiten los resultados de esas primeras
Another
dos
one of these
olas.
heats that you have representation from multiple corners of the globe, which is what we love to see here at the ISA World Surfing Games. 51 nations represented in this year's event, a record 120 plus women competing. They are fighting for 7 spots in the upcoming Olympic Games.
There we go. Dean again up and riding. The young man who moved to Costa Rica at 7 years young, as we see him blasting the fins up and above the lip. Clean surfing from him. He's matured quite a bit in the last few years. Miguel Tudela.
Miguel Tudela put this guy in waves from 1 feet to 50 feet, and he will perform, as you can clearly see here. Miguel Tudela, strong finish.
So we have first
that was a solid opening wave. We even get to see a little bit of a paddle battle. So this heat has started off a lot more action, and I think the scores are going to tell that story. As we see now in the kind of the midsection, surfer in yellow, Anderson Tascon representing Colombia. Nice opening carve. We'll see how he finishes this wave. Throws the tail. Can he hang on? Cannot. So 2 turns on the outer section of that wave. Can't get the finish. And we've seen that strong finish can really help you out. Tudela now goes to the air. Gets the grab, but can't nail the landing. I like that thought process, though. Back up that first wave quickly.
Yeah, that was smart surfing from Miguel. He knows he doesn't have priority, so why not just catch a second wave? If he would have landed that maneuver, applied more pressure. As we see our surfer from the Netherlands. Nice clean carve. Layback hack on that second section. It rides out through, out into the flats. So that maneuver is going to count. A surfer representing Belgium, Dean Vandevelde. Just top to bottom surfing, low, clean bottom turn. The wave backs off there. Is smart enough to draw it quickly back into the whitewater. See how that wave kind of running towards itself from right to left. So he was smart to kind of just cut that maneuver short to stay on the wave. And this is his backup right here. Another connection through the lip. Just no downtime. Clean, open, ditching the fins. Rides on clean through into the flats. Plenty of action in this heat. And our surfer from Punta Hermosa, who loves to surf Pico Alto, good friends with Sofia Mulanovic and Luca Messinas. Look at that surfing right there. Releasing the fins. A layback dagger on the inside. Clean, smart surfing. Tries to back it up with this right here. Not enough rotation. Lands parallel to the whitewater and isn't able to ride out. So when you do those airs, you try and get that rotation. You want to make sure that that board goes past the parallel of the whitewater so you can ride out and spin back around towards the beach. No harm, no foul. He didn't have priority. He wasn't even far out. He just decided to try his luck on that inside section.
So scores coming through. Dean with a 4.5 and a 4.5. That'll give him a 9-point total and the lead. Miguel Tudela with the highest single wave score of this heat so far, that 6.33, coming on the strength of a really great combination of turns. Here we see Anderson Tascon, Team Colombia. Got a 2.43 to start himself off. Going again for the big finish there and goes down. That end section wreaking havoc on some of our surfers so far.
That was tricky because it didn't actually mush out. That inside section broke, almost kind of barreled. And as he came down, the explosion from the lip boosted his surfboard upwards and he lost his balance. That was unfortunate for the 30-year-old Anderson Tascon. Coming down here with his brother Jefferson. They live in Costa Rica and Playa Jaco. They say they love to surf pavones, and who wouldn't? If you live in Costa Rica, you tend to migrate towards the southern border when those big south swells coming from New Zealand hit the Central American coastline.
So we got 13 and a half minutes to go. Anderson Tascon needs a 4.98. Remy Peterson, who's got a really interesting story, representing the Netherlands. He lives in J Bay, South Africa. Here's Remy. So far, so good on this wave. Navigating some wild bumps coming up the face and doing it nicely. Strong finish for Remy.
His instincts were on point. That was a very difficult transition from almost falling on that second turn to regaining composure and being able to connect with the lip a third time. So the 28-year-old doing really well. That was a tricky section. You see how many lumps and bumps there are. Floats. Clean carve. This was wave number 1 for Remy. I believe that came in at a 3.17.
So maybe trying to take from the playbook of Marlon Lipke and just wait out there for something solid to start. He's got a 4.10 and a 3.17, climbing up the rankings a little bit there, gets himself into third place. Anderson Tascon drops to fourth. Dean Vanderwall still in the lead. Tudela in second. Tudela sitting on a 1.07. Second priority for Tudela. So Dean and Miguel right there in that battle for the top spot. We know Miguel Tudela and his firepower, that 1.07, will be gone shortly.
Yeah, it'll be replaced for sure. Now, the interesting thing about this heat is that Dean gets 2 identical scores. What does that tell him? He must be thinking, well, I have to push harder. I got to make that, that leap up into the 6-point range if I want to win this heat. As we see him eyeing this wave, Cote.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the style, you look at the finesse, the precision of his turns. He kind of has that prototypical QS threat look to his surfing.
I personally like that wave a little bit more. He went a little bit more radical on that first section, releasing the fins. Really clean, slow carve back into the power source. Wave backs off, but he does get that little inside bonus section. So if you compare that to the pair of 4.5s that he got towards the beginning of the heat, I believe he might lift the requirement for Miguel Tudela.
Could get another 4.5.
Good. Then again, judges are paying a lot of attention to that inside section of the wave. They really like to see big moves on the inside, and his wave backed off. So although he had that big first maneuver, the wave kind of went slow. So we'll see what the judges decide. They're the ones that will make that call.
Surf City, El Salvador, holding Miguel Tudela. That's the firework display that we wanted to see, but we want to see a make. Tudela goes down on the front side air. Surf City is now got to be considered the surf capital of El Salvador, with so many waves right here in this vicinity. You've got some really cool hotels. The vibe on the streets is amazing. You might want to put El Salvador, Surf City, on your list of future destinations as we see Dean Vanderwall.
See, that's exactly what I was talking about. That first maneuver on the outside section was beautiful, but after that, the wave completely backed off. And let's have a look at Miguel Tudela right here. Connects with the lip beautifully, extends, grabs his board, and as he was spinning that board around, he catches his heel side edge and goes down. The attempt, the technique was there, as we see him once again paddling for this one under priority.
Tudela on the inside. Quick turn to start, eyeing the ramp at the end of this wave. He finds it, opts for a nice clean finish, so a 3-turn combination for Miguel Tudela. Remember, he's trying to get rid of a 1.07, did that and some with that last wave.
Yeah, that was smart surfing. He didn't want to risk it again. as we see our surfer from the Netherlands.
Remy Peterson. Oh, he could have a good line to work with on the inside. Goes for the float. Kind of uses that whitewash to his advantage. Popping off the lip there. Looking for the finish. Did see a quick glimpse of his fins. So for Remy Peterson, that could potentially be his best wave. He's looking to better a 4.10 and a 3.17. Now probably be right there in that zone.
I believe so. I think what happened there is that floater maneuver is a great transitional maneuver, but it almost seemed as if he waited for the wave to actually do that floater rather than actually seeing the section and gliding over it. So I feel like that section of the wave allowed him to maybe go up and above the lip. So maybe there's a little bit of hesitation. We'll see that in the scores that the judges give him.
This is your surfer in yellow, Anderson Tascon. He gets the finish. So now we have a pretty good exchange, and I would say a kind of a mid-range score exchange, but we know how important those backup scores have been throughout this contest.
As we see a beautiful drone shot of El Sunsal. Literally, you can walk there from La Bocana. Probably in the morning. You don't want to do that midday. It's very, very hot.
El Sunsal. So here at La Bocana, nice right-left peak, El Sunsal. More of a traditional point break. You see nice long walls coming from way outside. Plenty of sections to work with as well.
The gentleman will be surfing there this afternoon. So heat 2 of the main round of the men's is going to go there.
We'll check in now, the women's division.
In first is red from Peru. In second is blue
Melanie
from
Gutierrez.
Belgium. In third is white from Netherlands. And in fourth is yellow from
So
Colombia.
also a Peruvian surfer, Melanie
6
Junta,
minutes
alongside
and
Summer
55
Sivori from
seconds
Mexico,
remaining.
Tatiana
Blue you
Dudova
have priority, second priority
from
red, third
RSF,
priority
and
white,
Feliz
fourth
Astacio
priority yellow.
from the Dominican.
So the women right now are fighting for spots in round 2, which we will see here at La
Okay, so
Bocana
blue, you're in the third
at lunch.
position,
Summer
looking for
Savori,
4.90 to go
her
to the
backhand.
second place.
An interesting wave because
Yellow,
you
you're
have
in
a
the fourth
long time to
position, looking
set
for
up
6.03
your turns.
to go to the second
Patience
place.
is going to be a key factor when surfing El
6
Sunsal.
minutes
And
20
wave
seconds
selection.
remaining.
Definitely. You
Blue,
see
you
this
have
inside
priority,
section right there. That
second
is going
priority
to
red,
be a
third
huge
priority
factor
white,
because
fourth
some of them go
priority
completely flat and disappear.
yellow.
Others give you that
Situación en
one
el agua,
final
chicos, es la
opportunity
siguiente, liderando el
to
heat, el
grab the
competidor
judge's
rojo,
attention with a big strong
peruano.
finish.
En segunda posición está
So
Azul.
you would hope that the men who will be competing up there later today are over there watching, studying. Not an easy wave to read. Definitely a fun wave to surf, but when you switch things up and go into competition mode, you've got a lot of thinking to do on these waves and a lot of time to do it. Sometimes too much time to think on a wave can hinder your performance because you're overthinking it.
Absolutely, and sometimes thinking too much about the wave and your boards that you're going to ride can also hinder you. So you want an array of surfboards here with you, but do you want too many? I heard Hiroto Ohara has more than 10 boards down here, and he actually told his coach, Masatoshi Ono, hey, you can ride this one. I don't mind if you break it because I have so many.
Hide a few of these so I don't have that option. This is Melanie again. Nice swooping cut back there. Full credit to our women going backside on this wave. It's not an easy job to make backside surfing look nice and smooth and clean on kind of an open, flatter face wave like we see at El Sunsal. You know, they're going to really want to be waiting for those critical vertical sections to come at them.
5 minutes remaining.
But again, you know, when you only have 20 minutes in a heat, you got to make do with what you got.
Estamos entrando en la recta final de
Here you
este
see Feliz Estacio on the inside.
número 28 de esta segunda jornada del Surf City El Salvador.
Up and out there, we're going to be finishing up the men's round 25, heat 25 to 36. And then please stay tuned for women's round 2, which will move to La Bocana right around lunchtime. Plenty of waves coming through at El Sunsal.
It looks really fun out there. You can actually see how it's a wave magnet. El Sunsal kind of sticks out a little bit more, easily a good 500 meters further out than La Bocana. La Bocana actually breaks really close to shore, directly in front of a river mouth, which is why it's called La Bocana, La Boca del Río. And El Sunsal sticking out, so it gets a little bit more consistency. And the ladies having an absolute blast being able to surf perfect waves with only 3 other competitors in the water.
I'd say this is one of the few places, in the world that you could truly have any kind of event with multiple areas. You could see, a professional stand-up paddle event, a longboarding event, a juniors event going down here with so many options. And, the ISA World Surfing Games, one of the bigger surf events you're going to see on the schedule. Hundreds of competitors. We've got over 120 women competing. That's a record. And, you kind of multiply that by 2 with men and women, and you've got a lot of surfers and a lot of heats to surf. So thankfully we have 2 world-class waves at our disposal. Right now, a little slow over here at La Bocana, but you will see the size increase throughout the day according to Surfline. The tide is going to fluctuate immensely.
It
right
already
now,
is dropping.
Yeah, right now we're kind of sitting at that medium tide, but is going to drain out fast. And I think that will help La Bocana at this size. Maybe just provide a little bit more cup on the wave, a little bit more of a power pocket for these surfers to work with. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Tudela now in the lead. Erased that 1.07 and put a 4.93 on the board. Dean van der Waal in second. Remy Peterson third. And this is Anderson Tascon fighting for a 6.03. He's not going to get it on that last wave. Dean van der Waal does have priority out the back. Miguel Tudela with second priority. So we'll see now what Dean chooses for his next wave. That when you say a surfer has priority, that means that no other surfer in the lineup can contest them in their search for a wave.
They could.
They can, but if they do, they're in trouble.
Only one of their waves would count as we see a replay of Miguel Tudela's last ride. Clean, beautiful surfing. This wave came in at a 4.93, so smart surfing from him. He could have gone to the air on that last section, but he knew he wanted to apply the pressure and get himself comfortably in that first position. Dean van der Waal, his last wave came in at a 4.30, so does not get into his top 2. He needs to find a better wave as we see Miguel, our surfer from Punta Hermosa, Peru, up and riding.
Tudela, strong forehand, big air game. Can he ride out? He cannot, so even though he was riding upright in the whitewater, if you don't get it in front of the whitewash with your nose clearly visible to the judges, it will be deemed a fall, but nicely done on the outside section.
Super nice, long, drawn-out carve. Because he bottom turns. He's looking and eyeing that lip, forcing that third maneuver. He really didn't have much time to pull it off. I believe almost he wanted to kind of stay in that white water. Going out into the flats on that particular ride maybe would have cost him a fin or 2.
See right there. Now, if this was a video for his Instagram, you cut it right there, call it a make. But in a contest, we have to keep a critical eye on the surfers.
Look at how shallow it is, Chris, right there. He is a good 50 meters away from the shoreline, and he's standing in knee-high water.
Slippery, slightly treacherous. Watch those ankles on your way in. Here's last looks of Anderson Tascon representing Team Colombia. He's looking for a big finish. That section can be menacing. He does ride out nicely.
He was looking to replace a 2.43. He's done that.
That was a great finishing turn.
He does need a 6.03 to make it into the second position.
It's going to be it for Heat 28. Miguel Tudela with a 6.33 and a 4.93, a convincing victory. But full credit to Dean van der Waal, the 19-year-old representing Team Belgium, putting on a strong showing there. He will be moving through into the next round. And you've got 2 surfers that will be heading to the repecharge round with Anderson Tascon and Remy Peterson heading to the next repecharge round, which is an elimination round. If you lose in the repecharge, your time here at the ISA World Surfing Games is over. But you also can fight your way through into the main podium from that round. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Música pop 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Escucha Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very good morning to everybody joining us on the World Wide Web. Thanks for joining us. It is day number 2 here, your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We got 3 in this heat, and we're continuing on with round 1 with the men, so we go to heat 29, and that is the look that you're going to be seeing out here. Nikita Avdi from the Russian Surfing Federation, Felipe Toledo from Brazil, and Shea Allen, of course, going to be competing too as well from Barbados. So looking forward to it. Brad J in the booth, Shannon Hughes alongside, and here we go, back to surfing action. How excited are you?
Oh, so excited. It's so wonderful to be here in El Salvador. El Tunco has just been on fire. Great little setup for our competitors. An amazing, location as far as surf is concerned. La Bocana has been firing this morning. We've got surf happening down at El Sunzal, and it is just such a beautiful day. Again, very sunny. We've got great swell on the forecast, and it's going to be a really exciting day of surfing ahead of us.
That's funny that you bring that up, because we're actually looking kind of at the surf forecast. You know, we do a great job and, get all the information for Surfline, but the seconds are coming up. It's going to get better. It's going to get bigger, and today is probably the lemon next to the pie, as we're going to see that thing kind of pick back up. And we get right down to business. Felipe Toledo from Brazil, 26 years old, going to work on this one. You don't see a lot of the guys taking on the rights so much. You see pretty much most of the action on the left, but with the tide changing, we'll see how that changes with what their choices are.
Well, it's an exciting morning. We've got a few Olympians in the lineup for the next couple of heats that we get to call Brad. Felipe Toledo, of course, qualified for the Brazilian contingency, and he had that qualification out of the 2019 World Surf League WCT results alongside, oh, I'm so sorry, my apologies.
That puts him, he's actually the first alternate, correct?
Correct, my apologies.
Because it's Michel Borges from France and Jeremy Flores. They already secured themselves, punched their ticket to Tokyo, but for Felipe Toledo, how important is it for him to really do good here at this event?
Oh, well, yeah, so the importance of his result out of this event really doesn't come into factor, to be honest. Like, it would be amazing for him to be able to win a gold medal for the ISA World Surfing Games. But as you mentioned, him being the alternate, not actually on the Brazilian team alongside of Italo and Gabriel, he's already got that alternate spot based on his 2019 CT
Here's
results.
Avdiyev right here, dropping in from the Russian Surfing Federation off the top on that first one. Nice, good cutty right there. Let it build up. Looking to get a little corner section here to work with. One more. And it breaks those fins loose, but that's not going to count. The judges, as Chris Cote was saying earlier, they want to see you right away. They want to see that you're confident. You pulled the trick off, see your nose in front of that white water.
Oh, yeah, you've got to pull out of it confidently. We saw that with a couple of waves yesterday where those surfers just bounced off right before riding out complete, and that's super, super important. That was a nice-looking wave. So it looks like, some of that swell size is maybe going to start peaking throughout today, through the end of the day.
Well, we got that tide dropping just like it was yesterday. You're looking at right now 9:30 our time here. The low tide is a 12:30 low tide, and that's a .43 today. So we're seeing the difference right there. 3 hours away from the actual low tide, and then a high tide comes up like gangbusters. 6:45 comes up to 6:59. Taking a look at some of the replays here.
From Nikita, great off the top to start. Love that little hand drag as he comes up into the lip once again.
Stylish.
So much style. Love that you can just see that kind of poise as he's coming through and hits that finish.
Boy, that slow-mo just really looks so sick. And like you said, where he drags his hand, you could really see it as he did on both those bottom turns. He dragged his hand and just kind of kept him right in the sweet spot of that wave.
Yeah, extremely stylish, like you mentioned. Unfortunately, unable to ride out at the end. But what a great way for him to start and just find some rhythm. I mean, he really looked like he could feel it on that wave.
What do you think goes through a guy like Felipe Toledo from Brazil, who is the first alternate, and he's not a guaranteed spot? But I mean, the way you look at how Gabriel surfs and how you look at Italo, the way they surf, you know, it's not a done deal. Like, he's not going to make it. Being the first alternate, when these guys are, you know, busting out doing backflips almost every single day, anything can happen. I mean, you'd hate to see that, but you got to be ready to compete at any moment.
Well, I think where you're going with that is injury conversation, right? Yeah. Being that
I was
Italo
trying to
and
kind
Gabriel,
of tip tap around that.
I think it's a fair conversation for us to have because yesterday we saw Italo and Gabriel. I mean, such an incredible show on for our spectators and just for them to kind of get a warm up here at the World Surfing Games, going to the air massively. There is the risk of a knee injury, something with the ankles, and we've already seen that coming through from the USA team.
Yes, we
Flo
have.
Andino and both John Florence, the two Olympians for Team USA, are out for injury at the moment. So there is the potential that we see Kelly Slater get an alternate position because of that on that side of things.
And that was John's second injury too, as well. As that we look at the Russian Federation surfer right here, Nikita Abdiv. But we see that like John had an injury with the knee, had surgery, and then had the other knee. So that's a tough one to go. So if you're Kelly Slater, you just play the waiting game, much if you're like you're Toledo at this point.
Exactly. I mean, for Felipe Toledo, there's every opportunity he needs to stay sharp and stay in form, just like Shea Allen.
Shea Allen under the lip right there, trying to get that thing solid. Let's check in third member of our team. It's Jody Nelson standing by. Jody?
Thank you very much, Brad. Yeah, down here with Team Peru, Miguel Tudela, who just had a great performance in that last heat. Miguel, one of my friends that we're all cheering for, although I know all the female surfers are cheering for Sofia Milanovic, but talk to us a little bit about Team Peru and what the vibes are amongst the team coming into this event.
We've been like training a little bit separate, but at the same time we've been really strong on the last couple ISAs because we're a team that we cheer for each other the whole time. So
sorry, there was a massive air behind you.
So yeah, Felipe's gonna do crazy things out there. And yeah, I mean Peru, it's been there on the top 5 for the last couple years, and we already have one spot on the Olympics, so we're trying to get another one out there, and we're just doing our best to get that spot.
Well, we're all sitting back looking at the stats and the paperwork, trying to crunch numbers and figure out who needs to do what. Do you guys talk about that, and do you know what you need to do to make the Olympic team?
Not really. I mean, I think there's only 5 spots, so it doesn't really care what you do. It just need to do your best and try to be on the top 5 of the event, so you're gonna be for sure qualified. So I would say win the event and you're not gonna have any trouble to get the spot, you know? So just do your best, heat by heat, and that's it.
So you're in it to win it is what I'm hearing, and hopefully Sophia's hearing the same thing. But congratulations on the last team. We can't wait to keep cheering you guys on.
Thank you very
and
much.
If you want to say hi to anybody at home.
Sí, decirle a todos hola ahí en casa. Sé que están todos muy pendientes, muchos mensajes. Así que nada, gracias por el apoyo, gracias por las buenas vibras y bueno, a votar muchachos, que se vienen unas elecciones difíciles y acá nosotros vamos a dejar todo en la cancha para que el Perú esté arriba. Vamos. Gracias.
There you go. Thank you so much, Jody, catching up with the last heat. But I'll tell you what, the Brazilian tornado out here during that interview. We're talking about Felipe Toledo just going to the air. We'll take a look at it in a little bit. But let's go back to the action as we look outside. A little something coming in right now.
Wow, I mean, that was absolutely wild. Scores are dropping in from that last wave of Felipe Toledo, an 8.83.
That's the biggest score that we've seen, I think, the whole entire 2 days that we've been under competition. So, and he's not done yet. Here's Felipe, as I said, the Brazilian tornado back at it. He's going to work to this inside section, let it build, and just go to the air on that one.
Do you think they had their team meeting, you know, a couple days ago, arrived in El Salvador, get used to, you know, get to their hotel rooms, get their first surf in, team meeting, airs only.
Okay, now watch this right here. Alley-oop 3. I mean, you cannot hit that any better. That is textbook. Take another look here. Watch, he sets it up, spins towards the wave, sets it down, perfecto, and that is almost a 9.0. Wow.
Excellent surfing from the Toledo Tornado. Oh my goodness. This is so exciting. I love that these men are bringing it. They're on fire. They've been training on the sides. For Felipe, being that alternate spot, he needs to stay in top form. There's every possibility that our provisionally qualified surfers fall out for one reason or another.
Exactly. Look
to be in form like this, Felipe is going to look great if he gets that opportunity.
And Nikita Avdiv, the Russian Surfing Federation, great drone footage. He's going to break the fins loose on that. Can he get out in front of that whitewater? No, he cannot. And you look at it, okay, so Felipe is a first alternate for Brazil, okay? That just shows you how strong Team Brazil is. I mean, you look at Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, and then you sometimes forget Felipe Toledo, he's in the mix too. He may be an alternate, but that dude can win at any time.
Well, speaking of that and how well he did, these qualifications for our championship tour competitors came from the 2019 season. Ranked number 1 in 2019 on the WSLCT Tour, Italo Ferreira. Ranked number 2, Gabriel Medina.
Yep.
Number 3, Jordy Smith, so the South African gets in there.
Okay.
Number 4, Felipe Toledo.
Yeah.
So in any other conversation, he would be in a moment.
In a moment, exactly. Any other country, too, as well. You got to know that he would be in there. And look at Avdiv keeping busy here. So he's going to drop in this one, looking for an 8.54 to get up on the top spot. Nice hack right there. He's got time for one more. Redirects that, gets back in, rides it out. Look at that. He's got the little claim right there, too. He's feeling good. He's getting some waves. And you know what? That's good because you're not letting yourself get caught up in the Toledo show. You're just like, I got to still pay attention to what I'm doing and focus at the task at hand.
Well, he's doing a great job. So our surfer from the Russian Surfing Federation, Nikita, he's got a 3.3 on the scoreboard at the moment, but he's going to probably better that with that last wave. Put his best score into the mix and put some more pressure on our surfer from Barbados, Shea Allen. Shea Allen, we know, grew up in Mexico, born in Barbados and representing his home country. But has had some time to surf some of those big, heavy waves on the Mexican coastline.
And, you know, and he's fit. He was fit at the World Juniors, too. So he's got the skills to get up there and compete with the best of the best. So you know he can do it. He just needs the waves to be able to make it happen.
Absolutely.
But I'll tell you what,
Another
man.
set rolling through.
Yeah, I feel like this heat is really getting paid off. Here's Felipe with our drone shot here. Off the bottom, hits it straight up vertical on that. Cuddy there kind of breaks those fins loose. Late on that lip, but it was able to ride away from it. So 3 solid maneuvers right there. Felipe looks like he is just en route to winning this heat the way he's surfing.
Well, he just needs to drop that 3.0 from his low score.
That should get rid of it right there.
He'll be doing okay.
I feel like that's close to a 5. Take another look here.
So drives up into the lip. Great opening turn. And just continues to hammer away, like you said. Releases those fins slightly. Comes in under the lip. He'll ride out clean. So 3-turn combination. Again, kind of back to the meat and potatoes of it, right? Just get those turns down. And then taking a look at last from Nikita. Driving up into lip. What a great surfer this guy. Grew up, born and raised in the Ural Mountains, 2,000 kilometers from the ocean. Saw a photo of a surfer in a magazine that his dad had when he was 5, and he knew he wanted to be a surfer. That's that guy's story to becoming an Olympic hopeful.
Here's Shea Allen now from Barbados, trying to see what he can do. Needs a 3.88 to get to that number 2 spot. So doable, but you got to stay on to make that happen.
Yeah, you really need to stay in form at this stage. 5 minutes on the clock, counting down. Scores are coming in. So last score of Nikita a 4.07 for the Russian Surfing Federation. Puts him in a solid second place position.
5 minutes
Oh,
Shea
look at that.
Allen.
It's buckled.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, you can see the crease right above the fins right there. So that board is definitely buckled.
Just make sure you stay close to the buoy.
That's an
Well,
unfortunate situation, but he's still waiting for a score to drop, though, right?
he's still waiting for a score to drop in, so we don't have the official score for his last wave.
Which will replace that 3. The 3 is going to go away.
And it's going to put a lot more pressure. It could even put our surfer in second position into a combination situation.
Remember, these are the first round, so it is a double elimination format. So we're still in the first round of the men. So even if you lose your heat right here, you are definitely not out.
So down to 4 minutes. That's all the conversation is going to rest on what comes through for Felipe, because it's either going to put Nikita into a combination situation or it's going to keep him in reach of taking that lead away from Felipe Toledo. Shea Allen is a phenomenal surfer. He's had so many good results that's also someone that we can't count out. He's got small scores on the board at the moment, but he's just chasing a 3.88 to get that advancing position for the top round, the main round to continue on.
Felipe's score comes in 6.27. So look at that, 15.10 is two-wave score as we look at Nikita here. Right under the lip, kind of a late drop. Gets ejected on that, so that's not going to change things. He stays in that number 2 spot. But for Felipe to have a buckled board right now, I don't think it matters at all, because for him, he could come in with 3 minutes left and still has a good chance of winning this heat right now.
Oh, he's set. He's set and solid. He doesn't have anything to worry about now that second score came through as a really solid one.
Think about this. The 3 biggest scores that we've seen through yesterday and today have all been the Brazilian contingency. They're the ones who've been doing it.
Yeah, they're really coming out firing. Like you said, goes for a huge alley-oop, lands it clean, rides out into the flats. That score dropped through as an 8.83 for his opener to competition this week.
And then taking another look here. When we talk about alley-oop, but look, he almost tweaks it to the opposite way before he spins. Alley-oop is spinning up the wave, so you're spinning up the wave. You're not going for the air reverse or a full rotation 3. You're spinning up and going. I think it's one of my favorite airs to see, because you're blind. Once you turn to the alley-oop, you don't see your landing until you rotate back around.
So much risk, putting it all on the line.
But for him, you're the first alternate. Throw everything you got, including the kitchen sink at it.
Couldn't agree more. Having a look now at these last couple waves from Nikita. Love that little claim back down to the beach. So he's sitting in that second place position. He's still in the advancing top 2 spots. Shea Allen has some work on his hands. He's sitting in second priority. Felipe Toledo with first priority, and Felipe's going to have a look at this one on the buckled board.
Yeah, remember, he's got a buckled board, so his board's going to be a lot slower. But look at the turn with a buckled board. Oh, that's so sweet. 2 big turns, 3 good turns, throwing buckets on every single turn, and then hits it again. I'm surprised he hasn't buckled it again. At this point, with a minute 38, yeah, you just need to just come on in and grab your next board.
Well, he's looking to improve on a 6.27. May as well just stay out there and have some fun.
He's gonna do it.
I mean, those were huge turns.
Yeah.
Like, that was extremely impressive surfing.
But your board flexes. I mean, when you get a buckle in a board, it's just not the same. It's not stiff. It doesn't give you that opportunity to get the speed, but it looks like it doesn't affect Toledo at all.
Does he need the opportunity to create speed, though, or does he just do that naturally? Because that wave, we can see another wave peeking out the back, 50 seconds on the clock.
Oh, both of them.
Shea Allen has priority right now. He just needs a 3.88 to take an advancing position, and the scores are in.
And taking another look here.
It's an 8.87, highest wave of the event on the buckled board. Felipe Toledo, the Brazilian. He's looking for gold this week.
I didn't even think that thing was going to score that big, but the judges know a lot more about it, and they're paying attention. Maybe they give more points because he's doing it on a buckled board. No, I doubt that's how it works.
Absolutely not, but just look at this. I mean, perfect timing. It's also the shape of that wave. He's got a really good pocket going on it the whole way through. No downtime between those turns. Excellent transitions. I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing. And
maybe everyone's going to start riding buckled boards now. They're going to say, whoa, look how good it is. Your board flexes. It gives you some turn off the bottom.
Down to the last few seconds on the clock as we have another look at the highest wave of the day, the 8.87.
And so what was the alley-oop, the frontside alley-oop? What was the score on that?
That
one?
was an 8.83.
So
So slightly more. Threw in 3 big maneuvers. Maybe with the alley-oop, had gotten some kind of turn after that land, and able to tag the lip as well on the finish.
one thing I did like about it, like I was saying, is when he goes for the alley-oop, he kind of tweaks it just enough. Okay, give me the score. Shea Allen.
Well, we have a score dropping in. So Shea Allen was able to get a wave in those last few seconds. It's going to count. We're just waiting for it to come through. He was chasing our surfer in white, a 3.88 from Barbados, to overtake our surfer in yellow from the Russian Surfing Federation. 3.88. It's going to be so close.
See, well, I remember
We're
double
just waiting
elimination,
for
so
that average.
even you're not out. Even if you end up in third in that heat, you still have to be. You have to have 2 losses. So remember, these are just the first rounds of the guys we're finishing up from yesterday. All right, well, we'll get back. We'll find the scores and check everything out. We got round 1, heat 30. That's on the way. It's your 2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. More after this.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And we are live at a world-class surf spot here in El Salvador called La Bocana, out here just in the shadows of El Tunco. Brad J. and Shannon Hughes with the call, and we are now round 1, heat number 30. We're back at it, and it looks like Red Andy Guerreri from Spain. He's going to start things right now. Going to work to the inside, kind of letting it build up, getting some face height. Nice, good turn there, throwing some buckets. Hits that late. Oh, airdrop back in, but not able to ride away from that.
Great start. And the official results in from that last heat as we were waiting
What
for
happened?
a score to drop. Shea Allen took off on a wave, ends up getting a score that's just shy by a millipoint.
So Shea is going to have to be battling back with a loss in the first round. So he's definitely got his work cut out for him now.
So with that, Nikita Avedev from the Russian Surfing Federation advances through into main round 2 with Felipe Toledo.
Pretty cool stuff for the Russian Surfing Federation to see one of their competitors make it around, get out of there. I mean, especially competing against, some of the top dogs out there.
Oh, amazing. And great surfing. So talented, such a crazy story growing up, being born thousands of kilometers away from the ocean.
Yeah, and just to be able to see a surf picture and then be able to make that connection. And this is yellow right now. Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico on this one. He's going to cut back and get back to the white water. Let that face build up. We've been seeing the face get a little bit stronger here on the inside. He gets knocked down to his belly and not going to be able to get a big score on that one. But early in the heat, plenty of time. Dwight Pastrana, 20 years old. So in this, here you go, Andy Guerreri from Spain in red, Alan Cleland, Mexico in white, Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico in yellow, and Garen Price in that blue jersey from Jamaica. All right, well, we got a wave right now going on. This is Andy Guerreri getting on his inside. He's going to hit that lip and not able to come away with that. So let's check in with Jody Nelson, who's standing by. Jody.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, down here with Felipe. Felipe, Team Brazil is so stacked, and Gabriel and Itala have been on fire, as well as yourself on the world tour. So exciting to have you guys here. What is your approach heading to Tokyo, knowing, with how the team is stacking up?
Oh yeah, it's been really fun the last couple of days, and we're getting a lot of waves here, a lot of practice, and it's been really good just hanging out with the boys and Brazil team. With everything going on, it feels good to have some laughs and a good time. And yeah, feeling good to be here and trying to get my spot on there to go to Tokyo. But I feel like Brazil team has amazing two surfers to represent the country, and yeah, I'm happy with that.
Amazing. Now, I'm so used to seeing you standing on cobblestone rocks at lowers. We've done so many interviews there, and you've had so many great moments there. How does this wave stack up compared to lowers? Any similarities?
Yes, of course, right and left. The right a bit longer, and with a good wall. Left a bit shorter but steeper, and good air sections. And I feel like it just has a bit more power to it here. And it's great, felt at home.
A lot of countries around the world look up to you guys. You guys are the Brazilian Storm. You've been coined that for a long time. We have some teams that are competing here for the first time. What do you have to say to people watching at home who maybe don't have a team at the ISA or are thinking about getting into surfing? What do you have to say to those people watching?
Don't think about too much. Just go. It's amazing to be here, seeing all these different countries and all these different talents. It's always fun, and I mean, it was hard to imagine that I was going to be surfing against someone from Russia, so it's amazing. And they're all really good surfers. It's really fun to watch. And all the passion from their teams, cheering and supporting them. And it's really cool. It's an environment full of, happiness, and everyone's just having a good time.
Well, I know you guys have been on the road for a long time, away from loved ones. I said this to Kanoa as well. Anything you want to say to people watching, your fans and family watching at home?
Can I say in Portuguese?
Yeah.
Valeu toda a galera que tá torcendo, minha família, beijo, minha esposa, pai, mãe, meus filhos, amo vocês. E é isso aí, valeu.
Thank you, Felipe.
Thank you.
Oh, man, that is awesome. You know what? He is a class act right there. Felipe Toledo, a class act, and giving a shout out to his wife, too, as well, and family. Really cool to see that. Now we go back outside right now in white. That is Alan Cleland. Alan Cleland representing Team Mexico, trying to work something here on the inside, let that face kind of build up. Now he's getting a little bit of a runner here. He's going to go to the air, spin it around, and not able to punch that and come away on that one.
Great effort. Love him throwing in something different at the finish on that wave. We know that Alan has had some great results in the past. In 2019, he was the runner-up for the World Junior Championships.
He surfed so good during that, too.
Absolutely amazing. So we've got, some great talent from those young competitors coming through as well. And for someone like Alan Cleland, the Olympics is absolutely an opportunity out of this week.
Well, and think about it, too, talking to Mitchell, our Spanish broadcaster, and he's saying that, he's a second-generation pro surfer. His dad was a pro surfer, so pro surfing is in his genes for sure.
Growing up in Boca de Pascuales in Mexico, and really
It's a heavy wave. Pascuales is a very heavy wave right there. And if you're growing up riding that all the time, that's not a bad situation for sure. Much like growing up here and surfing El Salvador and the juice that El Salvador provides on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's really powerful out there. I mean, even to here, as we take a look at this replay from Garen Brights from Jamaica. So driving off the top, couple really nice quick snaps, just flying down the line and put so much power into that finish. And then looking at last of Allen. So just some transitional maneuvers. You can see that kind of poise that he's got as he tries to line up this inside section. Taking a note out of the Brazilian book and unable to finish off, but he was right there. I'm sure that we'll see more of that.
And then we go to Garen Price in the water right now for Jamaica, a Jamaican National Open champ. And one of the things that Garen Price said, that he's here to spread good vibes. And I feel like that's the entire Jamaican team is out here to spread good vibes.
Absolutely.
Looking at Alan Cleland here. Hits that thing a little bit late, able to come down from it. We see a little bit of set action out back right now, and looks like we got Andy Correa from Spain into this one. They're keeping busy now. They're not getting the sets I feel like we had on the last heat, but all the surfers are keeping busy in this heat. He's going to get one more in there. Nice, good spray. It rides away super clean, right in front of the rocks. There they are, spreading those good vibes, the Jamaicans. Right there.
It's so good to have a team like that representing here. And, man, I'm just loving the look of that inside section at the moment. It's really starting to shape up well as that tide is dropping out. Provide some little ramps and some decent sections to really hit on the inside.
And you and I were talking about tides. You know, you're looking at full low tide is in just about 2.5 hours from right now. We'll have a full low tide at 0.43. And then it will come up to a 6.59 at 6:45 tonight. So that's the tide breakdown.
And having a look at that last one from Allen. Finishes off really well, 3-turn combination. He is currently sitting in second position. This is our heat leader, Andy, just driving in on the tail, representing Spain, and has a dream of being an Olympic surfer. That is 100% vocally his intentions in being here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, we also have 2 competitions going on. We still have round 1 for the women that started yesterday over at El Sunzal, which is just up the beach. As you see us kind of going past the El Tunco rock right here from El Tunco, and we creep on over to El Sunzal where the ladies are competing over there. Now, later on today, after they finish first rounds, they will start their second rounds over here, and the men will go over to El Sunzal. So we look into women's right now. I think, is it Carissa Moore in this heat, I think?
So exciting to see a bit of action from the ladies. And just to get a look also at what our other venue is. It's great that they're so close together and having a paddle now. Carissa Moore up and riding. Love that little stall to start off with. Starts driving down the line and goes for that first big carve straight back into the pocket. Oh, it's starting to stand up so nicely in front of her. It's almost like she's out at sunset or something on a small day.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, breaks the fins is solid.
That was sick.
Hits it again. How many is this? And the tricky thing about El Sunzal, nice turn right there, is that wave gets fat. As you can see it kind of getting this fat deep water section right here, which is tough to do, but she stayed with the sweet spot of that wave all the way through and had, what was that, like 5 or 6 mega turns right there for Carissa?
That was amazing. I love seeing what that wave has on offer because that really did stand up. It had some really decent shape to it all the way through in a bit of a critical pocket. And to be able to see a surfer like Carissa Moore, you know, one of the absolute best, the 4-time world champion from the WSL Championship Tour, just tear it apart like that is a wonderful thing.
There's the coach for the U.S. team.
Brett Simpson down on the shoreline.
Simpo hanging out, watching it. I'm sure he's pleased with that. And the thing with El Sunzal, it's a different wave because it has, you can sit deep on it and really make a good section. Now, that's not the same wave all the time. It feels like the wave has 2 different locations to sit. I always felt that the farther you sit deep on it, you can get that connector and it's going to give you a few more turns, where then if you're taking the separator peak at the end and trying to get something off that, that's the one that usually goes into that deep water and gets kind of fat and slopey.
So it's worth the wait, staying out the back, wait for the decent wave to come through, and get 5, 6, 7 turns to the beach.
And that's the way it works out there for sure. Here we go. Back at it, Garen Price, the Jamaican, flying on this one. Kind of trying to do, looks like he almost went over someone right there paddling back out. What was that? That was White, Alan Cleland. And now we take a look at this one. This looks like Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico. He's going to drop in this, give a little cut back to get right back. Rail grab cut back. Just letting it build up, waiting for that section. Hits it with a front side layback slash right there. And that's what he's going to get. And you know what? He's trying to get rid of the 1.83. That definitely should do that.
Well, we knew there was some potential in having a look at that score line, Brad. We've got Alan Cleland in the lead. He's dropped in a 7.0 for that last 3-turn combination into the shoreline. So he's sitting in a pretty confident lead as we take another look at this last one from Dwight Pastrana. Driving down the line and hammers it into the lip. He is currently sitting in that 4th position, so he's really just looking to get that campaign started, and he's off to a good one. Down to 6 minutes on the clock, though, and the Jamaican smashing the finish. Nice 2-turn combination. So a score to drop in for him. May factor into his top 2. And then this one from Allen.
How smooth is that? Digs the nose and pops it right back up.
Oh, it just looks so silky.
Everything is so fluid with Alan Cleland. Take another look here.
This is why he was the runner-up to the World Junior Championship.
Look at that nose. Almost half of his board was buried into that wave, and he puts the pressure on his tail right out of that thing.
Yeah, and he doesn't even miss a step. That transition was just perfect, coming all the way through to the inside. So that was that wave that was rewarded with a 7.0 as the highest wave in the heat so far. And taking a look at this from Garen Price.
Looks like he almost ran over Cleveland on that.
Big exchange all the way around from Dwight as well. Like you said, that big rail grab, and then he puts on the finishing touch here. So he's dropped in a 3.3, which does drop in as his highest score, but keeps him in 3rd position. So current situation, Alan Cleland in the lead, Andy Creer sitting in 2nd, chasing a 6.14. Garen Price and Dwight Pastrana with some work on their hands. A 4.31 required for Garen and a 6.0 for Dwight.
And I don't think that 4.3 run is a tough task for Garen Price. He's definitely got the skills to beat that. He's already put up a 5, so that's something that's quite doable. Dwight Pastrana, you know, he's been there with a couple of threes, mid-threes and some change. So he's trying to mix that up, and if he could get a 6, that'd put up in the top 2. But Andy Carreri from Spain, he's not going to just go away easy. And Alan Cleland, he's not stopping anytime soon as that clock now tipping down to 4 minutes and 55 seconds left in this heat. Round 1, heat 30 in the water.
Well, between Alan and Andy, coming down to the final 5 minutes, both of them are in those top 2 priority positions. They're really controlling what happens in the lineup now. That puts a lot of pressure on our surfer from Jamaica and our surfer from Puerto Rico.
You got to shadow them at this point. So if you're Cleland and you're trying to keep everybody out, you just got to stay with the guys that are close to you. So you're staying with a guy like Carreri who needs a 6.14 to be able to overtake you, and that is that's a beatable score. So if you're Alan Cleland with priority, you want to just keep an eye on him, keep him nice and close, and if you can get yourself a wave with that priority, as we see a set on the out back, but sometimes we've seen those close out a little bit, those ones outside kind of break a little too early. And I think we're going to get the case on this one right now. Let's take a look here.
Ooh, that looks pretty. Is it going to stand up enough?
Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like the bigger sets really aren't holding the form as good as some of those medium-sized waves are giving better face heights to work with.
Yeah, it really just never shaped up, huh? That's a
Yeah.
great example of, you know, wave selection being so important in heats like this. Just because a wave comes through doesn't mean it's a good idea to take off on it.
Yeah, because sometimes they, will hit a different part of the reef or a different part of the rocks, and it's just not the wave you're looking for. You want those ones to get past that, and you see where they're sitting. They're sitting in the whitewater stain from that last wave, so they know that's not the place to be on the outside. The place to be is where they're at, because that's the sweet spot where they all be getting waves.
And there's been so many surfers spending time in the water. I had a look at sunset last night, and it was just as it was getting dark. There were still so many competitors out here, and we could see from our hotel down the beach just so much spray flying. I mean, these guys out there getting waves until dark.
And you think about the heat too. We've talked about that. Jody Nelson has caught up with some of the surfers referring to that. The heat is a big thing. It's a big issue out here, and these guys are in the water. Like, I got up at like 5:10 this morning and looked out, and there was probably 25 guys surfing at 5:10 this morning. So
as soon as that light is up, and it's a smart decision given that there are extreme temperatures here midday. The humidity is pretty intense as well, and so if these surfers can get in a good couple hours early before that sun gets intense and finish it up at the end of the day, try and, aside from heat surfing, stay out of the sun in that middle portion and really reserve their energy for the moments that count.
Here's Garen Price, the Jamaican, throwing buckets on that first one, hits it off the top on the second one, setting it up for another one. Little turn, little fast one, throwing it back up in there. Look, I mean, there's three more hits on that wave than you thought was even possible. So Garen Price trying to get rid of that 3-4 and look for a 4-3-1. Going to the air, Cleland, and not able to ride away from that.
Throwing in some variety. It's good to see. He's in a great position right now. He's already clearly going to take the win, unless Andy can get into a solid set in the last couple of minutes here. But now he's also freed up in that position to just start testing the waters. And I think one of the exciting things from the surfing that we've seen throughout, you know, yesterday and today, with those surfers that are really in top form and sitting at, you know, the highest rankings in the world, a lot of these competitors coming up against them know that they're going to have to start pushing the limits when they get to the later rounds.
Oh, yeah.
So they have an opportunity to put some of that practice in right now for Alan to get some practice in that air game that is going to be crucial towards those final rounds. It's really smart.
It is very smart, too. We got a lot of fish action out there. Here's Dwight Shauna in priority right now with a minute left. He's going to get into this. He's not going to. He needs a 6 to get up in the top 2.
And having another look here for last of Garen Price, drops in as his highest score of 4.30. Did really well, connected multiple turns together. You can really see how hungry he is in this wave.
I mean, 3 more turns where there wasn't even a wave there, and he still gets 3 more aggressive turns.
Taking a look at this last one from Alan, already sitting in the lead, drops in too low to factor into his top 2.
Just not able to get that rotation all the way around. Still the back of his board facing the inside. You want to get that rotation so the nose lands in that whitewater and you can continue the ride out, because the judges want to see you get in front of that whitewater to count the trick.
But keeping an eye on those inside ramps as it lines up on low tide, and we have a look at the beautiful setup here at La Bocana.
Okay, that's the El Tunco rock. You know, they say that is the shape of a pig on its back. That rock is supposed to be the shape of a pig on its back, the El Tunco rock. So
I can see it.
If you're in El Tunco, you'll see a lot of stuff with pigs all the way around, and that's why. So there's a little FYI for you right there. I did a little studying and found that out.
Amazing to learn about the local culture here in El Tunco, and we're so thankful that they've invited us to be part of the community this week.
Well, we get set for our next heat. We got Michelle Perez, who's already qualified for the Olympics for Team France. And I'll just bring you up close and personal to Michelle Perez. Take a look at this.
Driving into that first turn on his backhand. So powerful.
That's Cleland right there.
I grew up in Rurutu. It's an island close to Tahiti, but most of my life I've been, living here in Tahiti. Grew up surfing, learning everything from this island. The Tahitian culture is unique in my eyes because, I've been traveling my whole life and I've seen different cultures and all around the world. And the Tahitians are super simple. We don't need much pretty much to live, It's an easy life here. There's everything grows here too, from the coconuts, from the taro to, if you want to go fishing, we have fish as well. And, everything you want to do, you can do here. They're all welcoming people, we love to share our food, to share our knowledge and stuff, but just not the waves, We like to keep the waves for ourselves.
That is pretty funny right there. We'll share everything. Well, we don't really want to share the waves. I love that. Michel Perez, well, he is in this one. Already qualified, punched the ticket to Tokyo. He'll be going there in the red for France. Santiago Muñez from Argentina in the white. Jose Maraquin from Guatemala in yellow. And Salah Gassari doing this thing too as well.
So exciting to see the surfing unravel in this heat. Michelle Perez, great to see a little bit of footage from home and a little Chopu spit action there. Absolutely stunning.
I like it. Everything grows there. You can fish. You can do whatever you want out there. Just don't share the waves. I got it. Okay, I've learned something here today. So we got France in this one, Argentina, Guatemala, and Iran all competing on this one. As we look to the next heat will be coming out here in a little bit. But right now it is all about round one, heat 31 in the water.
Plenty of surfing to get through today and plenty on the line, especially as we have the women coming up later this afternoon here at La Bocana.
And this is Salar Gassari here on this one. Kind of getting stuck on that, getting a little bit frustrated. You got to get rid of that. Santiago, he is from Argentina. 28 years old, two-time ISA champ here as he makes his way through. Gets a couple turns on there.
Santiago's a well-known name in this ISA community.
Definitely.
Taking out 2 open World Surfing Games. First one back in 2011, and then backed it up in 2018 in Japan. And he would be so hungry to get his name on that list. He's got all the potential to make it through. He knows what it's like to surf so many of these heats in the ISA World Surfing Games. There's so many heats to make it through, to make it to that final round.
You know, and there's, you know, nobody has qualified from Argentina yet, so you know that would be a big accomplishment if Santiago could make that happen and be in those top 5 names to be able to punch a ticket out there to Tokyo for sure.
And given that he took that last win for the World Surfing Games just a few years ago, you know, obviously we didn't have the World Surfing Games in 2020, so 2019 missed the gold medal there, but back in 2018, he's still fresh on it. It's just a couple years outside of that. So I would say Santiago's got to be one of those names that we pay close attention to throughout this event.
He's already got a 3.33, so that is a one way for Santiago, holding that down. Salvador from Iran, a 1.5 right now, and it's just awesome to be able to call an Iranian surfer, born in Tehran too, a national Iranian champ as well. Competing against France, Guatemala, and Argentina.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing that they've got a surfing federation there that's running events, that's giving these athletes time to compete and to prepare for events like this.
Merrill Quinn on this one on the backhand, just can't get around that next section. A set on the outside. And that is one of those ones that closes out in the middle, but maybe gives you a little something here. It looks like Santiago going to give it a look. Late drop on that one, setting it up. Nice cut back to get down to the inside. Look at the face height building. And just that front foot just kind of comes off on that hit. And he's not able to come down on that. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare for that one.
Yeah, it was a quick finish on it, and it looks like the wax has just melted off in the sunshine.
Well, 87 degrees will do that. There's a replay of this. Watch that front foot. Watch that front foot here.
So nice check to start off with. And this is where it all goes wrong. Ooh.
Just slips off that front foot.
Got to get that tropical wax going on.
It just melts off like you said, for sure.
Just make sure it doesn't melt. Keep those boards covered. Maybe flip them over upside down when you're in the water so the sun doesn't hit them.
Michel Borez from France, once again earned a spot to represent France in Tokyo. Has yet to get that, looks like has not had a wave yet in this one, with already about 6 minutes ticking away. I mean, is there pressure on you if you're Michel Borez and you already know you're going to the Olympics? I mean, obviously you want to do good as you look at Santiago here. Santiago's keeping busy.
I think this guy feels the pressure.
Hey, if
anybody does.
Oh, 100%. Let's check in with Jody Nelson, standing by. Jody, what's happening?
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, down here with Al Cleland Jr. Al, you know, you're no stranger to ISA World Surfing Games. Tell us a little bit about your back history with the ISA.
I mean, yeah, I've been to like 4 or 5 ISAs, usually always representing Mexico, and yeah, they're always so fun. You get to see all your friends from all around the world and stuff. Yeah, stoked to be here, and yeah, happy.
You're being humble, though. You've got some trophies with the ISA, right?
Oh yeah, I got second in the last ISA, so yeah, that was probably one of my biggest results yet. So yeah, stoked to be back.
And then how does it feel now going from juniors to the big stage?
It's definitely a big step, especially with the Olympic qualifying. So yeah, stoked, and hopefully I can make some rounds and yeah, just have fun.
And I know I've never known, I mean, there's a lot of people here that have huge country pride, but I've seen how prideful you are about Mexico and your country and representing your country. Describe what it feels like to be here, not just representing yourself, but your whole team and your whole country.
Yeah, it's really like, I don't know, it's a really big step for me, and always having so many good people and always putting the flag on the top. So yeah, stoked to be here, and I don't know, it means a lot. Probably means everything to me. So yeah, hopefully keep going, and yeah, have fun.
And you and I have had conversations in the past about like the influential people in your life who have gotten you to where you are today. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, I know who you're going to talk about, but who has had the hugest impact on getting you to where you are with your career today?
It's for sure my dad and just a couple other surfers, but definitely most my dad. He's always put the work and sacrificed a lot of things for me, so I just want to thank my dad and all my family and the people that support me back at home, and yeah, stoked to be here, and I don't know, just keep going and hopefully get some good waves. Swell's coming, so I'm happy.
Amazing. Thank you, Al, and we'll be cheering you on. I'm sure you just won a lot of fans at home who their fathers have had a huge impact in their lives as well. Good luck to you in the rest of the event.
Thank you. Viva Mexico! Yeah, saludos a todos Pascuales.
Oh, man. You know, as a father, to hear him say that, you know, how much his father meant to him and has really helped his career and so many sacrifices. That just choked me up right there just a little bit.
Special.
Yeah, another class act right there.
Such special moments here. It's wonderful to hear those shout outs and just to learn the stories. Like you said, you know, that father raising him up to get him into surfing at a young age is really, really beautiful. And so many of these surfers have such similar stories, as we see Jose Marroquin up and riding on his backhand, representing Guatemala.
And trying to get rid of that 0.5. So that should definitely help his cause. Santiago Muñez right now a 7.6. He's got a 4.27 and a 3.33 in the number 1 spot. Michel Perez from France in the number 2, 3.27. Having a little trouble getting that second wave, but don't count him out. Believe me, he can do it. Jose Marroquin from Guatemala has just jumped up and pushed Borez down to the 3rd spot. So he did get rid of that low score and pushed himself into a good position in that 2nd spot right now. Social media, that's what it's all about. Stay large and in charge with ISA Surfing, at ISA Surfing on Twitter and on Instagram too as well. And make sure you also join it at Surf City. And here we go. How are you watching Frederick's daughter?
You know who Frederick's daughter is?
Yes. She would be down in the mix down there, right?
So good to see so many people posting and sharing their stories here from our first couple days of competition in El Salvador.
Look at this right here. Yeah, this is the coolest part about it. It's just seeing the camaraderie and everybody, like you're saying, posting. But when you really look at how El Salvador is just amazing on how they treat visitors and stuff, and they route you into waves. I mean, I've been out at Nelson's all many days, and just where the locals are telling you to go, and even though they're in position, they're still telling you to go. So it's like you don't see that. You go to Hawaii, I don't think you see that as much over there. I know in Southern California, you don't have people that are in position telling you to go on a set wave, where you come out here, so many good waves, and so many good surfers. It's just really cool to be part of the vibe here in El Salvador.
It makes such a difference when you're traveling from far away to have a warm welcome in the lineup. Santiago Muniz hammering it down the line.
Santiago in that top spot. So 9 minutes to go on this one as we take another look here at Santiago.
So big open face carve, just back into the foam, waiting for that wave to stand up on the inside. Great second turn, and now coming in for that big finish, and that's where things go wrong. So he's looking to improve on a 4.27 at the moment.
But with that tide going lower, you're going to see a little bit more of that. We're still, we're still about 2 hours from max low. So the farther you go inside, it gets a little treacherous inside there. A lot of rocks to deal with. Look like Michel Perez looking at this. Will this be one for Michel Perez to get into in that 4th spot? So Perez going to get into this one. Amazing drone footage here for ISA. Smacks it off the top, not able to get much. So Michel having a little bit of trouble just being in the right spot with only 8 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, he's only got that 3.27 on the board, throwaway score for the second one, so it's really anyone's grab at the moment as we take another look at this from Michel. Team France for the Olympics. He's already got a spot.
It's kind of late, it looks like, just getting on that lip, just a little bit off.
Just hasn't quite dialed it out here at La Bocana this morning. Santiago will be feeling pretty good. Maybe that's why Santi's just stayed busy, try and find the wave that starts to open up. And coming up in that next heat, Owen Wright, another Olympian representing Australia. He's got a wild story that we get to talk about in that next heat. It'll be really exciting to see him hit the lineup.
Your lower right-hand corner, you can see those are the guys going against each other. Owen Wright, you see in the red, and that's Leandro Castillo from the Dominican Republic in that blue. And they'll be the next ones to go.
Doing the rock hop to get down to the beach, keeping those feet agile, ready for anything that comes in the lineup.
You can do this in the morning time, but when those rocks heat up in the late afternoon, try that rock dance when those things heat up.
That's dangerous. You got to wear your flip-flops all the way down and then hope that the high tide doesn't wash them away as you're out in the lineup.
I'd always take a big rock and put my flip-flops down and then put a couple rocks on top of them just to keep them stationary, even if the tide came up a little bit.
Some book weights on the flip-flops. It's a
You know,
great idea.
you gotta
Local
get-
tips here from Brad.
You got to get creative, man.
That's so funny.
So there you go. Santiago Benitez top spot right now, 487 and 427. Michel Perez move up into that number 2 spot, looking to get rid of that 0.9. And you got Jose Mariquin in the 3rd spot for Guatemala, looking to get rid of a 187. Just needs a 195 to get up in the top 2. And Salah Gassari from Iran needs a 235 to get up in the top 2.
Jose from Guatemala, he's just a Grom, 17 years old from Spicata in Guatemala. It's his first time ever competing on an international level for his country. So what an honor for him to even be here as that underage, still able to compete in that junior level, but competing in the Opens and representing Guatemala.
Like 17 years old. Can you just imagine, like, you're taking your country on your shoulders. You're 17 years old and you're competing like this. And this is just shows you, you know, they're just way up beyond their years as we look to Jose Mariquin trying to get into this one. He's going to get in off the bottom. Nice. Gets a little airdrop back in. As you can see, it's getting a little bit more of a gutter break on that inside because of that tide starting to pull on it now. So Michel in that number 2 spot, looking to get rid of that 0.9.
I like that charging mentality from Jose on the last one. I mean, he really, you know, had he been able to just land a little bit tighter, I think he would have been able to make that second section as well. So full commitment, puts it all on the line at the start. That's risk.
And if he was to get a 187, he would have that would have put him on in the top 2. Checking in on El Sunzal, the women's round 1 action in the water over there. And you can see the difference in where the cameras shoot from El Sunzal is much farther out than La Bocana, which is much closer. Evelina Woodland right here on this one. Nice cutty. Throwing another 2, and see that's where that little section can get in front of you. That's the deeper water. Blair Blackwell on this one kind of hits that lip late, is able to bring that down. Tries to get out in front of the section. There's really not a lot to work with when you get to this next zone. She's making the best of it. Look at these S-turns all the way through, keeping the speed going. It's just a little bit of a slopey wave. Delfino Morosfini on in the blue on this one.
Great exchange of waves between the 3 women. Delfina just working her way through to the inside. That was a great wave before as well from Claire Bevilacqua. She's representing Italy, but she's from Australia, lives in Western Australia, and she just charges. I would not be surprised if we see her in the mix for the Olympic conversation.
Well, it just shows you the difference in the 2 waves as we see a little bit more action out the back here. El Sunzal with that tide drop. And I feel like the lower tide for El Sunzal gives you a little bit more face to work with. You definitely can hone your cutbacks in because you're throwing cutbacks and just getting back to the sweet spot, cutback, getting back to the sweet spot, trying to get it off the top. And you can see where you get a little separated peak from this mush section here. We'll set up and give you another section after that.
Eva Woodland with a quick kick in and out. So for those of you tuning in, of course, all of our coverage for webcasts is mostly coming from La Bocana, which is our main rink. El Sunzal is down the way. That's our second venue. The women will be transitioning. They're going to be paddling out for their main round 2, second round, here at La Bocana. So we're going to have live feed of the women's competition for the rest of today, which is so exciting. The men's round 2 is going to move down, and they're going to surf at El Sunzal. For those of you tuning in, you can follow those live scores. We do apologize for not having webcasts of both venues this week. But you can follow those live scores on isasurf.org.
And here we go, Michelle Perez needing a decent wave here. And that should help the cause, trying to get rid of the .90. That should do it. And just trying to extend that lead over Jose and Salar, just so you get that final transfer spot so you make it through. As we see a little bit more sets on the out back here. With 2 minutes, 2-minute warning now in effect here.
And Santiago, heat leader, up and riding on his backhand. Driving into 2 turns, throws it up into the lip.
3 solid turns. And then look, just for good measure. So 3 solid turns, looking to get rid of a 4.87. Might not do it, or might be very close.
And our surfer sitting in 4th position, representing Iran, Salar, kicks out underneath. So scores to come through for Michelle Perez and Santiago Muniz. Santiago looks like it's going to be a decent score on his side of things and might put even more pressure onto our Frenchman, Michelle Perez.
Well, here we go, Michelle Perez. Look at that. You saw the back foot comes off as he kind of breaks those fins loose, but not able to put that back foot on and ride away with that. So he's been having a little bit of problems out there, but he's already still in second, and we still haven't seen his second wave score from the wave before that has not come in yet.
And there it is.
There it is, 3.27.
So a 4.17 and a 3.27 on the score for Michelle Perez. Still waiting for that last one of Santiago Muniz, which could very well put some pressure onto Michelle.
So we'll see with 40 some odd seconds to go here. Santiago Muniz in the top spot at 9.97. That's a 5.10 and a 4.87 to get that. Michelle Perez, a 4.17 and a 3.27. Would need a 5.8 to be able to take over the top spot. And, you know, Jose and Salar not far out of that number 2 spot, the final transfer spot. A 5.21 for Jose would put him in that second spot, and a 5.41 for Salar would put him in that spot. There you go. Late drop for Jose on this one, able to stay with it. Nice, good turn here. He's going to set up for a big hit here. Does he get it? Yes. Does not get that board back out in front of the whitewater.
5, 4, 3, 2.
That was such a late drop. Michelle Perez paddling in, up and riding, but too late.
Yeah, this will not count to the score, and would not have changed anything anyways with the 4 and some change and a 3 and some change. So that's how it's looking right here. We are getting set coming up. Round 1, heat number 32 on the way. It's the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. More right after this.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Our next heat ready to go, round one, heat number 31. We're talking 51 national teams, 256 athletes total competing out here. 2 world-class surf spots, La Bocana and El Sunzal. And definitely making things happen. It's just been so much fun being out here for about a month now, just seeing what teams have come in early, how much more practice they're getting in. And really, when you have a 2-wave spot, we talk about this, Shannon, you have to learn both waves. So if you're going to be out here for a month, you got to keep learning the waves consistently. As we look at Kian Martin right there in yellow on that one, striking first.
So important. You know, 2 different venues. Get here early. We've got some of those teams that were able to show up and just get some practice in ahead of time. We've got our surfers warming up on the shoreline and getting ready for a big heat coming up next.
That's Taj Lindblad right there. Well, here you go, Owen Wright. Already qualified for the Olympics in red. Rogelio Esquivel Jr. in the white for the Philippines, and he is up and riding on this one. Going to set up for one big hit here at the end, and he's going to ride away clean from that. Rogelio Esquivel Jr. from the Philippines getting a wave in.
Philippines has an amazing team and some incredible surf. It's great to see them out here representing, and they were one of those teams that arrived early, has spent some time getting to know this wave. You can see that paying off. What a great finish. So he tagged the lip on that first little turn and then really went hard on the finish in that closeout section.
And I always feel like, 2 minutes into a heat, if you can get, just a decent wave to start, I really feel like that really helps your chances to move on in advance. As we look at Owen Wright on this one. Owen off the bottom, super smooth. Chris Brown wraparound style there. Hits the top on that one. It's a little janky on the way down, but was able to ride away from it. Owen Wright, 31 years old too, junior ISA champ back in 2006.
He's got a few little notches in his career belt.
I mean, I would need like 4 pages to be able to write all his accomplishments.
That was that first wave from Kian Martin, representing Sweden, was actually born and raised in, or not born, but raised in Bali. And then our Philippines competitor, Rogelio. So nice, big, strong finish, and then Owen Wright. Look at this slash to start off with.
Oh, smooth.
So smooth. Keeps his speed. Finishes off. Nearly loses it there, but
well, you
has
see,
enough control.
Kind of an elevator drop with that tail.
That opening turn. It's just so beautiful to watch this kind of surfing.
Boom. You see that tail the tail breaks loose first, drops down, and hits, makes contact, and then he just rides away with it. This is yellow, Kian Martin. Off top, working out to the inside. Kian Martin on this one. You see a little bit of a build down the face, getting a little bit more of a corner to work with. He just gets a little too far out the back of that one, not able to bring it back in.
Kian Martin was born in Sweden, moved to Bali when he was 2 weeks old. That's some impressive parenting there. Just take your 2-week-old.
Yeah, right?
Move countries and set up in Indonesia for life, which is why he surfs the way that he does.
Not a bad deal. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for that one.
His favorite break is Desert Point in Lombok, and he's got some experience. He would really love to be the first Swedish surfer to be in the Olympics and the first to bring home a gold medal for Sweden in surfing. So he's chasing that gold here for the ISA World Surfing Games.
And one of the coaches, I think, for Sweden was Shane Magnuson, who got injured out here surfing with, working with his team, and he's been the coach. Shane Magnuson, of course, being from his family, hailing from Sweden. His dad, former pro skateboarder. As we look at Owen Wright, spinning that one around as he come out of that one.
Nice wrap, similar turn to that first wave as well.
And the thing is, now we keep talking about that tide. Those rocks are going to start to be playing a factor. You see him checking his board right now. Look at the boil right there on the inside. There's rocks all the way through there with this tide going down. You really got to be careful here on the inside.
We'll pay close attention to how that finish goes, because this is where we know he would have been checking things out. So he's unable to ride out complete. He's definitely going to be changing something up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. So maybe a fin. Oh, yeah, the fin's fully broken out. I wonder if he hit a rock or if it was just that slide, something in that angle. as he was coming down. So Owen Wright's currently sitting with a 5.5 for that opening ride. He gets a 2.6 for the last one.
Let's check in with Jody Nelson, who's standing by in the mix. Jody.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, down here with Santiago Muniz. You know, you and your brother have been competing for a very long time, but your brother is Team Brazil, you're Argentina. Can you kind of explain the story, the backstory behind that?
Oh yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Firstly, it's a nice place. You know, the waves is really really good. I have my big brother Alejo. He's represent Brazil. We born in Argentina, but we grow up in Brazil. So he decided to represent Brazil like a long time ago, and I decided to represent my country, Argentina. So I mean, it's really good. We represent different country, and Brazil, you know, it's a big moment for the surfing, for the sport. In Argentina, I mean, I think the sport, the surf, like the year after year, like it's more surfers, you know. So yeah, my brother, he's my idol. He's inspiring me a lot, like every day, you know. It's really good when you have a brother and compete in the same, you know, the same sport. So yeah, it's really good to be here with my team, with the boys, a couple of friends here from Tahiti, from Brazil, Felipe, Gabriel, and Italo. We are friends a long time. So it's nice, it's really good.
And then El Salvador, I mean, they've pretty much rolled out the red carpet for you guys, for everybody, for our staff, our crew. What's your favorite part of the experience been?
I mean, this experience, it's really good, you know. It's a big contest. It's a long days and long contest too. It's almost 1 week. So it's a really, really big experience. Compete with the city guys, you know. I don't know, and the waves like this, it's so perfect, you know. It's a point break. I mean, both different. I mean, left and right. So I don't know. I'm really happy to be here, you know. So I made it my heat. So this is a first step, you know. Like, so yeah, it's been great to be here.
Now you just mentioned something interesting as we watch this wave real quick. How long of a week it is, how many heats there are in one day. This is a marathon, not a sprint. How do you pace yourself and plan to your peak performance at the right time?
Yeah, we have, I think, all the contests, it's like almost 10 heats. If you don't compete the repechage, if you go to the repechage, you have, I think, 5 or 6 heats more. So, I don't know, it's day by day, you know, step by step, you know, like compete a heat and drink water, and again, I mean, the same day or the next day. So, I don't know. I mean, it's nice here. I mean, it's a really good place. The country's really good, the people, you know. So it's really good to be here. Me and my team, we stay here like the last month, like 2 weeks of right here, the front of the contest. So, you know, to recognize the wave, you know, and I mean, it's so hard here, so you need to stay like more days, you know. But it's really good, really good.
Awesome. Well, thank you for all that insight, because I mean, this is just round one, so we're just learning more and more about how you guys have been preparing and getting ready, and the team camaraderie, and you know, the family backstory. All of that's really fun, because everybody at home watching, not everybody at home watching surf, so it's fun to, you know, get those stories out so that people can learn more about you guys and cheer you on. So anything you want to say to your friends and family at home watching?
Yeah, okay. La verdad que bueno, muy contento del primer pasito. Hace calor, algunas solitas. Así que nada, ahora a entrar por las chicas, que dentro de un ratito. Así que nada, gracias a todos por el apoyo, por estar ahí mirando. A mi familia, mi esposa, a todos que están ahí en la hinchada, por todos los argentinos. Así que nada, contento, gracias a Dios, agarré buenas solitas. Y nada, un pasito adentro, vamos por más. Thank you.
That's pretty nice right there. Just seeing all the thank yous out there. And what a cool story. I mean, one brother's for Brazil and one for Argentina. I love this. I love stories like that, because that plays out, you know, as we get deeper in the rounds. You start seeing that too as well. 2 different countries. Kind of a cool story.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to know, you know, surfing obviously rich in their family. They both are so talented that they've risen to this level of competition. Alejo Muniz has had a phenomenal career on the WSL side of things, and now Santiago on the ISA side with those double ISA World Surfing Game wins. And then that division to represent different nations. The little bit of rivalry. How fun is that as brothers?
Well, and you think about the rivalry between Argentina and Brazil. That is a real rivalry. Here's white on this one. This is Rogelio Escobar from the Philippines.
Wow. Great surfing. Lightning fast. Digging that rail in. Hits a little bit of a wobble as he comes through the inside, and he finishes off. So, scores through.
See the little mini claim, too? A little fist claim up there?
Feeling so good. I mean, at this level, to get a wave, to actually ride out of it clean, to get a few great turns in, be feeling really good as we see Kian Martin.
Yeah, Kian Martin a little bit late up onto that one. Look at that straight up and down for Kian Martin from Sweden. He's going to rebound it back off that whitewater, hit it one more time, digs that nose in. And you got to be careful with the more shallow this gets. You got to just take a look, see, do I still have a nose left? Yeah, he's still good. So Rogelio holding the top spot, a 5.4 and a 3.43. Owen Wright in the number 2 spot. He did it with a 5.5 and a 2.6. Kian Martin in the number 3. And Leandro Castillo from the Dominican Republic in that 4 spot, needing a 4.91 to get the top 2.
And we watched during that interview with Santi, we saw Owen Wright had just walked out to get to his heat, broke his fin, had to walk all the way back in to get a new board. Team Australia runs another board, has to walk back on the rocks to get back in the water. So he's had a bit of a mission in a 20-minute heat. It's so short, and now he's sitting patient out the back.
Shows how important getting a wave early in the heat, because look at this. He's still got 8 minutes to go. He's sitting in second place. He's already gone to the beach, broke his fin out, got a new board. He's back in the water, and he could still be poised to get rid of that 2.6 and take over that top spot even after exiting the water.
Right. Well, it's really good that he got that 5.5 on his first wave, because the wave that he broke his fin on only came through to 2.6. He's got to get rid of that in order to keep himself in advancing position.
And here we go, back to Kian Martin now. Nice hit. Didn't have much time to be able to put that thing up, but he does it. Solid. Back to Leandro Castillo. Castillo on this one. Castillo smacks it right off the top there. It's going to work to the inside. Not much he could get after that.
So little tags coming through to the inside.
Let's see if we can see what happened with the Owen Wright and the fin here. Okay, so everything looks good here, right? No problem, right?
Nah, great opening turn. Has lots of control, and then...
So that's when he hit it, was when he landed kind of sideways. It looks like that just broke it, and he knew that. He felt it.
Yeah, he knew that board wasn't going to hold for him. Straight to that outside fin.
And I just love the punk rockness of just taking the fin and busting it out the rest of the way.
Just proof. Here you go. If anyone was questioning what was wrong, this fin is gone now. It doesn't work.
I like it. Watch this.
Decides not to surf it as a twin fin.
First, see how he's signaling, get me another board.
Tombstones the board, make sure everyone can see what's happening.
Uh-huh.
Well, Owen Wright, we all know his story from a few years back, right? 2015, he sustains a head injury going into the Pipe Masters. Yeah. Really heavy. Thankfully, he's totally fine now, but he went through rehab of a solid year where he had to relearn how to walk, talk, and surf. Yeah. This man has come back as one of the top athletes, I think, of all time, to then qualify for an Olympic spot and to retain a career.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what he has dealt with as we look at Rogelio just going berserk on this one. 2, 3 good solid turns, sets it up on the inside, bam, hits it again.
Oh, such good surfing.
Yeah, and that shows you why he's in that top spot. He's looking to get rid of that 3.43. Might have just did it right there. To see Owen Wright come back from this, because a lot of people, and even medical, doctors and stuff, are saying that he's not going to be able to come back from this. He's not going to be able to be in competitive surfing again. He's proved so many people wrong. The determination of what Owen Wright's all about, I mean, you got to give hats off to him, because he's back. And he's punched the ticket. He'll be going to Tokyo. Oh,
it's so incredible. That's just one of those insane stories that you would never imagine could even happen. As we see, I'm just watching Rogelio just shred this wave through to the inside. He's looking for a score to put him into a better leading position. He's already in first, but he's looking to improve that significantly with that last wave. He'll be feeling so good over a surfer like Owen Wright.
5 minutes to go here in this one. Owen Wright and just digs in that nose, not able to complete that one. Owen Wright still in that second spot. He wants to stay in that top 2. He does not want to have to battle back, because you hear about how many more heats you have to compete in. if you got to battle back and go through the rapid charge, it's not an easy day. What is it? Could be, what, 5 to 6 more heats or something you got to compete just to get up there?
You got to make it through everyone. If you lose, you're out once you get to the rapid charge round. Owen goes to throw that tail on the first turn. Just comes unstuck, and he'll pedal himself back into the lineup. Coming down to the below the 5-minute mark. That's where things get testy out in the water.
Well, look, there's action too. We see some sets on the outback.
We knew that this wind was going to come up too. It was just going to be a light onshore, but it looks like it should set in for the day. It shouldn't get much stronger than this.
And sometimes we see it like we saw yesterday. We see that little cheese wind come up on it and then kind of back down just a little bit yesterday. A little bit cleaner faces throughout the day. You can see him having a little bit of problems with that chop on the face. As Esquivel Jr., the top spot right now, a 5.4 and a 4.83. He's going to set it up. Tries to spin that air reverse around, not able to do it. Now we go back outside. Castillo now from the Dominican Republic. Racing to get in front of that section. Nice front side layback cutty right there. Just for good measure. Shows it twice. Brings that one back around. Rebounds back off the whitewater. One more hit for him. A little like, almost like a little front side air floater, but not able to ride away cleanly on that.
Leandro, big thanks from him to the Dominican Surf School for giving him an opportunity to compete at this level. It's great to know the local support coming for so many of these surfers from their home communities. The Dominican Surf School, I would assume it's where this guy has had some coaching, some time poured into him to get him to this level, and he's giving back in that community as well. And so it's great to see him competing here. He just needs to get something a little more solid. He's sitting in that 4th position, chasing a 4.91 to take an advancement into...
Yeah, taking a look at some of the recap we've seen. Owen Wright going to work.
That was that first wave, that 5.5 that set him up solidly. Keon hammering away down the inside and looks for that finishing connection. And then our heat leader of that hand drag, the style coming through from our Philippines competitor. And he's put himself into a solid lead. Keon's chasing that 2nd place position. And another clean snap through to the inside. This was that 4.83 for Rogelio. He finishes off really strong on the inside.
He's making quick work of the action here. Time running down, 1 minute and 48 seconds to go. Castillo, Dominican Republic, up and riding on this one. Just love those cutbacks where he just puts that front hand in and just brings that board back around.
Oh.
Almost a carbon copy of what he did the wave before that. Now we look at Kean Martin back at it again. Minute 20 to go here.
It's going to stand up for him on the inside. Can he put the finish? And he loses it. He hits eject.
Just a little late to that lip, which kind of forced him out over in the whitewater. Not able to hit that just a little earlier. Probably a different outcome on that one.
The final minute counting down. So it's pretty tight here. There's not a lot dividing that 2nd and 3rd place position. Owen Wright really needs to get another wave. He needs to drop that 2.6 from his score line.
Well, here we go, because he's got priority right now, and with 40 seconds to go, he's scrambling to the outside. He sees something that he can work with here. Could this be the buzzer beater that he's looking for? 35 seconds and counting. Owen's taking a look here. He's going to get into this one. Here we go, Owen Wright. And not much he could do with that one. It's one of those sets, just kind of close out a little bit, especially with the tide dropping. But still in that number 2 spot.
There we go. He's going to look wide for this one. No one else in position. And it's going to set him up a little bit better than that last wave.
So out of priority, but still managing to get into this one. Work to the inside. Air reverse, not able to bring that back around. But for Owen Wright, hey, 2nd place. Didn't have the best heat, You broke a fin off on your first board, and you're still able to advance. So good stuff for Owen right there.
Excellent surfing all around. Big congratulations to Rogelio from the Philippines for taking out the win.
Well, a lot of people want to know, what's it like to qualify, and what do you got to do? What are the steps to qualify? Well, let's bring you up close and personal and show you what Olympic qualifying is all about. Check it out. So, surfing is set to make its Olympic debut in less than 2 months' time. But before we can go to Tokyo, we need to award the remaining qualification slots. So far, 28 of surfing's 40 slots have been provisionally filled through historic performances in the 2019 WSL-CT, the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games, and the Lima 2019 Pan American Games. That leaves 12 slots up for grabs here in El Salvador, 7 for women and 5 for men. Those slots will be awarded to the highest eligible ranking athletes in the event. There are a few key points to remember. The 2021 World Surfing Games take priority over the 2019 Pan American Games and the 2019 World Surfing Games. There is a limit of 2 surfers per gender per nation. So who will earn their tickets to Tokyo? Stay tuned to the event to find out. That's why we're here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, set to complete surfing's Olympic qualification for Tokyo 2020. Visit isasurf.org to learn more about surfing's Olympic qualification pathway.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza, and we've got 4 more men's heats to get through round 1. They're all stacked. After these 4 heats, it's the women's turn to take on this break. And we're going to just start things right up. This is the surfer representing Team USA, Taj Lindblad, 18 years old from San Clemente, California. He surfs lower trestles nearly every day. What a perfect training ground for this wave at La Bocana. So right off the buzzer, a great exchange in the works here. Surfer in white, Carlos Goncalves, representing Team Ecuador. Conditions have changed slightly. A little bit of wind affecting these waves, but might actually help these surfers. This could be considered air wind, Kale.
Absolutely. This is what these guys want. They want that little bit of a crumble on the lip. We haven't seen that many big airs. Self, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, and Itala Ferreira.
Surprise, surprise. They did airs?
Believe it or not. Yellow up and riding.
This is yellow. Sullivan Zor, Team Morocco. I like when you have a heat that starts off with every surfer getting involved. So 3 waves in a row there.
There's another young surfer, Zelian Zuhir, who we see on screen. He is in yellow. Taj Lindblad from the United States in red. And Carlos Cabezon Goncalves from Ecuador. I'm sure everyone in Ecuador is watching this. Beautiful waves down in Ecuador. Carlos Goncalves hailing from Salinas. Surfs all over the place, though. He's been to Mexico quite a few times. His Mexican accent is on point, which is a hard one to do. And going back to Zelian Suhir, the 18-year-old from Casablanca. Unfortunately, a little bit too excited on that first wave, but 20 minutes, plenty of time to catch some good waves. That being said, one of the world's best, Owen Wright, in the previous heat, lost a fin, had to go all the way in, replace a board, and lost valuable time. So if something happens to your equipment, leash, surfboard, fin, whatever it is, it's not a quick change. It takes quite a bit of time.
No, and even here on the championship tour, wherever, equal playing field. Here's a look at Taj Lindblad's first wave.
Yeah. When ice surfing, it was a very tricky wave. You can see how he lost a little bit of speed and dug a rail. He still was able to power through that inside section. And Carlos Gonzalez from Ecuador, you can see second wave cleaner, but no face through the midsection. You know how much the judges love to see top to bottom surfing. Carlos is doing that, connects with the lip on the inside. So unfortunate for him, that wave kind of backed off through the midsection. Look at that turn from Zelian Suhir though. Big bash, just pushing a little bit too hard. Clearly some inspiration from none other than Ramzi Bouhiam. Look at this turn right there, Chris.
You can see the obvious inspiration there. Strong, powerful goofy footer. Interesting that Morocco is fielding so many goofy footers on their team because it's known as the land of right-hand point breaks.
That's more to the south, though. So in Casablanca, around Casablanca, plenty of really, really cool beach breaks as well. And but as we know, the land of the perfect right-handers is that southern tip of Morocco, and beautiful. What a beautiful country! Incredible food. I hope to one day go there again. It's one of those places where, like El Salvador, you want to keep coming back.
Take me with you. 14 minutes to go here, round one, heat 33. Representatives from Ecuador, Morocco, and Team USA. Taj Lindblad, 18 years old. Starts off with a 3. Carlos, 4.23. Zelian, a 3.5. These are 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance through to the next round. Third place surfer will go to the repecharge round where they will get a second chance to stay in this event. Taj Lindblad, he's 18 years old from San Clemente, California. Surfs with Kalohe Andino, who we have to say congratulations to. He is about to be a father.
Ooh.
Just had a birth announcement. Baby girl on the way. So Taj's friend, fellow Team USA surfer, Kalohe Andino, congrats.
And
About
congrats on provisionally qualifying for the Olympics as well.
Big year for Mr. Andino.
Hopefully he recovers quickly to at 100%. The Olympics are in 2 months' time. And going back to what we have on your screen right now, 3 surfers, one of them 35 years old, our surfer from Ecuador, incredible surfer, great charger as well, surfs some really big waves down in Puerto Escondido, and will experience win this heat, or will it be the 18-year-olds, one from Morocco, one from the USA, who can take it to the man from Ecuador? It looks like as the tide is receding, there's a bit more current pulling top left at your screen, so that would be south. And that's what we experienced when we paddled out there a few days ago, Chris.
As our surfers get themselves into position, let's go down to Jody Nelson.
Team Philippines, Rogelio, you just won. I would call that being a giant killer, what just happened out there. You beat Owen Wright. He's on the WCT. You know, talk to us a little bit about what that was like surfing against someone like Owen Wright.
Yeah, it's a dream come true for me. It's my dream to like compete with the boys from the city and like to beat them, and it was happened here, and it's really nice for me. Yeah, it's a really big. It's my dream, and that is a dream come true.
It's amazing. Now I know you guys have good waves in the Philippines, and maybe you don't want to tell us about them, but maybe you do. What can you tell us about the waves in the Philippines?
Waves in Philippines was really good too, especially in Cloud9. It's a world-class wave, and it's good barrel, and there is also in different places like Catanduanes, in my hometown also in La Union. It was nice, nice wave like the Ensulsal wave, and it was really nice. Yeah.
And now tell us about your Olympic dreams. What are your Olympic dreams?
Yeah, it was our dream. Yeah, we came here like early to practice for our dream, like to win this event and to become an Olympic, Olympian. Like, yeah, it's
amazing. Well, I'm going to give you this flag so you
Yeah.
can look at the people in the camera and say hi to everybody at home and have everybody cheer you on.
Hello Philippines. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanonood at sumusuporta sa amin. And ayun, laban lang tayo Pilipinas. Mabuhay. Phew. Thank you.
A huge win for Team Philippines right there. Rogelio joined by John Mark Tokong on the Team Philippines men's roster. There you see the team spirit alive and well here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We saw a quick look there. Surfer in yellow, Zelian Zor. Looks like he got involved there.
Yes, Elian went to town on that last wave, but how about that win
Massive.
from Rogelio Esquivel, hailing from La Union, the Philippines? Talking a little bit about Cloud9. That came onto the radar quite a few years ago. We know it has a QS event there and some incredible waves, but from what I hear, the Philippines is littered with incredible waves. Now back to this heat.
Maybe that's the tactic that we talked about a little bit earlier. Just focus on one break. Don't share all the wealth. Share a little bit of the wealth.
Like Mexico, it's only Puerto Escondido. That's the only wave that we have.
Okay, I'm writing that down. El Sunzal, just to the north as we wrap up women's round one. They will be switching podiums and coming down here to La Bocana for their round two. They have a record-breaking field of 120 plus female surfers competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Talent level through the roof. Huge names competing on the women's podium, and we will see all the action very soon. This is Federico Moraes at El Sunzal. So the women have wrapped up, and now we're going into the second round of men.
So these are the winners. They've already surfed once. They made it through their heat in first and second position, as did Federico Moraes. Kikas, as they love to call him in his home country of Portugal, kicks out of that wave. You can see how Sunsal has also changed dramatically, especially through the inside section of the wave, whereas earlier it was really focusing on that mid to inside section. Right now it's all about that outside and trying to do big moves on that outside section. So Federico surfed here in the morning as a warm-up, and off he goes to surf El Sunsal. Here we go, live action.
Here's Isaro Alonso. This was the surfer we saw yesterday, that board sticking in our minds as one of the cooler looking surfboards of the group. Now here goes Ramzi Bukiem on his backhand, so no stranger to a huge backside whip on full display here.
Wow.
Great wave choice for Ramsey. This one opening up down the line, offering him a good steep section. He'll finish up there. So huge heat going on at El Sunzal. Men's round two in the water at our second podium.
And we have two Moroccan surfers in the water at the same time. Ramsey, who you see on screen, who has provisionally qualified to the Olympics, and Zelian Zuhir here at La Bocana. Both of them seem to be surfing very well enough to make it into their next round.
And again, even if you do make round two and you lose there, you get another opportunity. Rapid charge heats all the way to the end of this event as we go from El Sunzal now back to La Bocana here at Surf City, El Salvador. You see some texture on the water. You know, that I think can help some of these surfers because sometimes it offers you you know, more opportunities, more sections to work at. Just look back at Taj Limbaugh.
Just clean surfing for the young Californian. Pushing a lot of water. Those sections of the wave that kind of flatten out, he's doing really well to generate speed off of them, and a big tag on that inside section, and another. Opting to stay on that board, risking ditching his fins. These are the sections that I was talking about. The wave, Chris, really backs off, but you can see how his eyesight focused on what the wave is throwing at him. Once again, he sees it back off and just pushes, generates that speed, gets his board right next to the whitewater, which is a pocket of the wave. Smart surfing there. He climbs that section. It's a little foam tag to get to that right there. A little bit more coping and is able to push a little bit harder. That's what surfers are trying to do, is catch waves that give them those good sections.
Taj Lindblad representing Team USA. San Clemente by itself could field an incredible team of surfers. So much talent coming out of that area. Taj Lindblad, one of the next generation of San Clemente standouts. Right now, he's just jumped up into second place with a 4.77 and a 3.
How's that?
Leon still in the lead with a 5.33 and a 3.5. Carlos Goncalves with a 4.23 and a 1.17. 5 minutes, 27 seconds to go. This heat is flying by.
I would love to see that 5.33 from Celian Suhid once again. Hopefully we get a chance to see that before he catches the next wave, because he was pushing really hard on those first few waves, risked a little too much, and pulled it back a little bit, just enough to get some big scores as we see Taj.
Taj looked like he was kind of searching for a ramp. That wave backed off and then kind of crashed down pretty quickly. So nothing for Taj Lindblad on that last effort. He does drop to third priority. I mean, Celian is in that top priority spot. He has his pick of waves out here in the lineup. Still plenty of surf coming through.
You could see how Taj, as he took off on that wave, he knew that he didn't have much face to work with, maybe one section. And what's the most radical thing you can do on a one-section wave is go to the air. So his stance slightly broadened a little bit, ready to go to the air. But you need that section. You need that coping. You can't just decide to do something. You have to do what the wave demands you to do. So he was smart enough to kick out of that wave. Looks like a good-looking left-hander, at least from the drone angle.
Sometimes a wave like that crumbles on the outside can give you the opportunity for what we call a roll-in, where you kind of let the whitewater take you, and it gives you a nice kind of long extended takeoff where you can study what the wave's about to do. That one wasn't going to pan out, so our surfers wisely opted out.
That was a roll-in, but to the beach.
Yeah, a roll-in that you don't necessarily want.
Just a bunch of cutbacks. You don't want that. So Celian knows that there isn't a lot of time left, but he needs to be on the good waves. He can't risk catching a wave and not replacing that 3.5 with a better score. Taj Lindblad obviously needs to replace that 3.0, and Carlos Goncalves, really unlucky, has caught one wave above that 3-point mark. It came in at a 4.23, and the second wave was just a quick in and out. So not needing a lot, just a 3.55. Added pressure to the Californian.
Carlos Goncalves is a surfer that is extremely well-rounded. We've seen him compete at the Volcom Pipe Pro.
Yep. At
the Banzai Pipeline. Very proficient in waves of consequence. He needs a 3.55. Taj would need a 4.07 to get himself in the lead. Right now, Celian is defending, and he's got priority. So that means he can kind of control the lineup. You do have to be careful. With 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, that's when the decision-making becomes critical. If Celian takes off on a wave that ends up as a dud, well, that's going to give Taj and Carlos that much better of a chance to find something sneaky. Here we go, Taj Lindblad with third priority. Looks like he was, again, hunting that ramp, trying to get rid of a 3. 2 minutes to go. He's still in third priority. It looks like Celian is going to let Carlos go on this wave. Carlos could have a nice little runner to work with here on the inside. This wave really cleans up when it gets to that inside section. Some of them run all the way down the line. Others, like that one, just kind of dissipate on those shallow rock sections. So not a lot for Carlos to work with on that last
Smart,
wave.
though. He stayed really close to that whitewater. Watch this. He probably never goes more than 10 feet away from that whitewater. Bottom turns, connects again. He's forced to kind of do more of an open face carve, but his eyesight is always focused on that, so he tags it on that inside section, forcing one of the fins free. But like you said, a little bit more face would have helped him out a lot.
Time is winding down here in Heat 33, round 1 of men's action at La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador, providing a great playing field for our international surfers. Celian Zola from Morocco in the lead. Taj Lindblad hunting, chasing in second place. Needs a 4.07. He will advance in second place, but getting through this round with a little bit of swagger, a chip on your shoulder, with a win, definitely going to give you some confidence moving forward with momentum.
Oh, 100%. Celian's got to feel really good about taking out a USA and an Ecuadorian competitors. Now, Carlos Goncalves did replace that 1 point ride with a 2.83. That's not enough. That is not enough for this heat. He needs a score of a 7.77 to go. I'm sorry, a 3.55 to go into that second position, and then he's going to need a 4.61 to go into first.
20 seconds left. Maybe one more opportunity for our surfers in the lineup. They're paddling hard. They know this is their last chance.
Priority is with yellow.
Time's ticking down. Smart decision for yellow to get right there in between these two surfers. And it looks like a clean split peak. Goncalves going right. One of the rare rides we've seen in this heat so far. Can he hang on? He goes down on his final turn.
Lost a little bit of speed as he did that first maneuver, gets into that second more meaty part of the wave and isn't able to generate speed off the bottom. This wave's not going to count, but maybe a crowd pleaser.
After the horn for Taj Lindblad. And that's the same section that kind of dogged him on his last three waves, but either way, Taj Lindblad unofficially will be moving through along with the Moroccan surfer Celian Zor. I'm loving the speed and the power of this surfer from Morocco. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Música Pop 98.9. Compartir Pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir. Impresionante. Escucha Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Goal of the ISA, a better world through surfing, and events like this help us realize that dream, which is very attainable. You're watching the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. And we're into what I consider, low-key, one of the best heats of the day on paper. Right now, you're watching Sharif Fall representing Team Senegal. Sharif, an explosive surfer, shore-footed, beginning to end, kind of fighting a little bit against that wave, but making it look nice and smooth from beginning to end. Out the back, you've got surfer in white, Manuel Selman, representing Team Chile. Manuel, a WSL qualifying series grinder, also just an absolute waterman. Give this guy any craft out in the ocean, and he will make it look good. This wave right here is going to be a great start for Manuel. Gets the air section at the end, gets the grab. That is exactly what the judges are looking for in terms of a combination of major maneuvers, turns, out the back, carves, using his rail, a lot of power, finishes it with a big air. I'm loving it from Manuel Selman. Let's take a look back at the first wave from Sharif Fall.
There is a surfer from Senegal. This wave kind of runs away from him. Difficult floater.
Yeah, Sharif right there. As you saw that wave, not easy to ride, but makes it work. We go back to Manuel Selman. Here's what we're saying about the combination. Cutting back into the whitewater, setting things up here. No wasted space, but also not forcing the issue. Floats it there and somehow is able to build his feet back up for the big finish. Nicely done for Manuel Salman, representing Team Chile. So as we move our way to Heat 34, you've got this heat and 2 more in the men's opening round. And then we're going to switch over to the women here at La Bocana for their round 2. And that's where you're going to start to see some real superstars of women's surfing. Big names. Caroline Mark, Carissa Moore, Ava Woodland, Stephanie Gilmore. The list goes on and on. In the water right now, you've got Manuel Salman representing Chile, Sharif Fall from Senegal, Shane Campbell from Team Canada, and Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. So, you know, all of the surfers in this heat right now have the potential to go deep into this contest. Not the huge superstar names like Gabriel Medina or Italo Ferreira, but these are the names that we're going to be watching for potential Olympic qualification. Anyone in this heat still has the chance. And, you know, in the case of Marco Giorgi and Manuel Salman, they've competed enough here at the ISA to know full well the opportunity that they have at hand now. And so far, Manuel Salman is making the most of it.
Yeah, and they've competed all over the world.
Yeah, these guys are definitely veterans in competitive surfing. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza, live from El Salvador. Surf City coming up in a big way. A lot of options here, not just in waves, but also where you can stay. You know, you can go full luxury. You can go camping in your car. There's something for every type of surfer here at Surf City. Hence the name Surf City. It really is the perfect name and description for this area. Here's how we are looking at the start with 15 minutes to go. Manuel Salman starts with a strong 6-point ride. Sharif Fall with a 3.5. Shane Campbell from Canada with a 3. And Marco Giorgi, he's going to play the patience game, wait out the back for a set wave. And it looks like it's going to be Marco. He found the wave he wants.
Tricky wave.
This guy is a powerhouse, an incredible tube rider. And as you can see, he is adept in surfing kind of these smaller head-high waves. I'm not going to say small because it's definitely still pumping out there overhead on the sets. Sharif now a little bit caught behind, trying to get around this big foamy section. He does. I see a ramp. Sharif goes for the layback. Nicely done for Sharif Fall. Ooh, gets the bonus section. And there you see Marco Giorgi reminding Sharif that, yes, there is priority in play. Get back out there. Those guys are definitely having a paddle battle on their way back out.
Manuel wants this wave.
Strong paddle into it. Nice speed straight from the jump. Goes up to a flying floater. Setting things up, eyeing this inside ramp. That wave. Wow, I mean, making the most of a difficult situation through that inside section. Manuel Salman.
Really smart surfing. Really smart surfing from the Chilean surfer. He got that really nice long wave that he went to town on, finished off with that air. And this wave, totally different. A little bit smaller, but was smart enough to read it perfectly and get another big score.
Yeah, from what we've seen, still the kind of medium set waves have provided that the cleanest canvas. Here's Marco Giorgi.
Yeah, and this, as far as canvases go, Chris, not clean at all, but he was really smart to stay close to that pocket. Clean, searing turn on that outside. Connects and ditches the fins. Almost loses a fin on the inside. And Manuel Salman, look at this wave right here. Clean float, looking down the line, projecting. Not really speeding things up too much. He's just surfing and doing what the wave is asking him to do. Incredible surfing from Manuel Salman.
Sharif staying busy. This is his 3rd or 4th wave ridden. I like that you can see Sharif as he's projecting down the line. I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm expecting a big finish from Sharif just for the way he kind of builds momentum as he drives down the line. Stance widens up as he gets to that inside section. I'm looking forward to seeing his fins flying on his next wave. We know he's got firepower in his surfing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how Sharif Fall and Garrett Price from Jamaica, Sharif being obviously from Senegal, they both seem to surf better and thrive off of that competitive pressure, that nervousness that many people actually succumb to. They tend to surf a little bit slower, legs feel like noodles, you can't really push as hard. These two gentlemen are actually using that energy to their advantage, which is really cool to see. It's not something that anyone can do, it's something that only great competitors can do.
So far, Shane Campbell from Team Canada, relatively quiet in this heat. He's 25 years old. He was actually born in Australia, residing in Canada now. His favorite wave is called Voodoo.
Can we trust it, though?
I don't know. You could just make up a name for a wave. And here goes Shane right now. Building speed. This guy is super powerful. Great technique. Given the opportunity, he's going to throw a lot of spray right here. Goes into the bottom turn. There we go. That's the turn we were looking for from Shane Campbell. Surfing all the way to the end of that wave. Nicely done. Good combination. That rock on the inside is really trying its best to take our surfers out. That's the exact spot that every wave seems to end at. And that thing is getting dangerous.
I wonder how many leashes it's broken, fins.
78 in the last 12 months, according to the locals.
Yeah, so surfers have to be really careful on that inside section to make sure that not only are they looking towards the lip and what the wave is doing, but kind of one eye towards the shoreline to see how close you can actually get. Eitan Osborne did a great job yesterday, literally doing his last turn a few inches before that rock. Here we go, Sharif Fall. Unfortunately not able to make it around that section. And our surfer from Cronulla representing Canada, you can see so important as a backside surfer to be looking at what the wave is throwing at you. And there, tail free up and above the lip. A big maneuver for our surfer from Canada.
Yeah.
Little tag on the inside.
Yeah.
Finishing the wave strong just on the other side of that rock.
Shane has a lot of qualifying series experience. He did get a win at the Board Riders WQS in Cronulla, England. Now we go back to Marco Giorgi. He's up and out. We've seen Marco in a million heats. He's an absolute QS standout, the WSL. He has had experience on the championship tour.
He actually
current conditions here at La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador.
There we go, swell height, 2 to 3 feet, swell direction, always, this time of year, south, southwest. Wind, kind of on the onshore side, and low tide is at 1:36 p.m. It's 11:20 a.m., so we still have a couple hours more of a dropping tide. Water temperature and air temperature almost identical. It is so, so warm here.
Fatigue is going to be something we'll probably be talking about later on in the week. All these surfers, so fit, so ready going into this contest, but if anyone that's been on a tropical surf trip knows, if you push it too far, it can take a lot out of you. Here's a heat recap, starting with Manuel Selman.
This young man has been on an absolute tear. Smart, precise, technical surfing. Doing a cutback, slowing down when he needs to, speeding up when the wave demands it. Smart read and a little beautiful air on the inside section. So he did pretty much every maneuver you could do on a wave on that first ride. That is why he got himself a 6.0. Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, 2.60 for his first ride. And look at this backup from Manuel. It came in at a 4.5. Maybe similar to that first section, only here. Smart enough to do that float and get out into the open face once again. Strong finish.
Judges will give you credit for hard work, like Manuel just got.
Absolutely. And how about that turn from our surfer from Canada? This is Shane Campbell. This was his best ride, a 4.57. So the best ride of the heat was courtesy of Manuel Selman at a 6.0. Then Shane Campbell, and then Manuel's backup. So Marco Giorgi needing a big wave, as does this man right here.
Sharif Fall getting a good chance to throw some literal shade on one of his competitors right there. Great opening turn for Sharif. Team Senegal on the beach, representing well, cheering on Sharif.
Remember what
he's trying to get a 4.08 to get up into that second place position.
Remember we talked about when the low tide starts happening, the playing field gets way broader. Here's a replay from Sharif spraying Marco Giorgi from Uruguay.
That feels good in a contest.
And another tag on the inside section. Unfortunately, that section kind of came at him too quick, and there was too much white water on the bottom half of the wave kind of pushing towards him, so he didn't get a clean coping on the top. So he was smart enough to read that well, redirects his board, and then kicks out. Out the back, we see white, red, blue, everyone wanting a piece of this wave, but priority goes to our surfer from Chile.
Lots of momentum with Manuel Selman as of now. 10.50 is his total. You see a little stall there, hunting the ramp, getting himself in the right position, driving down the line, waiting for this wave to give him something right there, cutting way back, maybe a little too far back, but I like the intent there. He's got a 6, he's got a 4-5, he's got the luxury now to free things up, almost turns into a free surf when you have 2 solid scores on the board.
Absolutely, and that's what he did. I think halfway through that ride, he realized that he could do an air on that inside section if the section or the wave allows it. He opens up his stance a little bit more, and I'm sure we'll see it in the replay. Here you go. So he took off out the back. He sees the section on the inside, broadens his stance, stalls, and goes, okay, I'm going to go for the air. And then unfortunately the wave kind of backs off. So now he's forced to just kind of click once through it. You can see how his front foot is past the middle point of the surfboard. Right here he goes, no, I'm not going to be able to do an air, so I'm going to go for a big cutback. Difficult to do when that front foot is so far forward on the board. Tail of the board slides out from behind him and under him. So I feel it was more of him getting ahead of himself a little bit, and the wave playing tricks on him, obviously, when he went for the rebound. Remember, this wave is way stronger than what it looks on screen.
Yeah, the surfers that have the ability to kind of harness the energy are the surfers that have been advancing through. It's been kind of another power-packed day. We've seen, the strong surfers that push a lot of water having their way with this spot so far. I'm surprised right now that Marco Giorgi only has a 2.6 and a 1.07. He's a veteran, such a great and consistent surfer, just hasn't quite had the waves. Right now he's in second priority. That means he has second choice of waves in the lineup. This set catching everyone off guard. And I wouldn't say they're out of position. It's just an unpredictable lineup sometimes with the tide changing, the wind ticking up just a little bit. These surfers are right now having a little bit of trouble decoding the best takeoff spot. I think Manuel Selman, it's pretty obvious that his wave selection has been the best in this heat. Shane Campbell with that 4.57, making the most out of his situation. Priority now is set with under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think saying that the surfers were caught out of position, if you use that logic, you're going to be out of position 99% of the time out here. It's a lot of luck knowing when the big sets are coming and where to position yourself.
All right, Marco Giorgi trying to answer back. Taking kind of a middle insider. Love his style. I love his turns. His backhand is just so strong, but again, wave selection. And I think he was, low in the priority, so didn't really have a choice. Had to go on that one. Here we go, Shane Campbell. Another power surfer, great vertical snap there, right on the takeoff.
Remember, he has to replace a 3.0, which is why he's trying to make it all the way to the inside for a bonus section.
Could have something good to work with here. Setting things up.
Nice.
Couple good turns there through the middle. This wave offering him a good finish. Watch out for the rock. Nice and safe. Big turn. Love all of those turns from Shane Campbell. Even the setups threw a lot of spray.
He tried to replace a 3.0 just to create more space between himself and Sharif Fall. He needs a 5.58 to go into first place. He may have done that with this wave. This inside section, so well read. You could see how not only does he push, but he pushes on the upper half of the wave, allowing the fins to release, and then tags it a last time. We talk about it time and time again. Finish the wave strong. Start it strong, and that's exactly what it is. Look at that. That's the first turn. And that previous turn that we saw was his last. Wave obviously backs off a little bit through this midsection, You think he did the right thing in staying on it?
Oh yeah, I mean right here you'll see it. Even these setup turns, while they're not, super critical, threw a lot of spray, did it with a lot of speed, and it set him up for that inside ender. That is a closing move that the judges are gonna love. And the score drops. He's got a 4.93 and a 4.57, jumps into second place. That drops Sharif Fall to third. Marco Giorgi still in fourth place. Kind of shocked. I'm sure Marco is as well.
He needs a big score too. He needs almost a 7-point ride. So 6.9 is not an easy thing to get. If you consider that every time surfers paddle out, the judges have to pay close attention to what the waves are doing, and the first big score that they give kind of sets the stage for what they're looking for. First wave, big score, Manuel Selman with a 6.0. Was that last ride of Shane Campbell's better than that? I would say no. The wave was not better. He surfed it really well. He couldn't have done much more, but you need a better wave to allow you to get up in that 6-point range. Can Marco Giorgi do it? Of course he can.
Yeah, this is just a perfect example of what you're going to see throughout this entire event. Upsets, big names, taken out. Marco Giorgi, at this point, needing a 6.9. He's still in it with a minute and a half to go. But if he does go to that repecharge round, he's going to be met with a lot of hungry surfers, elite level surfers. So no easy path to the final day. And if you put a guy like Marco Giorgi in that repecharge round, watch out. He's going to do a lot of damage. Right now, Manuel Selman has all the momentum in the world. I'd venture to say he's free and clear to move through. All these surfers battling for those final 5 spots for the upcoming Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. They want to be surfing Suragasaki Beach in Japan.
Absolutely. And think of the surfers that are already in the repecharge rounds. Dimitri Polos from the USA, Johnny Corzo from Mexico, Lucas Madrid from Uruguay. These are surfers that are really experienced, that have won big events in the past. They're already one step from elimination.
That round is scary because it's, if you have a bad heat, we're watching Marco Giorgi, who's definitely one of the names to watch to win this event. He'll have one more opportunity. Here's your past champions of the ISA World Surfing Games. Italo Ferreira did it in 2019. You remember the jean shorts incident? Well, that seems like ages ago, but it was only last year. Santiago Muniz did it in 2018. Johnny Corzo brought it home for Team Mexico in 2017.
6 different countries: Brazil, Peru, Argentina, Australia, Mexico. I mean, it's crazy how you would think Brazil, Australia, USA would be at least, they would have one surfer in that first or second spot. Nope, not at the ISAs.
Well, that's going to do it for Heat 34. Unofficially, Manuel Selman and Shane Campbell will move on. Sharif Fall and, surprisingly, Marco Giorgi heading to that repecharge round. Of course, these are unofficial results until the final numbers are tabulated. Strong finish for Shane Campbell as he makes his way in. He's got to be happy with his performance. Well, like we say, so many nations represented. 51 here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Italy has fielded a strong team led by WCT standout Leonardo Fioravanti.
When surfing got announced into the Olympics, I think it was so exciting. It was such a new world that, it opened surfing to a whole new world. Surfing is a relatively small sport. And now, I think in the next 12 months, it's really going to grow. It's going to hit so many different countries that I've never even heard of surfing. And, Italy, in a way, is, I wouldn't say one of those countries, but when you go to Italy, people talk about soccer, they talk about MotoGP, Formula One. Surfing isn't very common in Italy, and for me it would be a dream come true to go to the Olympics. I've been watching it since I was the biggest grommet at home with my family. Every single sport, Winter and Summer Olympics. And to be able to say that I was one of the surfers that did the first ever Olympics, something special. Now, 2019 didn't help me, my injury, qualifying, took out my 2 chances, but in El Salvador, I think I have a really good chance. And if I deserve to be on tour, I deserve to be on the Olympics. And I know because I put the work into it. I know that, you know, my surfing is there, but the ISA is a whole new world. You go there, you could lose first round, like you could win, and anybody can achieve that dream. So I think you just got to believe in it. It's going to be so exciting.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Just watched a cool piece about this surfer, Leonardo Fioravanti, fighting his way towards potential Olympic qualification. Another great ambassador for Italian surfing and for surfing in general. Can't say that enough about Leonardo, who, you know, he's a cultured young man. He gets after it all around the world.
Very professional.
Professional.
Speaks a multitude of languages: Portuguese, French, Italian, Spanish, English. As we see, Gergely Baloch from Hungary. This man has competed previously, 35 years old, born in Hetien. He's been surfing since 2008. And it's funny to think that we talked about countries that don't necessarily have waves. Hungary, he's learned to surf in a wave pool in Budapest, and then was like, this is me, I'm doing this
Awesome,
forever.
let's go. Sounds amazing. All right, back into the water. This is the high-flying surfer representing Team Germany, resides in Costa Rica, Leon Gleiser. This guy will provide the fireworks. You give him a section, he is going to blast. He stands at about 6 feet tall, and it's not uncommon for him to do airs that are higher than he stands.
Absolutely.
And that's big.
As we see the local from El Salvador, he's from El Tunco, Samuel, the 30-year-old.
So he walked here today.
Yeah, he just cruised. Look at this, beautiful surfing, incredible style. So low to surfboard.
You know, growing up surfing waves like this, your style is gonna start strong. You know, we saw it right there. We see it with Brian Perez. When you have perfect waves in your backyard for 365 days a year, you're gonna get good quick. Here we go, Leonardo Fioravanti on his backhand. You see that brace on his front ankle. His ankles have been through a lot in the past few years. He's battled back from a couple different injuries, but looking steady, looking strong. Had a good leg in Australia as part of the WSL Championship Tour. Made his way all the way from Rottnest Island down to El Salvador. Not an easy trip, but we're very glad that Leonardo Fioravanti is here to compete, because he is definitely on the list of surfers to watch who could grab themselves one of those 5 Olympic spots after this event. Currently sitting in an alternate row, alternate area for the Olympics, but a big finish here. Boom, he could punch his ticket to Tokyo.
And he actually talked about that in that piece. He said that had he not gotten injured, he believes he would have qualified for the tour, and that automatically would have given him the pass to compete at the 2028 Olympics. Because he wasn't able to do that, he's competing here against this man from El Salvador, Samuel Arenivar. Such clean style. The wave backs off. He did quite a bit of damage on the outside, so nor harm nor foul. Leon Glatzer, the German, on an absolute tear. You told the world how good he is above the lip. But look at this surfing. I believe he almost wanted to hold back a little bit on that inside section. And the wave at La Bocana getting the best of him. I'm sure everyone in Germany is watching. Quirin Roleda in Munich, I'm sure. Another surfing legend. Big hello, buenos dias to Quirin. I'm sure he's watching very closely. All of Team Germany. They came down this year with a very strong team. Marlon Lipke as well, part of that crew. So we could see Germany kind of position themselves very highly in this event so that they're better seated for future events. And that's very important, Chris.
Yeah, and even if you've never heard of a surfer competing, let's not forget, big names have already been taken out by some names that you may not have heard of. Earlier we saw Regilio Esquivel Jr. take down Owen Wright. So make way for the upsets. El Sunzal right now is the scene for men's round 2. They've kicked things off there earlier today. And Luca Messina is paddling into this wave. And this is a nice long extended point break wave. Gives these surfers opportunity 4, 5, 6 turns even in some cases. Luca Messina, I would say underrated for how good he surfs in all conditions. You see how smooth he is, how powerful he is. You know, this wave up here will give you a lot to think about in terms of reading the section. See right behind him, Josh Burke from Barbados.
There we go. What an interesting heat. What a beautiful air right there. That's dynamic. Cool. A lot of variation. You can see the difference in speed. Very nice surfing from him. So Luca's wave was a little bit slower. Joshua, with a bit more speed, was able to go up and above the lip. They're against Cody Young and Porfirio Miranda, so it's not an easy heat.
So round 2 is already so stacked with talent. And this heat alone could be a final. Get used to us saying that, because from here on out, every heat is going to have that feel, that look of what could potentially be a finals day type of heat.
And we're usually used to saying that from the quarterfinals on.
Not from day 2.
Not from day 2.
The ISA World Surfing Games, different type of event. Every heat has a huge storyline. Every heat has big global ramifications, including this heat in the lineup right now. I would say Leon Glazer and Leonardo Fioravanti are kind of the two bigger names, you know, in terms of notoriety, but take nothing away from Samuel Areni Vivar, the local from here in El Salvador, not just an El Salvadorian local, but a local to this town right here, El Tunco. So surfing with, you know, the pride of his home break on his back. Right now, he's sitting in the lead with a 4.07 and a 3.
And it's incredible to see what the government of El Salvador has done, not only for the tourism, for surfing tourism, but for the team. I mean, they have Marcelo Castellanos from Puro Surf doing an incredible job working with biomechanics, working with professional swimmers on perfect strokes when the current is really strong. They have a little skate pool where they actually practice body movements and technique. And obviously, they're going through video analysis. They're going through physical training. So it's so hard to come up, if you're a competitor, to come up against someone that is so prepared, not only physically, but mentally, emotionally. You got plan B, plan C. You got the whole world backing you. It's incredible to see what this small country in Central America has done in the last 10 years compared to some of the bigger countries that have kind of lagged behind.
9.5 to go. See some texture in the lineup now. Tide still going out. Still a lot of opportunity out there. Looking for Gergely Ballo, representing Team Hungary, to get involved here. He's got one wave, just a 0.8. He's a proficient surfer. He'll find something else, as we see now Samuel on his forehand.
Now, you know this lineup is tricky when you have a local that takes off on a closeout.
Right.
Leonardo Fioravanti, one of the world's best surfers, a CT surfer, is in 3rd position. So if you didn't believe how tough this is, that tells us how hard it is. Here we go.
Watch out for the ramp. Leon Glatzer setting things up. Nice opening turn. See him start to push it down the line, building speed, hunting for the section. And you know what? I'm fine with him sticking to his rail game because that looks good to me
Wow.
as well. 4 big turns down the line for Leon Glatzer. Representing Team Germany, Leon is a force to be reckoned with. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds himself in the Olympics, or I should say, earns himself a spot in the Olympics. He surfs that good.
I would love to see him in the Olympics for sure. Leon has been a standout in Central American lineups for a long, long time. He took his air game to a whole different level. Now, obviously, representing Germany, he's gotten that backing from the federation in Germany. He's an incredible, well-rounded surfer. And to see him here on stage and hopefully putting it all together in this event would be very, very nice to see. Leo paddling for this one.
Leonardo Fioravanti on his backhand, getting around this big section with ease. Quick snap carve to set things up. Turn there right in the pocket. Kind of patiently waiting for a section of consequence to come his way. Doing a lot of work down the line. There's the finish. So no real critical sections on that wave for Leo to use, but he's just trying to get rid of a 2 and a 0.87. And most likely he'll do that and some with that last wave, but he'll get right back out there and try to find something that gives him the opportunity to shine. Take a look back at a couple of the last waves surfed, starting with Leon Glatzer.
All right, Leon, this came in at a 4.27, so you can see smart read on this wave. Does another carve, and I like how it just got more radical and more impressive. That last turn was very dynamic. Look at how well he positions himself right next to that pocket. Upper half of the wave to generate speed. Pumps a couple times out into the flats right here. Bottom turns, and this cutback is very nice. A little bit of a thin ditch in order to position himself right where he needs to generate that speed. Tail blow above the lip, goes around the rock and says, that is enough. That is going to take me into first position. And we see Leo Fioravanti from Italy. Beautiful, strong surfing, bigger wave, faster, stronger. Obviously nursing that injury on his left ankle. Wave backs off, but he went so fast on those first few sections that he's going to get a nice score. It looks like it comes in at a 4.73. So Leo in a better position, but still in third position.
Yeah, and he was right there front row watching Marco Giorgi, not in an advancing spot. So he knows full well the talent level of some of the lesser known surfers in the lineup. 5.5 to go. Leon Glatzer in the lead. Samuel Arenivar in second. Leo now a much easier score to grab, needing a 2.34 to get into that second and advancing spot. All surfers in this round will get another opportunity via the repecharge. Gergely Balo, representing Team Hungary. He's kind of like the Rick Kane of the ISA World Surfing Games. Learned to surf in a wave pool. Not in Arizona, but in Budapest.
Yeah, Gergely Balo, an absolute legend. He has been the flag bearer and Sampor for Team Hungary already a few times at the ISA events. He is currently waiting patiently. He's in second position. He needs a wave. Now, Samuel, he's in first priority. He can catch any wave. Gergely.
Look at that. Gergely holding off a WSL Championship Tour surfer. Even though that wave didn't pay off for Gergely, he's got to be proud of that. You know, he kind of played an intimidation factor against Leonardo Fioravanti.
Doesn't matter how many heats you've had against Kelly Slater, how many events you've won, how big of a superstar you are. There is a priority system in the water, and Gergely Balo took advantage of that.
Priority knows no names, only color. The color of your jersey, that's the only thing the priority judges are looking for. They don't care how big of a star you are. You have to take turns. And here we go, Leonardo Fioravanti surfing to better a 2.34.
Good looking right,
Great
big
section
bash.
there, blows the tail. Beautiful finish for Leonardo Fioravanti, showing his power on that final turn.
All right, the pressure is now on Samuel Arenivar. I do not think He got that good of a wave on the outside. Leon Glatzer opts to go left, connects with the lip, free falls, always looking down the line. Bit of a stumble on the bottom turn, but that was more courtesy of the lumps and bumps that this wave at La Bocana has. You can see him eyeing this section. Will he go to the air? Nah, just a fin release at the top. So smart surfing from him. Now, Leo Fioravanti had a beautiful looking right-hander. And this is
rarity right here.
Foam climb, beautiful bottom turn, a lot of speed. Tail up and above the lip. Almost 180 as he was coming down with the lip. So he is going to get his, in my opinion, his best score of the heat.
Leonardo has one of those styles that when you watch it, you just think, man, that would feel great to surf like that. Everything right in its proper place. You know he's been studying the technique of masters like Kelly Slater, you know, like Ross Williams, like the best of the best to do it in that silky smooth fashion. Leonardo Fioravanti, the complete package.
I'm a big fan of Leo. I think a lot of people attribute his success to the fact that he moved to France at a young age and he had a lot of help. But as we see, Samuel up and riding.
Local surfer from right here in El Tunco, answering back to what Leonardo Fioravanti just laid down.
Nice.
Multi-turn combo all the way to the inside. That's going to be a score to be reckoned with. The judges have a lot to think about now.
Here we go. Foam climb, wave, really tricky. I love the way he sets himself up way out into the flats. You have to have perfect compression and extension on those legs to be able to generate speed off the bottom like that. He knows the rocks. Look at, he actually clicks it right up and above one of them. Unfortunately, the wave was pretty small. I believe this is the same rider as this live action.
Replay of this high-scoring wave.
Different angle of the same ride, so you could really, it really throws you off. We have, you know, 3, sometimes 4 different camera angles. Incredible job by a production crew, and it really shows you, you know, what the surfer is doing, looking at it from different angles. Sometimes the turn may not look as sharp, and that's why the judges can always go back to replay and ask to see it again. Looks like scores are dropping. That last wave for Samuel Arenivar came in at a 4.13. And that last wave of Leonardo Fioravanti, a 6.10. He catapults himself into first position. So now the Italian up first. And like we were saying, sure, he got a chance to live in France, got quite a bit of help, surfboards and whatnot, but to be a professional, a world-class WCT athlete coming from Italy, that is not easy to do. And hats off, the guy charges massive waves, never gives up, and is, in my opinion, already a true champion.
I'm right there with you. 26 seconds to go. Leonardo Fioravanti on the strength really of one turn, that 4.73. It was really just the perfectly placed frontside snap with
that was a
fin
6.1.
release.
That was a 6.1.
And earned. He earned it. I mean, we've seen it before. You can do one big major maneuver and the judges will react in kind as they did for Leonardo Fioravanti. And time's up. Unofficially, Leonardo Fioravanti gets the win. Leon Glatzer in second, the local. Samuel Arenivar drops to third and Gurgly Balo to fourth. So Gurgly and Samuel will go to the repecharge round. Leonardo will move on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM. Oh.
1,
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. 51 nations competing. We are in the men's division. Our opening round has been stacked. Superstars, upsets, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Right now, surfers are fighting for these top 2 spots to make it through these 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers will go to the repechage round. We're getting right into it. This is surfer in yellow, Tal Rodriguez from Panama. Nicely done. Start to finish, controlling that wave. Following up, the powerhouse representing Team Switzerland, Sven Zog.
Sven, so lucky for him. His parents moved to Costa Rica when he was very, very young. Learned to surf the incredible waves of Malpais. As we see Alonso Correa from Peru, this guy knows how to compete. He's got so much power and so much backing from the beautiful Inca country of El Peru. Look at him, just so laser focused. A little bit of variation in those moves as well.
Wow.
Air to finish things off.
That wave offered him a lot of different looks, a lot of opportunity, and he used every single one of them, maximizing the score potential for that little left.
Kind of like Manuel Selman's first ride, and there you go. Alonso Correa from Peru.
Sven Zog from Switzerland. Tal Rodriguez from Panama. Jack Verbraken from Belgium.
An international affair once again.
Very cool looking heat. 51 flags flying on the beach. How many surfers in this event, regardless of the flag they're flying, live, surf, train in Costa Rica, Callie? It seems like a lot.
Yeah, so many surfers and so many parents of surfers in Europe at one point of their lives decide, you know what, we love the ocean too much. We want to go live there. And such is the case with the Zaug brothers, whose parents moved from Switzerland to live in the warm, beautiful Pura Vida coastline of Costa Rica. That happens to surfers and parents from Holland, Finland, Sweden, Denmark.
And I think in a year from now, 2 years from now, we're going to be commentating the same event saying, so-and-so representing Switzerland lives in El Salvador.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to say that over and over because this is definitely a rising surf nation. 16-12 to go. Alonso Correa again. Great wave selection for Alonso as he finds a similar looking wave to the opening wave he got a 617 on. You might be thinking, is this a replay? No, Alonso is that good. He can do that on every wave. Didn't quite ride out of that one, but the damage was done on his opening wave. One of the highest, the highest single wave score of this heat so far, but a score that anyone will be holding on to throughout the contest.
We see there, just nice surfing from Alonso. Big fin ditch, and he would have ridden out clean had that wave not really backed off in front of him. The power came behind him and kind of just pushed him up and above the lip line. So Alonso caught that wave without priority, like you said, 617 for his first ride. So we compared it to Manuel Selman's first wave as well. And now the pressure is on Panama, Belgium, and Switzerland.
15 minutes on the clock. Our scale is 1 through 10. We have not seen a perfect 10 yet. We've had some close calls. Anytime you got guys like Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Leonardo Fioravanti in the lineup, you expect 8-point rides plus. You see Tal Rodriguez now, Team Panama. Nice section to work with through the inside. We'll see what he chooses. The line that you draw through this inside section has become very critical because, you know, that finishing maneuver is the last thing the judges see. And while you do get full credit for the entire wave beginning to end, you want to end your wave on a high note. You want to leave them with a positive feeling as they write that number down and then lock it in through the computer.
Yeah, and I feel like not only do you have to consider that last maneuver just looking at the lip line, but you almost have to kind of remember what the previous wave did. Did it give it enough water on that inside section so you can actually ride out of that maneuver? Because you might be able to hit the lip, but riding out clean out into the array of rocks that are in front of you.
The rock garden?
The rock garden. Well put. That is really tricky. Tao Rodriguez did really well. He's actually 18 years young. He's much taller than a couple years ago. He was in that age where he just did that growth spurt, so boards are looking a little bit different. Burned his weapon of choice under his feet, and he's a really solid surfer. I love the way he actually has improved not only in the air but his rail game. Coming from Rio Mar, Panama, I'm sure everyone in Panama is cheering for him.
On screen now, representing Team Belgium, Jack Verbraeken. His favorite surf break, it's called Surfer's Paradise in Belgium. Anytime something somewhere is called Surfer's Paradise, I want to go.
Like Surf City.
I know nothing about it, but I want to go. If there's surf in the name, I want to go.
Like Surf City in El Salvador. There's a cold Hawaii in northern Denmark. So that doesn't have surf in the name.
Well, that
but
has cold in the name, so that... You know.
Hawaii, it has Hawaii.
12:50 to go. One great aspect that the ISA has brought to the table is their judging, basically a judging school. It's where you can get your certificate to be an international judge at the highest level of surf competition. You can start, you know, as somebody that maybe doesn't know, you know, much about the mechanics of what's happening. If you love surfing and you feel that passion for it, they will teach you what to look for. They will teach you all the way through. It's a pretty cool way to not only, you know, ISA's of course goal is to grow, promote the sport of surfing, to make a better world through surfing, but also, you know, the other side of it, the judges, the production, everything that the ISA is doing is all for the goal of, you know, bringing surfing to the world on a global scale.
And I think that a really good point you make there. If you're a really good surfer that is kind of on the last legs of a professional career, judging is something that would be of interest not only to you but to the world. It's totally different to go out into the water and come in and say, well, I thought that was a 5. You have a professional surfer that says, no, I'm a judge, and that was a 4. There is a little bit of that goes into it as well.
We got 11:20 to go. Alonso Correa, that's 617, an example of kind of an upper mid-range score. Great combination of turns he did, ended with an air. Jack Verbraeken right there gets caught up. He goes down after standing up. So with priority out the back is Sven Zog, representing Team Switzerland. His brother Michael put on a great show earlier yesterday. Cool to see the Zog brothers go deep in this contest. I just love to watch them surf. And here's Sven right now on his backhand. Having some trouble there getting down the line, forcing the issue a little bit.
I feel like, as he went up on that turn, he was looking to just kind of pivot the board, whereas once going up the wave, he should have actually kind of floated above it, and that's something that it's so hard to do, especially on your backhand, to just kind of change directions on the surfboard. But let's have a look at what Mr. Correa has done, which is just absolute damage. Seems like it took a page right out of Marcelo Castellanos' book and said, I'm having fun and I'm destroying it. Diversión y destrucción. Correa, this was his first ride, came in at a 6.17. Very active, boosting his confidence. And Tao, little 18-year-old, starts up with a 4.17 and a 4.93. Floaters board, almost grabbing his rail there on that cutback. Cuts it a little bit short. Why? Because he wants to make sure that he can belt it on the inside, which is what he does. Riding out clean is what we want to see.
Tao, one of the names that I'm not too familiar with coming into this event. By the end of this, he is going to be a name that you're going to want to remember. Representing Team Panama, here we go. He has to give way to surfer in red, Alonso Correa, who did have top priority. Alonso feeling the flow and the momentum from his opening ride, which was a 6.17. Correa, can he hang on? He does not. gets gobbled up by the white water. An incomplete finish. That'll leave surfer in yellow, Tal Rodriguez, in the lineup by himself. Uses his priority, cutting back, looking for something to finish this wave off with a bang, setting things up into this tricky inside section. A little quick rock check right there. How much further can I go? The answer is all the way. Tal Rodriguez. Little bonus snap there on the inside. That's going to be a score of note. He's got a 4.93 and a 4.17. Judges now have some thinking to do as they have to decode two completely unique styles from Alonso Correa and Tal Rodriguez.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alonso, he had so much projection down the line that when he connected with the lip, he put too much weight on his toe side rail and basically folded over himself. Nothing he could do. And Tal, just really nice, clean, open face surfing. You can see how he held that rail for a little bit longer. Right there, off to go for the open face carve. He could have gone up and through the lip, but I think he was thinking about doing that on this inside section. So that was smart that he cut that maneuver short. Nice. Climb up through the lip, and right there, a little release of the tail, which is nice. Now, Alonso, on the other hand, he had basically stairs and walls running through that wave, so you have to really pick a section that he could focus on, and he does it right here. Huge bash, and as he lands, you can see him just folding over him, his upper, basically over his toe side rail, as we see one of the Zog brothers up and riding.
Sven Zog, nicely placed turn to start this wave off. Great second turn, fighting for the third turn. Can he ride out again, getting eaten by the whitewater? Damage done, though, with two big turns on that outside section for Sven Zog, representing Team Switzerland. We've got 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
That's how quickly things can change. He needed a 6.43. Unfortunately, fell on that last maneuver, but watch how much water is displaced. Nice, clean, right next to the pocket, almost grabbing his rail there. Pushes so much harder with a little bit more coping. Comes down, eyeing that section once again, and just a hair too late. And what happens is that energy from the white water behind him gobbles him up and isn't able to ride out clean. But the good news is he is going to improve on his situation.
Shook up the leaderboard there. Out the back with priority, Jack Bracken. His brother Jim is watching. Jim's daughter, Millie, is Jack's goddaughter. Or godchild. Now they're watching, they're cheering Jack on all the way from Belgium, and here we go. Like that, all he needed was a bit of inspiration from his brother and goddaughter right there. Does get one good turn off, but the wave did not cooperate for Jack. Good news for him, he only needs a 5.20, and I say only, but don't take it lightly. That's a tough score to get out there right now.
And that was the reason why we hadn't seen him really catch any of those left-handers. He was focused on that right, that Federico Moraes right, way down the beach. That's the right that gave Leonardo Fioravanti the 6.10, and it could change things around very quickly. This seems to be Alonso Correa.
5:30 to go. Alonso now. He's definitely getting the best waves in this heat. He seems to find himself on every clean face. The last wave had a big closeout section that menaced him, but that one finishes strong. Alonso Correa looking strong in this heat. Tal Rodriguez now in second place. Jack Verbacken with that last wave climbs into third. Sven Zog right behind him in fourth place. Still plenty of time to go. 5 minutes, 10 seconds left in this heat. Low tide here at La Bocana. After this heat, we're switching over to women's round 2. The biggest names in this sport will be competing today. Alonso Correa's last wave. This is a recap from this heat that's provided some great fireworks from the surfers in London.
Yeah, and I feel like this young man started off strong and then just finished strong. Every wave he took off on was a good wave. You know, the times he fell in the heat was because he was really pushing, doing big maneuvers on close out sections. This 18-year-old young man from Panama, though, really showing us how he has matured in his surfing. Look at Alonso. This was wave number 2. Just really strong, really solid on his approach. That's the reason why that wave didn't land at the 6-point mark, 3.83. It has been the Tao and Alonso show.
Yeah, this is now becoming a battle for that second spot. Sven Zog has had some good starts. The finishes on his waves is what's been hampering his scoring potential. And here's a look at Jack Verbraeken.
Yeah, Jack, that was a one-turn wave for him. It was his strongest. Sorry, that was his backup, a 2.67. But look at Alonso. When you slow it down, you can really see where he's looking, how he's reading the wave, how much compression his knees are doing, and how well he's reading these waves. Look at this right here. Clean, beautiful, strong, finishes out in front of the white water. No doubt whatsoever for the judges.
Yeah, not an easy section to get to even. You saw he kind of had to go up and over a ledge to get to that last turn, but did well within a 6.17 on his highest scoring wave.
An interesting thing for Team Peru, Luca Messinas, who is a part of Team Peru, has provisionally qualified. Now, and that is through the Pan American Games, if Miguel Tudela and or Alonso Correa place higher than him, high enough in this contest, they will take his spot in the Olympics. So
a lot of moving pieces, a lot of mathematics involved with Olympic qualification, and these stories are starting. You know, it's a wide open storyline as we start to spin. But as the days go on, as the rounds move through, we are going to be condensing that conversation. Remember, we are filling 5 spots in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics for the men, 7 spots for the women. And as these numbers are compiled, as they're coming in, we're going to give you all of those stories very early in the contest here, only day 2 with literally hundreds of heats to come. Double elimination, so surfers have a second chance to get back into this contest.
Here we go.
Will Sven Zog need the rapid charge round?
Man, he had it. He's got the energy. He's got the fire in him. The waves are just not cooperating with him in this heat. He has the surfing. All he needs to do is find one good section because he needs a 5.47. This young man with one big open face carve, he might be able to do it.
Do not doubt a Zog brother. These guys are powerhouses. Alonso Correa cruising in the lead with a 6.17 and a 3.90. Tal Rodriguez in second. Jack Verbraeken in third. Priority is with Alonso Correa. 1 minute to go.
You can really see how the conditions have changed throughout the course of the day. We have more of an offshore breeze than we were expecting. So surfers are really going to have to adapt to these changing conditions. We are almost reaching that low tide mark. And wow, how much this place changes. Yesterday afternoon, right before sunset, most of the world's best were practicing here at La Bocana. And you were paddling over all of these rocks. I mean, it was, well, we saw it, 6 or 7 feet of tide difference.
Here we go, last chances. Tal Rodriguez opting for the right. Nicely done for Tal. He's trying to defend that second place position. There's a low score of 4.17. Strong surfing from Tal. I think Jack Verbraeken was looking at the left. And meanwhile, Alonso Correa, yet another wave ridden. I think this is probably his 8th wave surf. Big turn there.
Big.
Nice layback jam. We'll see if that replaces his low score. That's it for heat 36. That means men's round 1 is done. We're going to make the big switch over to women's round 2. So much action to come from today. You're watching the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Congratulations to all of our men's qualifiers who have fought their way into round 2. And good luck to all the surfers heading to the repechage. We're going to make a switch over to Shannon and Jody to call women's round 2 action here from the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are straight back into it with women's round 2 out in the lineup. The women have changed locations and will be competing for the rest of the afternoon here at La Bocana. The men have moved down to El Sanzul to finish out their next round. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth by the wonderful Jody Nelson. Jody, it's great to have you with me and to watch some excellent surfing on the women's side of the draw.
Thank you for that pleasant introduction. Wonderful. You're pretty wonderful yourself, Shannon Hughes, and you've been doing a great job in here on the booth with Brad J. and holding it down for all of us.
Well, it's so cool to have you in here. I mean, you've been down on the beach more than any of us, getting some of those stories from some of the surfers. As we take a look at our run for the current heat in the lineup, we have Asaya Brusa from Mexico, Genesis Borja from Ecuador, Imane Signat from Senegal, and Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. So this is going to be a fiery heat to start things off and to throw the women into some different conditions than what they've been dealing with down at El Sanzul. Again, reminder to all of our viewers as we take a look at the first wave that we saw today from Asaya Brusa, getting ready on the inside during that break. Couple of quick turns. She gives a little check to the beach, and she's feeling good on that one, Jody.
Yeah, you can tell she's pretty fired up on that one. It looks like she's got a 3.50. I think that was that first wave that we just saw. So getting the party started, so to speak. And yeah, like you said, I was able to be down in the mix of it, and it was funny, you know, how things just happen. Well, I was standing next to, I have to look it up because I met her in Miyazaki. She's Team Turkey. And here, as we see yellow up and riding, I'll finish my story throughout this heat.
So Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, nice carb to start off with. She's eyeing up that next section and just positioning herself back into the foam, and she'll put on a clean finish.
Yeah, she's looking pretty strong, and we saw her brother doing pretty good yesterday, and I'm sure that's a motivating factor. We hear a lot about the sibling, the strength of having siblings competing and supporting each other. We know Anat's sister is going to be competing coming up in Heat 4, and you know, they train together all the time, and that sibling rivalry really helps push each other, and also the support is really nice to have too. But whenever you want me to finish that other story, I will. But the turkey, I was able to like give her some sound advice because, you know, talking to some of the women, they get really nervous in heats, and that's something that I struggled with when I was surfing professionally. And I said, just go out there, pretend you get to surf 20 minutes, and it's the only time you're going to be allowed to surf for the next year. You only get to surf 20 minutes for the next year. Somebody's taking surfing away from you, as we see Red up and riding.
And up and riding strong on her backhand attack. Genesis Borja from Ecuador, unable to ride out strong, but I like that she's chosen to go for one of those solid size waves and having a look straight away for an answer back. Imane Signet from Senegal has a quick look, decides not to go. So we're still really waiting for this heat to get started, Jody. We've got a couple of small scores on the board, but as you were mentioning, and we can see another surfer, so Imane taking off on the inside there, she hits eject, that it's a lot on the line to paddle out for 20 minutes. We're at the ISA World Surfing Games, and there is a lot
That's exactly what I was trying to get out of somebody's head. So one thing that they all have in common is that they love surfing. As we watch this replay of Leilani McGonigal in yellow here. Nice little cutback, redirecting again, and she gets that last little reform on the inside, and one more little bonus. You know, that's a good starter for Leilani. That was interesting. She was like already down the face of the wave quite a bit before she got to her feet, but she gets that big wraparound for the first maneuver. Another nice sweeping wraparound. You can see this left kind of builds up. It bowls up on the inside, which gives you that opportunity to have that last hit. And it looks like she got a 3.57 on that first wave, so actually getting the better of the first exchanges in this heat. But really quick, I'm going to finish that story, is that I said one thing that all the women have in common is that they all, and all the surfers here, they love surfing. That's what we all love. We love the sport of surfing. And so I just said, imagine, don't forget you have a jersey on, forget you're going surfing, just go out there, pretend you only get 20 minutes to surf for the next year. That's it. This is the last 20 minutes you ever get to surf. And usually we're used to surfing a crowded lineup with a bunch of aggro dudes out there. I'm like, there's only going to be 2 other women or 3 other women out in the water with you. Like, and you get to catch as many waves as you want in 20 minutes, and just trying to shift that mindset. Because a lot of times, as we see Blue up and riding from Team of Mexico.
Asaya just working her way around the foam to start. Nice big wrap. And that wave starts to wall up for her. She's doing well to navigate it as she comes through to the inside. She'll put one more tag on the foam.
You can tell she's feeling it, which is awesome. Like, I love that. You know, when you know your board feels good under your feet, and you're on an open face wave that looks like it's going to give you opportunity. And it kind of looks like she doesn't have nerves, and that's one of the biggest things of what I'm trying to, you know, with the story I'm telling. It's like you got to figure out a way to get rid of the nerves when you have that jersey on, and she doesn't look like she has shaky knees at all. She's really confident on her board and pushing through those turns and really maximizing that wave. So, you know, you'll see in 20-minute heats people build that confidence as you get the waves under your belt, and that's what it's all about. Just switching that mindset, forgetting you have a jersey on, and trying to catch as many good waves as you can in 20 minutes.
Well, I love that. I mean, I think the heart in that story is really just kind of get out there and enjoy it. If you only had 20 minutes left to surf for the rest of your life, you should enjoy it, catch as many waves as you can, and make the most of everyone. And if you can kind of get into that fun mindset a little bit in a heat, it should help you out. Leilani McGonigal with a quick in and out. So just to set the tone, we've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Asaya Brusa from Mexico is sitting in the lead with a 3.83 and a 3.5. Leilani McGonigal will have another score to drop in, but it'll be small throwaway score. Her top score at the moment, just a 3.57. She's sitting in second. Genesis Borja from Ecuador sitting with a 1.5, and Imane Signet from Senegal sitting with a 0.5. As we see Leilani, she's staying really active on the inside. Sets herself up for a second turn. Goes for a nice big tag off the lip, and she'll kick out clean. So Leilani seems to be in a little bit of a different rhythm than the rest of the women.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's something to be said about getting in rhythm with the ocean, watching before your heat, sitting there, knowing what the water's doing, what the current is doing, what the tide is doing, how it's moving around out there. It's just so you can, we do have that priority situation where you take turns, and so positioning is really, really important. And as we see Red up and riding.
Genesis driving off the bottom. Nice big S turn. Setting herself up. And she'll ride out clean off the lip. That'll be a great wave to come through for Genesis Borja from Ecuador. So waiting for some scores now. And Jody, Genesis is one of the ISA scholarship winners. She won an ISA scholarship in 2020, so just over a year ago. And it has set herself up to be able to pay for training. Out of that scholarship funding, as a student athlete, she was able to pay for a private coach for the first time.
Wow.
As we take a look at that replay from Leilani.
Yeah.
What did you like about this one?
Well, I've been impressed by her surfing ever since I kind of saw her come onto the scene at World Juniors, and she's been competing on the QS for a while, and she just really has confidence, and she attacks the wave. You can see her eyeing up, that turn right there. She's waiting for it to stack up so she can get a more critical turn as she does. Her tail kind of slides out a little bit. So I just like her she's aggressively attacking the wave. And that's what the judges like that.
And then the answer back from Genesis.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, leave no doubt in the judge's mind. When you're out there surfing a heat, you want to be confident and leave no doubt. I know coaches told me growing up, you don't want to make weird hand gestures at the end of the wave, or make it look like you didn't like what you just did. My biggest motto in life is fake it till you make it, and it's the same in a heat, because the judges, they catch on to your emotion, and that's why you see the dudes are always claiming and selling it at the end of their waves. It's like the judges, they're visual, they're human beings. They get caught up in that visual emotion and that human emotion. So you gotta feed into that and understand that there's human beings judging you subjectively.
Putting it all on the line, making sure the judges are aware of that. Leilani McGonigal is sitting in the lead. Asaya Brusa sitting in second. Genesis Borja, our 2020 ISA scholarship winner, able to fund payments for surf coaching for the first time in her life, which is an amazing
really cool
thing.
Story.
And it set her up to be able to go on training trips. She was able to do some time at Montanita, and it gave her the ability to actually train and improve heading into this event.
Montanita's a really fun wave. They had the World Masters, ISA did a few years ago, and I got to surf it. It's a really good right-hand wave as we see Asaya up and riding.
So big carve back into the pocket, and now coming in under the lip. We'll see if she can make it to the open face again. She'll duck out under the foam.
It's getting really tricky on the inside there. There's a lot of water moving around, and the boulders are all exposed. It's super low tide. You can see some of the water churning up underneath. So where they're heading for that closeout section, there's a bunch of rocks and boulders. So, you're on a wave and you see that, it can be intimidating.
I mean, we already saw that Owen Wilson snapped a fin off and hit one of his heats, and then we saw Felipe Toledo buckle aboard, which could have been a different circumstance, but the fin almost no doubt would have come from hitting the rocks.
I actually ran into Owen Wright on the way back up the stairs, and I was like, I didn't really get to watch your heat because I was chasing down somebody else for an interview, and I was like, what happened? He was like, I landed on a rock and my fin busted out. And I mean, that's the importance of being prepared and having your backup boards on the beach, and then just, we saw it at the WSL. You see them aggressively trying to get points on the in section at waves like Margaret's, and things happen, as we see Leilani just putting an exclamation point on the end of that wave.
Yeah, talking about points on the end section there. That was a huge slam to finish off with. And a strong paddle from Imane out the back. She's been trying really hard. She's put herself in position to get a few waves. And now Asaya on her forehand. That was a beautiful wrap.
She's got a really cool style. Like, you can see she's pulling her turns around, putting her chin near her shoulder. Obviously I don't know if she's had coaching or just watched video, and that's one of the best ways to get better if you don't have a coach, is to watch yourself on video and then watch some of your favorite surfers and, emulate them and try and get some notes. As you see her doing a nice cutback here. She redirects with her shoulders to do that cutback, and then now she's eyeing the lip to do a more critical maneuver right there. And just trying to get out to that in section, which ends up being a closeout anyways, but see her redirecting her focus of her eyes back to the white water. She's getting on rail, redirecting. Now she's in the pocket right here. Starts to stand up, so she's eyeing that lip line right here. Nice bottom turn. Bottom turn is the best, like one of the most fundamental, underrated maneuvers in surfing. You can't do a good top turn without a good bottom turn. As we see this replay of Leilani almost grabbing her rail there on the cutback. Really sinking her rails into that turn. She's got a nice low center of gravity, bends her knees really well, and really nice power gouge right there at the end.
It's really great to hear you dissect these waves. We know, Jody Nelson, you've got such a great competitive history. As we take one more look at that.
I don't have a great competitive history.
A great surfing history.
I do not have a great competitive history.
But as far as surfing goes overall, I mean, you're one of the best in the women's field.
Oh my, sorry. That was pretty sick.
That was solid. That was a decent size
Sorry,
wave.
I called it sick too. I know those are breaking the rules, but that was impressive.
So everyone putting it on the line. Leilani McGonigal putting herself out to backline, and we'll have some scores through to give a full situation update as we take one more look at this last one of Leilani.
So you can see she can tell this thing's about to stack up, and she doesn't back down at all. She just goes for it. I mean, all that water compressing down together, converging, bam! But she just didn't. No, that's called no fear and not holding back. She's definitely not holding back.
She is not holding back. She's one of those competitors that, like you said, she's been on the scene for a long time. She's had really good results on the World Surf League side of things on the qualifying series, and she's been close to that, breaking through that cusp to the very top. And so for her coming into this event, she would have to have Olympic qualification on her mind.
Well, and just because this is the first time we've been calling the women from the main tower doesn't mean that they haven't been going down at the other break. This is their round 2, so this is her second heat, and you never know who is going to be in your heat. And I was also telling the young woman from Turkey, like, don't think about who's in your heat. Like, if you have the biggest names in the world in your heat, don't worry about it. Just take this approach where you're just going out for a free surf and hopefully not dropping in on people.
Well, using priority there was Genesis Broja. So surfer in red had first priority over surfer in white, which could have been a good move. Genesis requiring a 4.4 to move up into second. Keeps Imane. We know that she can get a score if she gets the right wave. Keeps her out of position for that last one. So talking about top performers from yesterday on the women's side of the field, although we didn't get to witness a lot of the action, we got a few waves here and there, which was great to see. I know that as far as scores that came through, some of the top performers for yesterday was Leilani McGonigal. As we take another look, talk us through what happened here.
Well, basically, red had priority, blue went. She wasn't in the lead for priority, so red just utilized that. That's perfect strategy. She used her priority. She took the scoring potential away from blue because it was her turn.
So some interesting times. Everything on as we see our surfer in white. Oh, it just seems like the jitters are getting the best of Imani. She is the current Senegalese national champion. She's got a great competitive history coming out of Senegal. She's also a scholar. She's just finished her master's degree.
Wow.
In purchase and supply chain. So she's been studying hard as we see Leilani driving into that first turn, setting herself up through to the inside and tagging the lip to finish off. One more maneuver, maybe two more as she comes in onto the rocks into the rapids.
That was impressive by Leilani as we see it right out the back.
And Genesis goes big, full commitment. So we will have some scores to come through. We'll give you a full situation update as we get that. So at the moment, we've got Leilani McGonigal sitting in the lead. And let's take one more look at this one. So she's setting herself up. 2 wraps right in the pocket.
Yep, and she's still eyeing that closeout. She's kind of, to me, seems to have this wave kind of worked out. It seems like she surfed it quite a few times, and it's different. You surf this wave in the morning, you surf it in the afternoon. Like, it's totally different at different tides. It has different phases or faces or you know, that it goes throughout the day with the tide, the wind, and it seems to me like she's really confident about where to sit and how to approach each of the lefts that she's able to get.
And we're coming down to the last minute. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the beautiful Jody Nelson. Jody, it's great to have you in here and just to discuss good surfing with you.
It's fun to watch good surfing, and it's fun to watch just women out in the water loving surfing, and that's what I love. And I love the inclusivity that's happening, and just seeing all these new countries come, and just talking to the women down below, and you know, some of the men. It's just, I love the backstory. I love the human interest stories, and you know, yeah, we love watching good surfing, but I love seeing just all the people that have come out to come participate in the ISA. And, you know, I always kind of approach it in a way where, you know, my mom's watching, other people's grandparents are watching, people that don't surf are watching, and, you know, trying to break it down in a way to where they can associate or become a fan of a surfer that they didn't know their story, and then want to cheer that surfer on. So that's my goal while I'm here, because I just am so passionate about the stories.
So good to hear. As we hear that buzzer sounding, we'll continue breaking that down for our viewers all around the world. Leilani McGonigal looks like has taken the win. Asaya Brusa coming through in second. Genesis Bora in third, and Imane Signa in fourth. Unfortunately bumping into the repecharge rounds. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with heat number 2 for women's round 2 out here at La Bocana. And we'll have some more excellent surfing on offer.
Música pop 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir. Impresionante. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And welcome back to the action for the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are in women's round 2, up and riding the Olympian herself, Sally Fitzgibbons. Powerful backhand attack. She's coming off of a big win out of Australia at Rottnest Island just about a week ago. And she'll be feeling really comfortable in the lineup here at La Bocana, although I'm sure it's her first time here, her first surf trip ever. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Jody Nelson. And Jody, we've got some great surfing on the line.
We do, and we're starting to, you know, I'm just excited, not that we're starting to, but we're just getting to see the women over on this break, because we had to run dual formats because there's, over 250, there's 256 athletes here. So there's no way we'd have to be here for 2 weeks if we ran it at one venue. And, you know,
that would be a very long event.
Yeah. The webcast crew did a great job of bringing us, you know, little look-ins from the other venue. But, yeah, we're here at La Bocana.
And out in the lineup currently, Rachel Presti representing Germany, Julia van Rooij from the Netherlands, Sally Fitzgibbons from Australia, and Margarita Conde from Colombia. Fighting it out to see who will be advancing in that top round. Of course, we have the repecharge round as well, which means that our surfers have 2 chances to lose out, unfortunately, but it means they are still in the mix if they lose out in these heats.
Yeah, I mean, so the ISA, there's a whole strategy, and I'll probably ask some of the athletes about this, but, you know, there's a couple paths to the finals. You can make it to the finals all the way through the rapid charge round, but you have to serve a ton of heats. And I'll have to do the math for you guys, but it's a lot. And and then, you know, if you stay in the winning round, you surf less heats. I think I did the backstory on Sophia's road to the win last year, and it was interesting. She only got second a couple times, but she beat everyone. But somebody in this heat who really impressed me in Miyazaki that I'd never heard of before was Rachel Presti. She was one of those giant killers in Miyazaki. I'm not as familiar with Julia or Margarita, but actually I think Margarita was in Miyazaki. My brain.
She's got a really good competitive career.
Yeah. So, and you see Teresa Bonvolat on the screen right there. She's also an amazing competitor, super passionate. I've seen her with tears in her eyes, which to me means it's a very hungry, dangerous athlete. When somebody's crying, that means like they want it so bad.
Well, someone that's going to be hungry and wanting it so bad this week, Sally Fitzgibbons. What do you make of that first wave?
It's a great start for Sally. I mean, like you said, just coming off of a win on the world stage, and you look at her, see her looking up to her shoulder to get into that next turn. She cuts back. You always watch the eyes and the shoulders, and that's the fundamentals of good surfing. And she eyed that lip on her backhand, gets that last hit in, and Sally's really good with body language. You know she's happy after a wave when she does this little body language thing.
Rachel Presti up and riding, representing Germany from Florida originally. Great carve under the lip to finish off on.
That was a nice start for Rachel, definitely. I believe I saw her at the World Juniors as well.
And a strong paddle from our surfer in blue. Margarita from Colombia, unfortunately, goes over the handlebars right in front of
Looks
Sally
like
Fitzgibbons.
Maybe, you know, the water is so warm out there. I've only been out once. I've only caught 2 waves, let's be honest. I went right once. It was horrible. I had to
Went left the other time?
I went left after I told a bunch of the guys, like, I'm going.
Took charge.
I took charge and just told them I was going, and they all backed down. So I went and had a little left, but it's fun. But my point of that story is it's really hot. The water is really, really warm, and your wax gets really melty fast. And, you know, who knows what happened. I don't know if it was her leash that got stuck in her toes. That happens sometimes too. But, you know, that's something that can get in your head, though. When you're in a heat and you have a little mishap like that, it can be, you can overthink it and start going, oh my gosh, I'm such a kook. I'm so embarrassed now. I just went over the falls at the World Surfing Games. And that just, but you have to change the mindset and be like, whatever, haha, that was funny. Let's get my head out and now figure this out. So as we see Sally up and riding from a nice drone perspective, thank you, webcast team. You guys are doing a great job. And Rachel Presti up here on her backhand. The wave's a little, you know, bumpy, lumpy because of all the water moving with the tide going out. But she does a good job to get low. That was a really nice turn. And, you know, some of the old school commentators, they would always say, I mean, I can't say it out loud because it's a bad word, but they say they like to see the water coming off the fins. Like, that's like the telltale sign of a well-placed maneuver. When you see a huge fan of spray coming out like that, you know, I can think of photos that I've had from photographers on my backhand where I see a huge spray and I'm always like, oh, that's a good photo. You know, like it's kind of the telltale sign of like good surfing. And it's such a weird thing, right? I've never really thought about it, like water fanning out. It's good surfing. But that's what we love. We love seeing that. When you see somebody do a big hack, you're like, oh, that's amazing.
Totally.
That's
and
what
it's
we love
so
about
cool because
surfing.
it's kind of like, I feel like non-surfers might see that and be like, whoa, there's so much water moving. And
Yeah.
you would maybe think, oh, it doesn't really mean anything, but it actually is a sign that
It's
that
like
was
what
like really good.
When you're standing on the beach watching with other surfers and you see somebody throw a huge hack and just water going everywhere, everybody gets so excited. It's such a weird thing.
Absolutely love it. We love seeing good surfing. It's really great to see a lot of that stuff coming through. We've got some scores through. Sally Fitzgibbons is currently sitting in the lead out in the lineup. And it's just great to see some solid waves on offer as well. Jody, we know the forecast is going to be increasing over the next week.
Yeah, I'm not. I used to surf bigger waves. I'm such a wimp right now, so I'm like, oh gosh, I hope it doesn't. I mean, I'm working, so it doesn't matter. I don't have time to surf anyways. So, but yeah, it's going to get exciting. I mean, it's definitely no shortage of swell here in El Salvador. As we see Rachel up and riding.
Yeah,
on
so
this.
driving through this, looking for that inside section. That inside tends to stand up with a little bit more of a critical lip to it than what we're seeing on the outside.
There's a huge rock on the inside too, like right where you do maybe
basically
your last maneuver.
The entirety of the inside is critical.
Yeah,
because
that's why
there's
it looks like
rocks
a
in the way.
raging rapid sometimes when they're on the inside. Those last maneuvers you see.
Take us through
Break this down. Look at that. That's a nice size wave. It was definitely overhead. You know, she's working through this lump and bump on the outside, waiting for this thing to stand up, being patient, but keeping busy. Nice rail-to-rail S-turns all the way to the inside, and still waiting for it to stand up, and gets one nice little hack there on the inside. So, you know, not a ton of points being built on those in-between sections. She's currently sitting on a 5.33 was her first wave. Her second wave, a 3.93. She's currently sitting in second. Sally Fitzgibbons is sitting in first. She has a 5.67 and a 6.67. So we have 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And Margarita Conde in third. She has, let's see, I'm learning how to use the scoring.
Thanks so much for that update. It's great to have that kind of scoring situation. We know that Sally's currently sitting in the lead. And talking about Sally, let's have a look at her journey to the ISA World Surfing Games.
That's right.
To come back to an event like an ISA World Games or, you know, a World Tour event or even forecasting to the Olympics, I really just feel as though it'll be just this almighty like celebration that, wow, what we do is special. We are fortunate enough to do it. I think everyone will be on board to have that real positive energy to kickstart everything. And then hopefully that gratitude continues on of like, whoa, remember 2020? Like every time you think you're having a tough year or a tough moment, it'll be like, remember that year, and I think it'll put everything into perspective.
Wow, I just love Sally's outlook of gratitude on this. The fact that we're able to run this event right now, that these surfers are able to be present, that Sally's able to be present to train for the Olympics. She's already got that spot, but she gets to fly the flag proudly for Australia and be in the mix with so many surfers. And I mean, Jody, we'll all be able to reflect back on the stories of this historic event here in 2020.
Definitely. And well, we call it the Tokyo 2020 Games because, you know, it was supposed to happen in 2020 and that's the name of the event. So when we get to Tokyo, they're going to be referring to it as the Tokyo 2020 Games. And, you know, knowing Sally for as long as I have, she's such an athlete. And, you know, she was going to go to the Olympics, whether or not it was surfing or another sport. She was on the on the trajectory
on the track, though.
to, you know, can be Olympic hopeful in track and field. And so I can't think of anybody that is more excited about surfing going to the Olympics besides Fernando and Sally Fitzgibbons.
That is such a good call. Fernando and Sally on the same level, match the same hype and attitude. Fernando at our ISA president, Fernando Gary, at the opening ceremonies, his like send off to the crowd with a coconut and a straw in his hand and just like, we're here for the World Surfing Games, is just such a cool moment. And I think you're right. Sally Fitzgibbons would have that. And we've got it all going down in front. So it looked like Our surfer in
white.
blue
And
goes over the falls while using priority over surfer in white.
Yeah, that was interesting. Not sure what happened there, but it looked kind of like the surfer in white was trying to give way. And yeah, I don't know. These things happen in heats, but as we see, white got up and riding. She saw her competitor, trying to get out of the way, and then, yeah, I think this is surfing. I just came back from the last Olympic qualifier for skateboarding, and on my way here, I was thinking, there you go.
All right, so with that, we do have a priority interference. At the start of the heat, the first surfer to ride a wave and return to the takeoff zone receives last priority. In non-priority situations, the surfer in the inside position closest to the peak has the right of way. The priority interference penalty, which is now coming into play, means the surfer loses the second best wave in their score line. A non-priority interference penalty means that the surfer loses half of the second best wave score. So our surfer in
Moral
blue,
of the story is you don't want to get an interference.
Exactly. So our surfer in blue had priority over our surfer in white, which means that surfer in white gets an interference.
Yeah.
So that's an unfortunate moment at this level of competition. I love that you pointed out the fact that Julia van Rooij, our Netherlands surfer in white, was trying to get out of the way. So she definitely saw that blue was going to take off, tried to kick out, but was unable to kick out soon enough.
Yeah. And my point I was going to make about skateboarding versus surfing is like they get to compete on the same, like that skate park doesn't change. It's the same over and over and over again. The ocean is constantly changing. And when I turn around, I'm seeing, on camera, you can see there's rips out there, there's low tide, and there's just a lot of water moving. That's why we've seen in this heat, a lot of lump and bump at the beginning of the wave, because there's this rip current that's kind of driving itself out in between on that left, and then you've got all the rocks on the inside, and I don't think the skate park has that issue.
I don't think so. I don't think really any other field.
I mean, we dealt with some rain,
those
but
issues.
when the rain came, they put it on hold, and then they dried it, and then we went back. But here it's like the ocean is constantly changing. And so you have to really be in tune with the ocean. You have to understand how, water moves around. You got to understand the tides. You got to understand, what's going on underneath the water, and just the currents. And it's complicated.
It's complicated. A lot to pay attention to out here at the ISA World Surfing Games at La Bocana. We're in El Tunco in El Salvador, and there you can see those jerseys. Surfers putting that color on, representing their countries as well. And
well, sorry to jump in, but I want to give huge props to El Salvador. They have been taking such a great care of us. The care package that was in our rooms when we got there with all the gifts, and I've got a cool little bracelet somebody made me, and the food's been amazing. It's just been like, that's our broadcast booth right there. They built that from scratch for us, and we're in a nice air-conditioned little zone with windows behind us. And honestly, it's one of the best setups I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of a lot of setups.
You've had some years under your belt in that competitive scene, and on the competitor side yourself, as well as behind the scenes producing. And we're so thankful to have you as part of the team. But it is amazing what they've done with this site here in El Salvador. They've really pulled it all together.
They pulled out all this stuff,
and they made it feel so welcome.
Yeah. I mean, we had personal stationery in our rooms with our names on them.
That's my notebook for the week.
Yeah.
Every single page says Shannon.
So cool.
It's so great. We're so thankful for the hospitality here.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely untouched. Out in the lineup, 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons is sitting in the lead. Our Australian Olympian with a 6.67 and a 5.67. Rachel Presti, representing Germany, originally from Florida, sitting with a 5.33 and a 3.93 in a commanding second position. And then fighting their way, Margarita Kohn from Colombia and Julia van Rooij from the Netherlands, sitting in that third and fourth place position.
So you can see everybody on screen paddling, and that's because that rip current is driving its way right through where the open face of the left is. And so you can see, it's hard, Margarita, just going for that wave. It's hard to even get into a wave when the wave is in the middle of a rip current, because there's just so much water moving around and chop. So you know, it looks like it's pretty challenging out there with just the tide and the rip currents driving through.
Julia Fenroy up and riding. Beautiful opening carve to start off with. Representing the Netherlands. Another great carve under the lip. And she'll come undone just before kicking out. Julia has done an amazing job to advocate for keeping our oceans plastic free. Specifically in Indonesia, she's put a lot of work into the communities there. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons, our heat leader. Nice clean swoop to start off with.
Whoa, Sal. Ooh, settle down.
Add some flair to the mix. Love it.
That's great. Sally's got some tricks up her sleeve that she has never really brought to the table in a jersey. I've seen some clips of her doing some things that would blow some people's minds. But you know, doing that in a free surf versus doing it with a jersey on, it's a hard place to get to, because you only have so much time, and you can't just keep trying it over and over again. Because like the judges, they feed into that stuff. They see what you're doing out there, and I've even seen them get fatigued with like Italo. I feel like I've seen judges get fatigued with Italo when he's doing airs after airs after airs, and they start getting desensitized to it, and you're like, why is he not getting good scores? Because they think, oh, it's so easy for him, like we're not going to give him a score. So, you know, like I've mentioned before, judges are humans and it's subjective, and so there's a whole strategy and approach that needs to go into it just for that factor.
Margarita up and riding. She's chasing a 7.66 to take that second position and stay in the top round. Driving down the line, great style in that down carve.
I'm back in Margarita's choice of clothing. She's
great
got
sun
some sun pants on. I'm all about the sun safe.
Julia with a nice carve to start off with. Coming through to the inside, she's chasing that 9.66. She does have that priority interference. Make sure, for those of you tuning in, to check out isasurf.org. There's so much information, not only about this event, which is more than likely how you're watching the broadcast right now. You can check out team biographies. There's so much information on each of these teams to find out more things about someone like Rachel Presti and how she came to represent Team Germany for this year's ISA World Surfing Games. Driving off the bottom, she's looking to try and take the lead away from Sally Fitzgibbons. She needs a 7.01 on that wave. Goes incomplete, but a couple good turns at the start. Sally up and riding out the back. Thoughts on whether or not her hands were off the rail before the buzzer?
I don't think I got it. Oh, doesn't matter.
That's
your
end
answer.
of the story. Well, we will have a big score to drop in for Rachel Presti. She was chasing a solid 7.0. And we'll be right back with the results. Heat number 3 coming up for women's round 2 right after this.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are here in El Tunco in El Salvador. There are too many waves on offer in this entire region as we hear the buzzer sound for the start of heat number 3. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Jody Nelson. And Jody, have a look at this beach. I mean, what an incredible setup it is. What a blessing it is that these surfers get to experience Surf City El Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, I had a flashback earlier seeing all the cobblestone rocks on the beach and interviewing Felipe Toledo. I was like, wait, are we at lowers? And then that inside lowers left, it's like so familiar. Just looks has a lot of characteristics to the inside of lowers left. Even with the current and everything ripping through, and the rocks and everything, it's very similar. I'm familiar with vulturing on the inside of lowers left. It's kind of the only way I can get waves out there, but
it's kind of great because so many surfers around the world are familiar with trestles. Either they've seen it or they've surfed it personally. As we take a look, Alyssa Spencer would be someone familiar with trestles. Coming out of Southern California in the United States, Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, Ariane Ochao from Spain, and Lucy Campbell representing Great Britain, originally from England. And yeah, we've got some trestles-esque peaks out front. Trestles now on an onshore day with some tricky conditions, unfortunately. But we may see that change and hopefully improve as the tide moves in.
And this is the worst, okay? This is what I hate about lowers. I have never surfed lowers, I think, without cutting my feet, like on the way in. It's just like...
It's a rite of passage.
Yes, but every time I surf, it's my rite of passage.
Every single time. Sally Fitz making her way in after a solid heat win. She'll be bringing in the top level of positivity throughout the remainder of this event. She always is.
She's always. There's Team Australia. The what's their new name?
Iracondis.
There's Kate Scarrett, one of my good friends. Kate Wilkham. Sorry, Miko. Her husband probably watching at home. But B. Durbridge, also coach for Australia. Barramungies. Oh, they're gonna get mad at me that I can't remember the name of their new squad. I'm gonna Google
the Iracondis.
I'm going to Google it right now.
I'm pretty sure. I know that's how it's spelled, whether or not we pronounce it correctly.
They're all going to start texting me now.
So exciting.
See? Oh, that's my technique. So you put your hand on the rock, so you got to take the weight off so you don't slide on the slippery rocks and hit a barnacle. I don't know if there's lots of barnacles out here, but at lowers, there's barnacles everywhere, and it just rips your feet open.
You just can't get away
But it's
from
worse when there's cameras, like, filming you while you're trying to do the rock scramble, and then you just don't want to eat it in front of everyone.
You just got to be real calm, cool, and collected. Get yourself out. And under some shade and covering, Sally Fitzgibbons, heat winner with a total of a 12.34. Strung it together really nicely. She also had one of the top heats of the day yesterday. We saw a few star performers from yesterday's round one down at El Sunzal for the women. Sally Fitzgibbons was among those. Leilani McGonigal, Rachel Presti, who we just saw had an impressive heat. Teresa Bonvalot, who's coming up in heat number 4. And we saw Alyssa Spencer, who is in this current heat. Alyssa opened up yesterday with an 8.33 and had the top score on the women's side of the draw.
Well, I go way back with Alyssa's parents. They're good. Alyssa's dad grew up with my son's father, and yeah, really cool that he's a firefighter. And I just remember they were so excited when Alyssa got into surfing. Hi, Paul and Mary. I'm sure you guys are watching at home. And Mary is just and Paul, they're just the most supportive parents, and that's all it takes for any athlete is to have parents behind them, supporting them. And, I remember Mary calling me going, what should I do? Should I do this? Should I do that? And it's like, just relax. If she has the talent, get her in the heats, get her in the contest. If she's good enough, the sponsors will come. And that's my advice to all the parents out there that have kids that maybe want to get into surfing. It's like, there's only so much you can do. Like, if your kid is good enough, they're going to get sponsored. They're going to win heats. And when they win heats, they're going to get on people's radar. They're going to make the U.S. team. They're going to travel the world, and things will happen. But you can't overthink it. You just got to support them and provide them with the opportunity and drive them up and down the coast every weekend so that you can get them to all the contests. And that's all you can do.
Ariane with a great opening wave. Nice bit of style coming through from Ariane Ochao from Spain. And a great point from you, Jody.
I just want to finish. Paul and Mary, look at her now. Look at your daughter now. You guys should be very proud.
She is such an impressive, she's already got some great results to her name. Alyssa Spencer was in 2017 the ISA World Junior Champ for the under-16s division, Huntington Beach, California. And she finished in the top 10 on the WQS for the 2019 season. She was so close
to qualification for the World Surf League Championship Tour, which is an amazing feat for the young competitor. And like you said, I mean, look at where she's come from humble beginnings with really encouraging surf parents to becoming one of the best in the world. As we see Sally making her way up the beach, and now taking off our surfer in white, Havana, driving into that first turn, setting up now for the second one. Nice rail game. As you can see her eyeing up that next section. And our surfer in red, Alyssa Spencer, ejects out the back. Decides she doesn't look like the look of that one. And she certainly is the surfer that we'll be paying a lot of attention to in this heat, as we have a look at this last one, this first one from Ariane. So a couple of good hits and rides off the foam. What did you like about this one?
Well, she got right up into the lip, and that was a first critical maneuver. You see her having to go over a couple steps in that wave. She gets it right back into the pocket for that next turn. And she's just trying to move her way down the line of this wave. But yeah, that last section's hard because that other side of the wave is converging on top of each other, as we see last wave of white up and riding. That's Havana Cabero on her backhand. I would think, I don't know, this wave seems like it'd be a little more challenging on your backhand than your front hand, but I haven't surfed it yet, so I don't know. Up and riding, here we go, Alyssa Spencer.
All right, coming around that first section, kicks out the back once again. So two waves, pretty similar. She's definitely gonna look for one of those giant sections, or I think something that's gonna open up now. Repeat wave after wave of just pulling out. And our heat leader, Ariane. Nice opening carve. Sets herself up for the second one. A little more horizontal, and then goes big for the finish.
Yeah, her fins just kind of went free there. As we saw, her first wave came in at a 4.50, so that's actually a really good start for a heat, and we're seeing her scores for that wave starting to drop. It looks to me like some of the judges didn't really care about that last maneuver falling apart. That last wave drops in, or I think it's still locking in. But, you know, some of the judges came in at a 5, and the other one, the lowest one, was a 3.5, so she's going to land somewhere right in the middle there. Because, explain the judging. It's been a while for me. It's top. 5 judges. They drop the high and the low, and then they average the rest, right?
They average it out. So the high, the low score drop out. The middle 3 will average out, and that's how we get a single score on the line. Havana having a look, and gets one carve to start off with, goes in for a big bottom turn, sets up a snap off the lip.
And you can see that convergence of the other white water coming into the pocket of that left, and that's where you're seeing a lot of boards kind of like coming out from underneath people when they're doing that last maneuver. So I think looking back at that last heat where you see McGonigal, that was our first heat. Leilani just really attacking that last section. You have to have your feet underneath you really confidently for that last in section.
Lucy Campbell from Great Britain with a quick in and out. So super important to stay controlled and really attack all the way to the finish, to put on those exclamation points. As we take a look again at this last one from Ariane.
Yeah, she really got right there into the pocket on that last one, but unfortunately her fins just kind of went free and she leaned back, so came unstuck. But wide up and riding, getting a nice couple little turns there. She's just waiting for it to offer something scoreable, and then there's nothing really there at the end. So we see the scores starting to drop here. Havana has a 2.50 and a 2.2 on her scoreboard.
Alyssa Spencer spinning to have a look.
Yellow has priority, so this is interesting.
Okay, well, she's looking, and she kicks out.
Yeah.
And
well, that's a really smart move right there from Ariane. That's kind of like a, whoa. That's a veteran, not But that's an experienced, smart, competitor.
Well, Ariane Chow, who's currently sitting in the lead, as far as career bests go, her career best was finishing 3rd at the WSL Junior Championships. She's now a 22-year-old competitor, so this would have been a few years back, but she's got so much good experience behind her, and she really dreams of making it into the Olympics.
That was really smart of Alyssa. Real smart by both women. Alyssa got out of the way. She didn't, no confusion. You have to know what the priority situation is out there, because what just happened, normally Alyssa would have had the right of way, but because yellow had the priority, she had to give way. So if she hadn't have given way, then Alyssa would have gotten an interference. So smart surfing by everyone in the water. They're playing the game, they're doing their strategy, and it's entertaining surfing.
And Havana staying busy, connects with the lip, and she's gonna ride out clean. Make sure the judges can see that. She's got a 2.5 and a 2.2 on the scoreboard so far. And having a look at that scoreboard now, we can see that Alyssa Spencer has been given that priority interference. That's because she crossed over the line.
I take that back.
Of where our surfer in yellow dropped in on.
Well, she interfered on the scoring potential. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. But
I was hopeful as well. But I think had Alyssa been able to kick out straight and not cross the path of Ariana, then
all right, Mary and Paul, you guys have
there would not have
work
been
to
an
do.
interference. She got out smooth. I mean, she really did her best in the situation, but unfortunately she's been given that. So Alyssa Spencer's now going to have a single counting wave to her name.
Yeah.
Right, because she's already got multiple waves, so she's dropping
But
her second
she-
score.
yeah.
She's got so much potential. She could drop a solid score and still take the lead out of this.
Definitely.
El Sunzal, we're having a look over to our other podium. This is where the women's event started yesterday. Finished up women's round 1 out at El Sunzal this morning. And now for the men's round 1, the men's heat. Jonathan Zambarno up and riding. So men's round 2 is now taking place at the right point El Sunzal. Nice couple carves on his backhand. Different conditions from what they've been used to throughout yesterday and this morning, and he is just hammering it away through to the inside. Nice.
Can I just say I'm really
Couple
impressed
of
that
carbs.
you know who's surfing over there?
Coming through. I have a great producer in my ear. He's excellent. And Jonathan just hammers it away down to the inside. Wow. I mean, this wave just continues to unravel for him.
I think I need to go surfing over there.
So powerful. Look at this.
Wow. That was an amazing wave. Long. That wave's nice and long, and looks to be standing up. I've been hearing everybody say it's mushy over there, but that didn't. I mean, he was throwing a ton of water around, so it doesn't look too mushy to me.
It really seemed like a nice stand-up wave. And now Italo Ferreira.
Who?
Italo.
I've never
The
heard of that
Italo.
guy.
Why don't you call us through this wave?
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't need to call a wave of Italos. You just sit back and watch and enjoy. I mean, he is such a freak of nature, and he's been so on fire that we just need to sit back and watch. I am impressed, however, that his hair's not blonde anymore, and I was like, yo, what the heck? What happened to your hair? And he's like, I'm not in Australia anymore. It's like, fair enough. So this is his new look, his new do. He's looking to win the World Surfing Games here. What's he gonna do on the inside? Nice. Ooh, gosh, he is so good.
Ooh.
I mean, people just need to watch his technique. I would love to try and ride
belly
one of
boarding.
his. What the heck? What? Why?
Just because.
He's such a freak.
Your 2019 World Surf League World Champion. Currently ranked number 2 on the WSL rankings.
It's so pretty here.
And just
look at the mountains. I haven't even we've been working so much, I haven't got to walk around, but look at the mountains. They're beautiful. It's so beautiful here. The watercolor, our setup.
we're just so blessed to be here at El Tunco. If you have the opportunity to travel, to get on the road, you're welcome to come. The locals have been so inviting. We had the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, at our opening ceremonies with a personal invitation to come see the waves here. He understands that surfing is a big part of the El Salvador community. As we see Lucy Campbell enjoying the waters here at La Bocana.
Enjoying not being in a wetsuit.
Really enjoying not being in a wetsuit. She says she's used to surfing in a 6mm wetsuit back home in Newquay in England. And Alyssa Spencer.
She needs a really good score, and I know she, you know, she's capable of it. She needs to get a 7 or 8 just to, oh, there she goes. Good job. That's what she needed to do. She needs to get something over in the excellent score, because basically, if you see our leader right now has a total of 8.40. So Alyssa's got to get herself up in that bracket, as we see Javiana just putting a final maneuver on that wave, landing not clean, but coming and riding out of it, which, you know, that's a contest make.
So we've got some scores to come through. Ariane currently sitting in the lead from Spain, a 4.5 and a 3.9. As we take another look at the lineup here and some of the waves that we've had come through. Last of Havana. She dreams of being a medical student post-competitive surfing career. She's a 5-time national champion in Puerto Rico.
Let's take a look at this last wave of Alyssa. She got a 5.33 on this. She's just S-turning her way on the inside, but eyeing that in section, or is that not her score? I could have messed up, but whatever her score is, that was an amazing, I'm not good with scores. That was amazing in maneuver for her.
Yeah, that was a really solid score for Alyssa. And then Ariane on the inside.
Yes,
that last wave that we saw.
I'm going to figure this out, guys, and thank you for being patient with me, but Alyssa did move into second. It's actually Shannon's good at that job, better than me, but I'm
Unfortunately, the live scoring screen is on Jody's side of things.
I'm trying to help.
You're doing a great job. It's so great to have you in the booth and calling heats and get your expertise on waves like this. It's just been amazing. So with that last one, Alyssa Spencer drops in a 5.33, which bumps her up into second. She was really chasing that score.
It's not safe enough. Like, she's gonna, you know, Javiana can, or Lucy can easily, oh, she's playing the game. Look at her.
She's going hardcore like a vulture. She just went straight to Javiana, who's in second position.
Oh, this is good. This is the stuff that's fun. This is what competitive surfing is all about. I mean, you don't do that out free surfing, or you kind of do, but not like this. This is great. I know she's a savvy competitor, and I love to see that Javiana is also a savvy competitor. She's trying to get Alyssa off her tail. I remember a heat with Holly Beck once at a pier. I don't remember what pier, but she literally paddled me under the pier. It was the craziest thing
Huntington
ever.
or Oceanside, something like that.
I think it was Oceanside.
All right, and we're having a look here. Lucy Campbell, it's all on the line. She's just chasing a 3.51 to go from 4th position into second.
Oh.
Unfortunately, hits the speed wobbles, can't pull it out.
Oh, go Alyssa, go Javiana. I love this. This is great. You know, Alyssa's sitting with priority, so she's not going to let Javiana in white have a single chance, because you do not want to go in the repecharge round. Let's just leave it at that.
All right,
so
so
surf way more heats in the repecharge round.
Exactly. Using priority, Alyssa Spencer now up and riding, looking to better that 5.33. Slams it on for the final turn. 1 minute down, 1 minute remaining. Can Havana, now sitting out the back from Puerto Rico, can Havana get the score she's chasing?
I was saying Javiana the whole heat. I'm sorry, her friends and family that are watching. Havana. My bad.
The wonderful competitor coming out of Puerto Rico, 5-time national Puerto Rican champ. She has so much ability to get that score. She just needs to pick the right wave. She's got first priority. Sorry, she's now got second priority. So first priority goes back to Ariane.
I'm kind of nervous that maybe Alyssa caught that wave a little too early. She's left the door open just slightly for Havana, not Javiana.
Coming down to 15 seconds on the clock. And surfer with first priority is in yellow. Ariane takes the drop, eyes up the section, hits it strong, and puts on a powerful finish. Doesn't quite ride out of it. But what a great heat. so much pressure. I love the competitive angles that came out of that. We saw paddle battles, we saw interferences. It's all going down here at the ISA World Surfing Games in El Salvador. We'll be right back with more action. Heat number 4, women's round 2, right after this.
Música pop 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama a compartir. Impresionante. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And welcome back to the action here for the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games here at La Bocana and El Senzul in El Tunco. It is a beautiful part of the world. We're so blessed to be able to experience the waves, the culture, the hospitality of the El Salvador community, the local community here. Thank you so much for all the efforts that have been put in to allowing us to experience it all. And we've got a lot going on down in the lineup. You can see
Greg Cruz, Team USA coach, going, okay, let's unpack that heat. What did you learn so we don't do that again?
Excellent approach. As we see our surfer in blue, Noah Laylor from Israel. Nice carve to start off with. Looking very similar to her older sister, Anat, in that approach.
Yeah, they both have a very aggressive approach, but fluid style. And if you guys haven't watched Anat's package, her feature online, I encourage you to check it out. Her story is amazing.
In the water currently, Noah Laylor from Israel, Teresa Bonvolo from Portugal, Chelsea Roet from Barbados, and Daniela Rosas from Peru. So a couple of big names in there. We know Teresa Bonvolo, she's been on the scene for years. She's been knocking on the door to championship tour qualification. She's had some wild card opportunities in Portugal, and she is so hungry to get into those top positions and really be able to represent.
She'll get there.
She'll get there. She's right there. We've got Daniela Rosas in the water, who is wearing the yellow jersey from Peru. She is one of our provisionally qualified Olympic surfers. She is provisionally qualified through the Pan Am Games back in 2019.
Now Alyssa's getting it from Coach Brett Simpson. Okay, break it down.
She's got a little smile right now. You can see it.
Well, she dodged a bullet. She literally dodged a bullet. And if you don't learn from your mistakes in surf contests or in life, you're going to have a hard road ahead of you.
This is a good moment to get a little sneak peek in. Great work from our broadcast team, the cameramen, getting all those sneaky moments and working things out.
As you see Greg Cruz having issues with his sandals in the cobblestone rocks, he's walking through them with shoes on. Imagine doing it barefoot.
What a champ. Got to protect those feet.
But, you know, Brett's a great competitor, great coach to have in your corner. And, you know, Team USA is, you know, blessed to have him. And, you know, he's been doing, I'm so proud to watch him pouring back into the youth and the next generation. It makes me really happy.
Amazing to think, too, of a younger competitor like Alyssa with so much promise and so much time ahead of her to be able to be on a team alongside women like Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks.
Yep. And, I mean, I started traveling when I was really young on the Team USA, and it's those moments that you have as a team that really change the trajectory of your career.
Chelsea Roet from Barbados. Eyeing up the first section. Nice, strong turn to start off with. Makes it around the foam into a second snap and ducks out. You're given the nod. Feeling comfortable with that first wave?
Yeah, no, I think she looked really good. I think that, you know, she's got a similar style to Chelsea Tuak I've seen, you know, and it's interesting because they're from the same zone, but you know, it's those nerves. The beginning of a heat, you got to get those waves under your belt and start just, you know, breathing and finding your feet.
Strong paddle from Noah. Nice carve to start off with. That wave fizzles out. So a bit of activity out in the lineups to start off with. 15 minutes on the clock. These are 20-minute heats. Short heats compared to some of the longer ones these women will get to compete in, but they'll be making the most of it. Daniela Rosas in yellow, looking strong on her backhand attack, just whipping it under the lip.
She rips.
And this explains why she took out the Pan American Games in 2019 and got that provisional position into the Olympics.
Yeah, I get it now. We see Red up and riding. You know, I think there was something with Sophia. We'll talk through this wave as we see Teresa. She's got such a smooth style. She's very talented. Ah, look at that little flare on the end, that last in section. I love it.
Tag it. So great wave from Teresa. We're going to go down to the beach, catch up with Callie Carranza and Ariane Ochao from Spain.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Ariane, the waves seem a little bit difficult from the beach. What is it like out there?
Yes, waves are super difficult. This morning the ocean was clean, but now there is a lot of backwash and it's really hard to finish all the turns. So it's really difficult to make a icy surf.
And speaking of difficult conditions, some surfers tend to use a bigger board for these waves. What did you decide to surf on?
The board that I'm using, I can use in small conditions when La Bocana is small because the wave is powerful, and also I can use when there is a bigger swell. But I think if the waves get better, I need to change the board because there are a lot of backwash and power in the waves, and it is difficult. You need a bigger board.
And I can tell you're a little bit winded from that, so we'll let you go get rested. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Ariane Ochoa.
Wow, impressive surfing from Ariane. Great to hear about the conditions out in the lineup, and exciting to see her advancing through the rounds and representing for Team Spain. She's got such an impressive list of accomplishments already at 22 years old, and is now going to be fighting for one of those last spots into the Olympics.
Yeah, it was really cool to see her surf, and you know, like I said, the rapid charge round, you just do not want to go into the rapid charge round. But then some people get steam in they find their feet in the rapid charge round because you're surfing heat after heat after heat, and you really get to know the wave and the breaks. And if, you know, sometimes they're surfing different venues, and if the waves get too big here, we're going to move to a different, you know, the other venue, as we see White up and riding. This is our surfer from Barbados, Chelsea Roet. Finding her flow here, doing the pin drop there at the end. And this is
Daniela Rosas.
So yeah, I was with Daniela. I had never really seen her surf. I was you know, learned about her. That's a great turn. Learned about her. That's a really good wave for her. I learned about her, you know, winning the Pan Am Games, and was asking Sophia about it, like, hey, why? Well, she didn't know she was supposed to be in the Pan Am Games. Like the qualification process it's complicated for getting to the Olympics. As we see Red getting a nice wave here. That's our surfer from Portugal, Teresa Bongalot, just getting the party started.
Such a flurry of action.
It's a good size wave, so you can see Our winner from the last heat was telling us how, she needs to probably switch out her boards because do a step up board because there's just so much water moving around out there, and that's a good little tip for people other competitors to recognize and maybe pick up on.
As we see Daniela cut back into the foam, throws a lot of spray on that first turn, and that wave will fizzle out. So talk to us again about that qualification process for Daniela.
Well, yeah, she won the Pan American Games, as we see red up and riding.
Teresa Bonvalo, nice carve to start off with. Comes in under the lip.
Oh.
Ooh, that looked a little bit sticky.
Oh, she's going to pull it, though.
Nice
Great
work from...
Yeah, that was a good make. The judges want to see you do things cleanly, but at least she, for herself, she didn't give up. She fought through that one.
So some scores to come through from that last exchange. We can see that swell is starting to trickle in. We know that it was going to build throughout today. We also knew that this wind was forecasted, unfortunately. But as that tide changes, low tide would have drained out, high tide starts to push, we're going to see some sides. Noah on her way, and she'll kick out of that one. High tide is at 6:45 tonight. Low tide was at 12:38, so we're almost an hour outside of low tide now. And we're going to see that swell continue to build, and it's going to build a lot over the next couple of days.
Well, we just see that last wave of Teresa's drop in at a 3.50, so the judges kind of sending a message saying, yeah, you got to ride out of those a little more clean. But her first wave came in at a 6.50, so she's definitely getting rewarded for her good surfing. But right now, Teresa's in the lead. Daniela Rosas is in second. Daniela is sitting on a 5.17 and a 2.57 as we see this replay of her last wave, which I believe was a 2.57. Didn't really have much to offer there. And this is Teresa's last wave, which came in at a 3.50. She gets a nice sweeping cut back there, sticks that board right into the critical section of the wave, but just gets her board washed around by the whitewash there, but was able to ride out of it. But the judges saying, hey, yeah, no, when you touch the rails and you kind of almost fall, we're not going to give you the score. But had she hit this lip and not had that little bobble right there, that probably would have been an excellent score.
I agree. I think there's so much maturity in her surfing. That style was just so beautiful. There was so much power, great timing, and it was just that.
Well, and before that exchange, Chelsea was actually sitting in the advancing position, so she's got some work to do now.
As we see Chelsea going into her second turn, nice snap off the top, nice little lip line read to finish. So she's currently sitting down in third. Chelsea's chasing a 3.58 to take the advancing position. So to set the tone, 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Teresa currently sitting in the lead with the high score of a 6.5 as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, she gets a nice cut back there. The wave's kind of flat in that area, and so she's just eyeing this wave as it sucks up on the rocks and reef. Nice bottom turn right there. You could see her heel come up when she did that turn, releasing the tail, and gets that last in section there. Comes out clean. That wave felt good for her. It felt good for me watching it. So I'm sure the judges will like that one.
That was Chelsea Rowett from Barbados. 26 years old, has a very impressive line of surf event victories over her life, as we see a huge carve from Teresa. Driving into that second turn.
Drop wallet.
And flies out.
That's amazing. I think that one was my favorite wave
I'm
so
just
far.
So impressed with her surfing right now. She looks really relaxed.
Yeah.
She's able to just put it out there.
She just did a John drop wallet. That was amazing.
So great.
I'm excited to break that one down. Judges looking to, the difference I think between that score that's going to come in and the one before where she touched the rails. I think there's going to be a huge difference. Not a huge, but there's going to be a difference in scoring. Let's watch this. So still kind of, it's a big slopey wave in the beginning. And she gets that roundhouse back to the critical source of the wave, waiting for this, watching this setup. You can see it starting to stack. She digs in, little John drop wallet right there. And And now she's eyeing that closeout section. Ooh, and that's where it went wrong, but she had a really awesome Superwoman kick out, and I digged it.
Yeah, that was an amazing two-turn combo to start on. Daniela Rosa sitting with a 5.17 as her high score. She's looking for a 2.83 to move up into second, and I feel like she's going to get it on this wave.
Wow.
Can she put on a strong finish? She's got so much style, so much grace as she comes through into the inside, and
this is a really stacked heat for round 2. Like, just going to go out on a limb and say that. Like, Noah Lilior is an amazing surfer, and you know, she just hasn't found her rhythm out there. She's, you know, it's hard to get the positioning, and then everybody else has been just finding that rhythm and chipping into some decent waves. We have 5 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in this heat, so it's not over for Noah. She has a 2.67 and a 1.43, so she, you know, there's enough time on the clock for her to potentially get 2 good waves or just get rid of that 1.43.
And having a look back at El Cinzal, men's round 2. Out in the lineup, Italo Ferreira paddles in. And nothing less than we would expect, but probably 15 turns to the beach on this wave. Nice 2 turns to start off with. Making it look so easy. Pretty different than what they were surfing this morning.
Wow. So it's interesting, this wave. It's like, it does start out like kind of mushy on the outside, but he's been S-turning his way all the way to the inside. And then this is where it starts standing up, and he's, you know, able to connect with the lip a little more, and he's having fun. That's what it's all about.
Great to see one of the best in the world.
People just want to be entertained.
This is an entertainer. Absolutely. I think Team Brazil for this event, I'm calling the entertainment team.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they've brought to the show so far.
That's fun.
I was able to call Italo, Gabriel, and Felipe's heats, all of them just dropping airs. It was like, that was the show, which was so
Brazilian
cool
storm.
to witness.
Oh, and here we go. Speak of our gal in blue.
Noah.
Oh, see, people feed off
Drop
each other
wallet
in
to
heats.
get going. They're just having so much fun out there. It's so
Whoa.
great to witness. An excellent level of surfing.
Wow,
Puts
that's
on a
gonna,
clean finish.
But I don't think it's gonna affect, like, the 2 turns she did before that were incredible. So
She's chasing a 6.41 to move from 4th position, currently up into 2nd. Noah, excellent surfer, 18 years old, older sister Anat. We know her story well. Take a look at it, isasurf.org. Click on the Olympic side of things, the state of Olympic surfing. We've got a great interview with Anat, and she'll be representing Israel at the Olympics.
they have a really, really tight family too. I was really impressed by that. You know, her brother's here competing too, and then we'll see Anat surfing coming up. And what heat is she coming up in?
She's coming up in the next heat.
There
She's
we
in
go.
heat number 5, so stay tuned. I'm sure the whole family is tuning in back home and is so proud of the sisters for representing. So, scores at the moment, Noah sitting with that requirement of that 6.41 to move up into 2nd. Chelsea sitting with a requirement of a 6.77 to move from 3rd into 2nd. Daniela sitting in 2nd with 2 strong 5s, chasing another 5 to move into the lead. And Teresa, that style coming through strong, keeping her in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.6. And now taking off, chasing that 6.77, Chelsea Roet from Barbados. Drives into that first turn. Loving this drone angle. Is throwing so much spray on the 2nd. And will this wave stand up for her on the inside? Give her a little bit more to work with as she comes in over the rocks. And she'll kick off right in front of the team.
And she's looking for a score in the range of 6.77, as you can see on the screen there. Want to focus on the time. We've got 2 minutes left. Noah needs another wave, as we see up and riding. This is our surfer from Barbados. She's currently in 2nd. She's looking for a 6.77. Couple good turns there. Throwing some buckets of water. This wave just kind of doing its weird little thing on the inside, but she's dodging rocks and still throwing spray and gets that last little hit on the end. And this is Daniela Rosa in yellow, Team Peru. Doing some handiwork here. Closeout maneuver. She's comfortably, semi-comfortably sitting in second place. She's in the double digits. You always want to be in the double digits. She's got a total heat score of 10.94. But to watch, you see Noah waving her arm. She's how much time's left? She's got 1 minute and 10 seconds left remaining, and she still needs to get another wave because her first wave was a 2.67 and her last wave was a 4.53, and she needs a 6.41 to move into advancing position. So she still has her work cut out, but now the clock's working against her.
So first priority, Teresa in red, already sitting in the lead. Second priority, Noah, sitting in fourth position with a big requirement.
One thing is, I don't think that Teresa will give Noah a hard time because, you know, it's more for that advancing position between second and third. Like, it'll be interesting to see if they give each other any space or no space. You can tell by the way they sit. You can tell by the way they're paddling if they're going to play the priority game or not. But the clock's winding down.
Down to the last 10 seconds. Will there even be time for a wave to come through? You can see her holding her hands in her face, that emotion coming out.
Because she knows she's going to have to surf like 150 heats to get to the final.
Emotion for a few reasons. The legs getting really tired at El Sanzul on the right.
But
well,
you know what? Yeah, sometimes it works out for the better when you have to go through the rapid charge round.
That was an amazing heat to call. I'm so impressed by the standard of surfing overall that we've seen in women's round 2, all absolutely on fire. And as we go into the break, we're going to have a look at a wonderful story. Listen to this up next of Anat Leilor, little sister Noah in this heat. Anat's coming up next, and we're going to get to hear about her journey to being a provincially qualified Olympic surfer.
Israel is, I don't think it's what people expect. It's not as like a desert like people think. It's super alive and super colorful. We have so many cultures around, and it's not only Jewish people. We have Christian people, Muslim people. We all live in the same country, and we do have a lot of arguments, but I think we manage quite well.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Brad J on the call. Women's round 2 in the water here at La Bocana. The men have taken over El Sunzal. This heat right here, well, it's nothing short of a stunner. We've got champions in the water, Olympians, Sofia Milanovic, Anat Leilor, Ornelia Pelazari, Amuro Suzuki, Peru, Israel, Argentina, Japan being represented in this super heat. Brad, this has all the makings of a final. I would not be surprised to see these 4 names on the final day of competition here in El Salvador.
You're definitely correct on that, Chris. You look at it's round 2, it's heat number 5. They've already had to do some work to get through round 1. They've switched locations, so maybe that's a little bit of the equalizer too, because you've been competing on El Sunzal, and now you get a little bit more of a punchy beach break to work with.
Yeah, you got 2, 3, 4 events in one with 2 podiums. One being a right-hand point break up at El Sunzal, and this podium right here has been kind of switching faces all day long. Generally a right and a left peak, kind of similar to lower trestles, but the look we have now almost looks more like a beach break, kind of peaks breaking all over the place. The tide is still dropping, or actually starting to come up now. It's 1:43 local time. Low tide was at 12:38, so that's a good sign with the tide pushing up. Can't say enough about the 4 surfers we have in the lineup. There are 7 spots left for Olympic qualification on the women's side of things. Right here, you could be looking at a potential Olympian in Anat Leilor representing Team Israel. Really fast, really powerful, super consistent. She does not make a lot of mistakes. She showed us her skill level in WSL Key West events. Not starting us off.
And nice work for her too as well. She has qualified. Yes, she did that through the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games. So this is all, I mean, this is about having fun. And you can see right there, laying it into that lip. Solid, lets that thing build up for just kind of a little kick out on that. But she knows what she needs to do to get it done because she's already qualified. So I feel like the pressure is off her and she could just almost free surf and just have a good time. Take another look here. That was the kick out after a couple good little turns up and down, and that'll be our first scored wave there. She's looking, I don't know, somewhere, I would think somewhere around the 4 range possibly.
Yeah, one thing about the chunky conditions we're seeing now is it can give these surfers kind of unique opportunities to find these sections that will allow them to explode. You know, sometimes with a chop coming up the face, you can actually rebound off of that, and it can kind of provide some pretty cool sections. We'll see if these surfers can take advantage of that. Surfer in yellow, replay here.
Yeah, this is Ornella Pellizzari from Argentina, 33 years old, a 10-time Argentina champ, so knows what it's like to be on top of the heap as she works her way into the inside section. The tide coming up, I think might see a little bit more face height as that tide starts pushing in a little bit. I mean, we had ultra low tide, as Chris was talking about, 0.43, and it comes up to a 6.59. So you're looking at just close to 6 feet, you know, in 6 hours. So a foot an hour, it's coming up.
14:24 to go. Sofia Milanovic, Anat Leilor, Ornella Pellizzari from Argentina, Amura Suzuki, and the first score start to drop to 4.5 for Anat. Ornelia comes through with a 3.6, Moro just a 0.5, just a quick up and down. You get to see Sofia Milanovic get involved. Sofia came through. You know, it's tough to call a world champion an underdog, but last year, when she competed after not competing for so long, she went ahead and took everybody off. So let's learn more about Sofia Milanovic's incredible run here in the ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, the ISAs have been a huge impact on my career. You know, the first time I won a big contest, it was the ISAs, you know, in Ecuador, like in 2004 when I was 21, and that was my, I think, first major win, and I took that, you know, that feeling, that, you know, that amazing accomplishment to win 3 cities that year. Like, I won the ISAs and then I won 3 cities in a row, and it was the first time I have even won a city too. So I think that ISA was the start to something great, and by the end of the year I end up being the world champion.
Sofia Milanovic coming through with kind of a veteran Cinderella story. Always fun to see. And for Sofia, you know, not having done well in the Pan Am Games, which was her real big shot at qualification towards the Olympics, this is her last chance. So this event course, we know the magnitude for all the surfers competing, but especially with Sofia Milanovic, who may have thought by winning the ISA World Surfing Games that was her lock. But as we know, the road to the Olympics is not going to be an easy one.
No, and you know what? But if somebody is up to the task, you got to think that Sofia Milanovic is definitely up to the task. In similar waves that she surfs in Peru that she has out here. And, we look at her being an ISA champ back in 2004 and then fast forward to 2019. I mean, there's a pretty big gap in there. It just shows you she's kept her skill level at an all-time high all the way through.
So our surfers right now trying to decode what's happening. We're going to go down to the beach with Kale Carranza.
There, it seemed like you were competing more against yourself than anyone else.
I think, first of all, thank you. Second of all, I think you're always competing against yourself. It's up to you what you do in the water, what waves you catch, what kind of maneuvers you do. So I'm just really stoked to make this heat through, and I'm excited for the next one.
Vasco Ribeiro, your teammate, actually said that the waves are very similar here to Portugal. Would you agree with him?
Yeah, for sure. There's so much power here, and in Portugal you have so many waves with so much power. This one is more kind of a left. It's not that many lefts, point break. I mean, this is not a point break, but it seems like it. But the right is really fun too, and I mean, I'm really stoked to be here in El Salvador. I had a chance to come here 2 times this year, so I had a lot of fun surfs here at Sunsal, and I'm really stoked.
And I could see your competitive prowess, because when you came in, although you were in the lead, you had priority towards the end, you still talked to Yolanda Hopkins and said, I shouldn't have done that bottom turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I always want to do more all the time. It's a good thing because every day I just want to improve, and I'm just gonna make sure, and I'll come for the next even stronger and have a better backup and just feel really good out there.
Well, congratulations, and any words for people watching in Portugal, maybe friends and family?
Yeah. Muito obrigada a todos que estão em Portugal a assistir. Acabei de passar este calo 2. As ondas estavam difíceis, mas consegui encaixar lá nas primeiras. E agora é continuar a para os portugueses.
Back up to the booth, Chris Cote. I'll let you translate that.
Thank you.
Parabéns.
You got that, Chris?
Sarisa Bonavlat, she said thanks to all her friends and family watching it back home.
Nice coverage right there. You know what do you like about what she said, though? Is, you are surfing against yourself. I mean, yes, there's other competitors in water, but you know what you're capable of when you compete on a regular basis. You're a pro surfer, so you are surfing against yourself. You really need to just put that in perspective and not really care so much what the other person's doing, but you need to just surf your surf.
Yeah, and Brad, you've been in and around many Olympic Games. You know full well, the pressure that these athletes face just getting there. For our surfers in the lineup, this can't just be another heat, right? I mean, every time they paddle out here at the ISA World Surfing Games, if they're not qualified, they got to be feeling the magnitude of what's happening to them.
And I feel like since we're in uncharted territory, since it hasn't happened yet, I feel like some of them don't realize what they're
about to do.
Yeah, because being part of 5 different Olympic Games in the past and being out there and seeing it, it is a very moving experience. When you're representing your country with your country's weight on your shoulders, that's a big deal, man.
8:30 to go. Ornella Pellizzari in the lead for now. Sofia Milanovic representing Team Peru on her backhand. Nicely done, navigating a wild ride all the way to that inside.
Yeah.
Ornella Pellizzari, your current leader from Argentina, she could be considered the GOAT of Argentinian surfing. 10-time National Open Women's Champion. And she is a Pan American champion from 2017. She's got all the accolades, but her name is overshadowed by Sofia Milanovic and some of the other names, but do not discount Ornella. She is such an incredible surfer, as you can see, controlling this heat right now. Here goes Anat Leilor, Team Israel, big turn to start. I like the patience there, waiting for this wave to open up, let her in. Snap there, can't come down with it. Anat Leilor has been a perennial standout every time we've seen her surf here at the ISA World Surfing Games. So let's learn more about this surfer from Israel with a huge future in front of her.
I grew up in Tel Aviv. The surfing here is not that great. I live in a sea compared to an ocean, and a sea is almost like a puddle next to a pool, I think. Waves are not really consistent, and it's really hard to be an excellent surfer next to all the world champions and all the other contestants. So I just try to keep pushing harder and harder, even though I don't have the conditions that they have. When I started surfing, I kind of started by myself, and then my brother came along, and then my sister, she's 2 years younger than me. She saw surfing, and of course she wanted to come as well. So since then, we kind of pushed each other to be better. If it was my sister doing this turn, I wanted to do that turn. And surfing in the water, it was kind of crowded, but it was only men around. I was the only woman or kid. I mean, I was a young girl surfing in the lineup.
Anat Lelior showing us why she is the pride of Team Israel. And I can guarantee you we will be seeing that name not only here at the ISA World Surfing Games for a long time to come, on the WSL QS,
oh, yeah.
on the WSL CT. Watch out, Anat. She is definitely a force to be reckoned with in the lineup. 5 minutes, 46 seconds to go. I mean, I feel like I looked up, the clock had 19 minutes on it. It's flying by.
Yeah.
Anat now jumps in the lead on her strength of that last wave. 4.5. Had she finished, she would have been up in that 7 range, but still got a solid lead in front of her. Anela drops to second. Amura Suzuki needs a 4.06 to get involved. Team Japan always comes through strong. Here's that last wave for Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah, here's Milanovic on that one. Nice little cutty off the start. There's, you know, bumpy wave. You see a lot of bump in that. She's doing her best to just really, I feel like she's being a little just cautious to really try and get those waves in. If you look at her, her body language seems a little cautious because she knows how important this is for her to do good and not have to battle through repertoires.
Yeah, it's almost like you don't even want to say it, right? You don't want to say she has to win it to be in it, but that's really what's at stake here. And she's been through it. She's been, you know, the ups and downs of every tour she's surfed on, so she knows full well what's at stake here. Here's Anat's last wave.
Yeah, looking good too. Look at that smooth cutty right there. She sets it back up on the inside. Just smacks one more. Lip was already coming down, so she couldn't really get that board back under her feet on the landing, but I mean, look what she's done. A 6.5 and a 4.5 has her with 11 in the top spot. And you got Pellizzari chasing in that number 2 spot. Needs a 7.4 to take over the number 1. And then Amuro, well, she's looking at a 4.06 to get up in the top 2 and a 2.86 from Sofia. So Sofia calculated a 4.07. Good start to it. 4 minutes. You're going to need one more somewhere around that 4 to feel comfortable.
Yeah, good point there. I mean, if you look, if you can kind of cover up the screen a little bit, cover up all those scores right there, and you'll see that 4.07 is for her hopefully going to be her backup score. You know, if she drops something anywhere near 6, she's right back in there. Here goes Ornella Pellizzari trying to fend off Sofia and Amuro. That wave, nearly impossible to ride. So much chop coming up the face. Closes out around her so she doesn't have the opportunity to get anything done. And now she moves down from top priority to 4th priority. So priority will be a key factor here in the last 3 minutes of this heat.
And more wind we're seeing today, Chris, too, than we saw yesterday. The very same time yesterday, it wasn't so bad on the wind-wise. We're seeing more chop on the face. And what I've noticed after being here about 3 to 4 weeks now, you start seeing when the wind comes in, I feel like we start to see that increase. And we look for an increase happening tomorrow and then going into Wednesday, too, as well. So it could be a situation where La Bocana gets too big to even surf, and everyone's got to surf El Sunzal, which I'd seen happen like just a few weeks ago. All the pros were at El Sunzal, and it was that closing out front.
Grant, I know you've been here for as long as, if not longer than any of the pros that have visited us. Who were some of the teams you saw really putting in the work out here in the weeks leading up to this event?
Team Mexico, I would say, first off, is the first team that comes to mind because I feel like they were out here nice and early. And not only I think they came out in March, but they came back out early in May too as well. Team Canada too as well. They were out here nice and early, and they were getting their reps in. They're working all over the place. And talking with a guy like Cody Young, who's competing for Team Canada, he was saying he wanted to go to Punta Roca every single day he was here, but he knew that's not going to help him advance, so he stayed here. But Team Mexico, Team Canada, I think it was Team Chile too as well. Those teams seem to be putting in the extra work and getting out here nice and early.
Yeah, it showed. And it's not just for the surfers that have experience at high-level competition. It's also, for those veteran team members to show, the younger team members or the rookies on the team, look, this is the focus, this is the drive that you have to have if you want to, stay at the top of this sport, which is evolving so quickly. Everyone's getting better so fast.
Tenfold.
1 minute 50 to go. Anat Leleor in that lead spot for now, waiting for Sofia Milanovic to find her second wave. Her patience might be running out. The clock is flying, 1.5 minutes to go.
Well, she really needs something right now with that time, the 1:30. Look, she's trying to separate herself to get away from the rest of the competitors so she at least can have a chance to be able to get it. Could this be the wave she gets into? No.
She must have paddled for a wave, or no one else paddled for a wave. I'm surprised Sofia's in third priority. Her wave seemed like it was 5 minutes ago. But now she has enough space to potentially sneak something from under third priority. Meanwhile, Anat Leleor.
Wow, back at it.
I mean, does it look like she's too affected by the chops and bumps coming up the face of that wave? Most likely won't go into her scoreline if she's hanging on to a 6.5 and a 4.5. 50 seconds left. Confusing lineup right now.
Oh, very confusing lineup. Where do you sit? Tide changing so much, coming up a foot an hour right now. So, but Sofia, you can see how she's separated herself. Look how she's to that far left, just trying to see if she can pick one off over there. And look, all she needs is a 2.86, but in these conditions, that's still a tough score to get because it is so bumpy and there's so much cross chop on the face.
Yeah, no easy scores out there right now. The wind has whipped up a little bit, almost going straight on shore. Could be considered air wind, but it's going to be tough to actually get to the ramp to fight through those chops.
Because you got launch ramps on the face of pretty much all these things just to get down the face. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Is it going to be enough time? Look at she's paddling in. Now, do you count that?
That is going to be close. So the judges are going to be paying very close attention, trying to figure out when her hands actually left the deck of her board. So I don't even know if that was going to be a 2.86 in itself, because that wave just did not offer much. We could be witnessing a huge upset. If it does happen, our surfers in third and fourth place will have another opportunity via the rep charge round. What do you think? Was that a 2.86?
I feel like it was. I feel like that's probably right around that number. If she was, but it almost looks like she was a little late on the takeoff. It almost looks like when she pushed up, that buzzer was going off. And she wasn't quite up yet.
It's right on the line in a multitude of ways there.
Oh, man.
And that's going to be something the judges are going to have to take into consideration. In watching that replay, I may be with you. That could be above a 3. We will see. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action from the women's division here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We are well underway here in women's round 2. Chris Cote here with Brad J. And the waves right now are challenging even the world's best surfers. But you know what? This is the Olympics. It's the ISA World Surfing Games we're talking about. You gotta face that challenge head on. And we're gonna get right into it. Love to see waves caught right on the buzzer. This is your surfer in red, Leticia Canales, representing Spain. Great start for Leticia.
You know, that looked like a good face, too. That was a clean face you had to work with. Not a lot of bump on that.
You know, if you, when you saw the overview, you saw that there is quite some space for these surfers to work with, but finding that takeoff zone is of utmost importance. Surfer in blue, this is Paige Alms from Team Canada. We all know Paige because she charges 80-foot waves for fun and for her job. So it's great to see her competing in normal waves. You know, I every time I see her, she's on a wave that basically no one on earth should be on because it's that big, but she rips in the small stuff too. Leticia Canales from Spain, Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium, Nilby Blancada from the Philippines, and Paige Alms representing Team Canada. Love this truly international affair.
One thing I like about Paige Alms too is going through, you know, two-time, like you were saying, WSL Big Wave World Champ. Favorite spot is Honolulu Bay, and that's not really a big wave spot like Jaws would be a big wave spot, but Honolulu Bay is just such the high performance, such a fun wave. Spent about a year on Maui, loving that wave particularly. That's not a bad wave to have as your favorite.
Not a bad time. The place is amazing. And this was that good start from Leticia.
You know, and look at the face that she's working with here. Nice and clean. She has enough time to just smacks it off the top there. Gets in front of that whitewater. Judges want to see you right away, nice and clean. So that's going to count for her, and that's going to put her in a 3.83. Will be the score that she has right there. So 2 scores in. Paige Alms with a .93 and a 3.83 for Leticia.
Leticia says her favorite surf break, Mundaka. So kind of like a Honolulu Bay in reverse,
yes.
Maybe a little bit colder.
Have you been there? Have you done Mundaka?
I've been there, but unfortunately have not scored it. So I'm going to have to find out, get more information from Leticia. Definitely pick her brain about that spot because that's a dream spot.
First time I ever saw it in a magazine, I was like, I've got to surf that place.
Check. Put that on the bucket list.
Never got a chance to, but still, hey, it's not over yet. Don't write me off.
Coming in from that last heat, Ornelia Pellizzari representing Team Argentina. So win or lose, you're always going to get kind of the debrief after you surf. 20 minutes has to feel like an eternity in this lineup with so much at stake. 16 minutes, 40 seconds to go. So far, your leader, Leticia Canales from Spain, with the only score of note. Paige Alms just with a .93, and priority still open for the top 2 spots as we have a paddle. And looked like Nilby Blancada could, you really got to push for the priority judge to strip you of that priority. So we'll see what happens with this potential exchange. No go on that wave.
I feel like you're starting to see a little bit of the backup of the wind kind of backing down a little bit. It seemed a little stronger earlier. I mean, maybe I'm just...
Well, you got 51 flags down here to...
Are they all moving?
To look at. Some of them are moving, so I can agree with you that the wind could be dying down. So 15:45 to go.
And you really want to see Paige Alms like advance on, so when it does get big, we get to see her big wave prowess.
Exactly. Rihanna Rosenbaum, Team Belgium. Oh, just the back foot slipped off. I mean, that is something that if you've ever ridden a wave is going to happen to you at some point. It happens even to the world's best, so she'll get back out there. Now we have our priority situated. Nilby Blancada in the top priority spot. Number 2 priority with Leticia Canales, our current leader.
You can see that all of our surfers looking for their second wave, and actually Blancada looking for her first wave right now. So we take a look out back here, and conditions changing. Tide coming in. Swell's supposed to get bigger the next 2 days. We'll see what that holds for this spot. But I'll tell you what, it's just been so fun being out here, and just the people of El Salvador are so gracious and so nice, and the surfers in the water, even when there's 30 pros out, the surfers from El Salvador are still rooting people on to get waves.
Yeah,
I don't feel like
to watch.
I feel like we don't see that in California enough.
Yeah, this area is really now being set up as a surf tourist destination. And I really can appreciate the fact that there are waves for all skill levels right in this general vicinity. And I know that if you have a boat or a jet ski, you can find yourself alone at a perfect point break.
It's just hard to get them in the water because
of the rocks.
Where is the harbor that the fishing boats come in at Punta Roca right by La Paz, and they lift the fishing boats out of the water, no matter how big the swell is. They're picking these boats up out of the water. How are they doing that? There's people on the pier. Waves are crashing at the bottom of the pier, and it's just business as usual here in El Salvador.
Yeah, and they're used to it because there is swell here more often than not. The percentage of days that you can surf, the coastline here is not as long as California, obviously, Mexico, but it packs a punch in this smaller area. So, Surf City, El Salvador.
Kind of has that.
Could be your next trip.
It's that south. It faces south, but has a little west to it too. So you get just direct hits. There's no islands blocking you. So when it does pump, it comes through, and they just are consistent. Like being here for over a month, I don't think I've seen it. This is about the smallest we've seen it the whole time.
We got 13 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Rihanna Rosenbaum representing Team Belgium. She is in white. She's 17 years old. She lives on the Belgium coast, and she started surfing at age 9, but at age 14, she really got into it. She's got big, lofty goals. We'd love to hear about that. She's riding MG surfboards, and she's into everything: surfing, skating, swimming, fishing, soccer, hanging with friends, she's making friends from 51 different countries down here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
And also her favorite spot? Chickens in the Maldives, so there's her favorite spot right there too.
Well, with 12 and a half to go, our surfers going to reset themselves in the lineup. That gives us the chance to get down to the beach with Cali Carranza.
Coming in, you went all the way around. You didn't want to deal with those rocks.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely don't want to be in another heat wave. And I just want to avoid those rocks. Really, I'm kind of clumsy, so trying to avoid those.
Now, looking at that heat on paper,
Not Lelior saying she's clumsy. She doesn't look clumsy while she's on the waves, that's for sure.
No, and she's right. I mean, you're battling the rocks. It is kind of tough to get in and out, especially at high tide when it's big out here.
Quick up and out there for Paige Alms. Now let's go down to the beach with Cali Carranza and Anat Lelior.
En estos momentos, la división de mujeres se encuentra en el agua en la segunda ronda.
very difficult. What was going through your mind when you were paddling out?
I knew it would be about selecting the right waves, and I kept my patience, and I waited for the right wave, and it showed up for me, and I'm glad it did. And I did what I could, and I'm happy to win this heat and move on to the next round.
Well, thank you very much, Anat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm sure we will have more interviews with Anat Lelior as we roll through this competition. She looks like she's got a lot of momentum behind her, and a lot to prove, a lot of expectations to live up to, and she's living up to everyone. 10:20 to go. Paige Alms now on her backhand, looking for that big finish, and it finished her, but she did get a nice turn on that outside section, so we'll see where that score comes through. The only score of note right now, a 3.83, and with such capable surfers in the water, that tells us that conditions are challenging right now. The tide is coming up, so hopefully the high tide push with this new incoming swell will start to pulse things up a little bit through the afternoon. We're gonna go to about 5 o'clock, a little bit after 5 o'clock today. So it's 2:15 local time right now. Plenty of surfing to come, plenty of time for the waves to do what we want them to do. Welcome again to Surf City, El Salvador. I am Chris Cote. This is Brad J. We're proud to be bringing you women's round 2 here at the ISA World Surfing Games. I'll tell you, the women have had to surf in 2 different areas with varying conditions, both tidal and wind. So they're really the warriors of the event so far.
And I think I agree with you 100%. But you look at when you have to compete in 2 different podiums you're talking about. So you need to surf El Cinzal at a low tide and a high tide. You need to surf La Bocana at a low tide and a high tide. So you got to get both these spots wired, and you only have so much time to do it. You need all the conditions, and you want La Bocana on a bigger day, on a smaller day. Then you want El Cinzal on a bigger or smaller day. So you're trying to get all the conditions so you're well-rounded, and so wherever they put you, you're ready to perform.
Yeah, you always have to be expecting to, to get out there and do your absolute best in each and every heat, because every heat from here on out has the look of a final, including this one right now. So Nilby Blancada from the Philippines right there getting involved. A little bit of a slow start for her, but she's getting back out there after successfully riding away from the outside to the inside, which right now is quite the challenge. And you see the rocks and boils coming up to the inside section. Those are going to be covered up as the tide comes in. Not making things any easier for our competitors in the lineup. 8:20 to go. Leticia Canales, your current leader. She's finding the gems out here. Look at this, a nice, clean, open face for Leticia. This wave kind of popped up out of nowhere, and she was in the right spot at the right time. Nice fluid style, making her way to this crucial inside section. Hammers the end bit.
Oh,
I could hear that through my headphones.
Yeah.
She's fired up.
Yeah, and you know what? That's even a better wave, I think, than the first wave she got when she put the 3.83 on. She's had 2 of the best waves in this heat come in, and like clean faces and not a lot of bump on it. So she's had something to work with.
Yeah, she's in a good cycle. You know, sometimes depending on when you catch your wave. So she caught her first wave right from the buzzer. And then she kind of got in the circuit. She kept paddling out and finding opportunities. She got herself in that top priority spot, used it perfectly right there. I agree with you. That score most likely going to eclipse the 3.83. Not a judge. That job is way too difficult for me. We have an international judging panel, well-trained, hawk eyes on every subtlety that these surfers are showing them. So with 7 minutes to go, we await the score from Leticia Canales. Paige Alms in second, Nilby Blancada in third with a 2.23, and Rihanna Rosenbaum in fourth for now, but things will change with nearly 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, you got to think Leticia Canales from Spain. That's going to be a score that probably beats the 3.83, because the 3.83 was a good one, but not as long of a wave. The wave was a similar size, but she had more turns on that second wave. So I have to think that that's going to be a better score than that 3.83 as we wait for that to come in. And that's going to, there you go, look at that. So a full point above it, 4.83. That just puts her in the top even farther above the rest of the competitors.
I mean, pretty simple to see. She's just been on the best waves of this heat, and she surfed them really well. All 4 of these surfers capable of dropping a big score. Luck is involved. In every sport like this, where you're at the mercy of your environment, she's getting really lucky, and she's taking full advantage of that luck.
I'm glad you said that, because look, obviously they all have the skill to do what they do on a daily basis, but you do need a little bit of luck. You do need to be sitting in the right place, and you need to have a little Mother Nature help. She's going to bring you the wave that you need to get the big score, and that's what she's done. She's got 2 solid scores. Here's the second wave. This is I think the best wave for her. It's actually nice carve off the bottom, smooth turn right there, super clean, keeping the speed all the way through.
Gotta love the drone angle on this one. Look at that. Solid turn there again. She's finding the face, and then she wants to stay in front of that whitewater right there. Let that push. Show the judges, yeah, I got this. I'm going to ride this out.
Yeah, I appreciate that claim because it told the judges she was in control. Here goes Nilvi Blancada on her backhand. Now she's showing us what she's capable of. She's loving it and signifying to the beach, to the judging, to the fans, I'm in control. I got this. Nilvi says she was born on a small island in the Philippines known for its white sand beaches and perfect barreling waves. Take us home with you, Nilvi, because that sounds amazing. The Philippines has been on the map of surf destinations for quite some time, but I think with statements like that and performances like Team Philippines has been putting up, we may need to revisit the Philippines a little bit more in the near future.
Maybe getting a board bag, drill some holes in it, getting her board bag, she just takes you on.
Perfect.
And then all of a sudden you're there.
Yeah.
So I think Nibley's score should definitely put her in the number 2 spot because she's just trying to beat a .47. It wasn't going to be a high scoring wave, but I have a feeling that is definitely going to be similar to that 2.23 that she has, somewhere around there. But you got to think that that's going to put her in number 2, and that's going to bunt the big wave charger at Paige Alms into that 3rd spot.
Well, right now Paige does have priority. You know, she's got to be feeling comfortable in wind-affected waves. This would easily be considered what they would call Maui glass. This is no wind on Maui. So for her, you know, she knows what it's like to be paddling with foam and water slashing in your face.
A session at Huaqipa.
Yeah, this is she's feeling at home. But I'll tell you, you know, this lineup, while we're looking at it from above here, it feels pretty compact. When you pull back and you see the complete picture, it's a huge playing field. And I don't think a lot of these surfers have, you know, markers on the beach yet. It's not like they're at their home break. So they're definitely, you know, winging it in a lot of aspects out in the lineup here right now. And Paige Alms looks like she could have put herself in a good position. Did she paddle for that wave? Priority judge will assess that.
Well, you see Blancada now with that wave, the 3.33 added to the 2.23, has her now in 2nd, as we talked about. Now priority going to Rosenbaum now in white.
So just that little paddle from Paige Alms, she showed enough intent for the priority judge to say, well, you made an effort.
Yeah.
You go to the back of the line.
And that comes to, you know, when we start talking about the primary takeoff zones to the spots, too, as well. The primary takeoff zones is decided by the surfers, and it could change with the tides.
And how frustrating is it? You've been sitting there waiting patiently for your wave to come, and next thing you know, you're getting cleaned up.
Yeah, and that's one of the things out here. I feel like you could wait 15 or 20 minutes for a good wave, and then all of a sudden here comes the cleanup sets that necessarily don't give you a corner and don't give you a shoulder that you can make, and like, I waited for that.
Yeah, and then just like that, you know, priority switches up. So priority right now is with Leticia Canales, but Paige Alms has made a quick jump from 4th priority up to 2nd priority. She needs a 3.79. Time's winding down quickly here. She's got to get on the hunt.
You see a little bit of stacks out there on the horizon, a couple little dark lines coming in. If those can come in and not be the biggest sets, maybe we see something happen here. Here we go.
Brianna Rosenbaum, Team Belgium, big snap to start. Another solid closeout turn, and she hangs on. She's looking for a 4.83, and with 2 big turns like that, I mean, of course it's up to the judges, but that could be right there. As we see Paige Alms, you know, that right there is a iconic style. You just see the arms, you see the, you know, her stance, nice and narrow, really clean looking surfing. She was trying to get rid of a 0.93. I'm sure she did that, but we're gonna have to see what the judges do with Rihanna Rosenbaum's last wave.
Man, I think that's gonna be close, Chris. A 4.83, I feel like that's probably under that number. We'll see what the judges think on that. I mean, she didn't have a lot of turns on that thing, but
2 turns.
But in these conditions,
super critical. Yeah, that is a tough one. The judges, they reset their scale every heat.
Yeah.
So they reset and they look at the conditions. We'll see. So again, looking for a 4.83.
Rosenbaum here. Eyeing that last section up. Now you do this where you definitely want to stay in front of it, show that you have it. So
first turn was pretty good.
Pretty darn good for sure. Take another look at it. Look at that. Nice big span.
and then able to hit that and float kind of down that little inside section and bring it racked in front of the wave.
Backside 360 air on that end section would have sealed that deal.
That would have sealed the deal.
I mean, you got to think, all right, I need to push hard enough to get the judge's attention, but don't push too hard and fall. Paige Allen's probably thinking the same thing. Just get a wave on the scoreboard. So with 15 seconds to go, your leader back at it, finding another great wave in a sea of wildness. Leticia Canales showing her competitive smarts there.
And staying with it.
Yeah.
Look, she was behind that last part of the section, but she said, look, I'm going to ride this thing out, get around this corner, get one more trick in so the judges can score me a higher score.
Very impressed with what we just saw from Leticia Canales. Put her on your list of surfers to watch to go deep into this competition. Handily getting the win in that heat. Now it's a battle for second place. Wait for some scores to come through. Rihanna Rosenbaum looking for a 4.83. Nili Blancada and Paige Alms all needing a score.
I think you might be onto something with that Rosenbaum. I feel that maybe that score could actually challenge and put her in that number 2 spot and get her that final transfer spot.
Well, we're going to let the judges tabulate and deliberate. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action live from El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
ISA Surfing hoping to create a better world through surfing, and from the looks of it this week they are doing just that. 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games well underway. We're in women's division, main event round 2. We just saw a heat that went down to the wire.
Oh boy, did it.
Final results in.
Yeah, Leticia took the top spot there, and Nilby Blancada from the Philippines ends up in that 2nd spot, and Rosenbaum in that 3rd spot with Paige Alms in 4th, so she's going to have to battle out of those repechards. So there you go. And it took, like you said, it went right down to the last part of it because Rosenbaum had bumped into 2nd, but then when Nilby's score became official, that put her in the top. Who are we looking at in this one?
Another big heat here.
Wow.
Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua, Isabella Gomez from Colombia, Noah Klopp representing Germany, and Dominique Barona from Ecuador. We've got some past finalists in this heat. Another star-filled heat. I mean, if you live in Central South America, 3 of these names in this heat are common among your household. Dominique Barona especially, you know, always a standout. Isabella Gomez, a multi-sport threat.
Yeah, Izzy.
And Candelaria Rosano of the Rosano sisters from
Yeah.
Nicaragua, hard-charging family of surfers. I mean, they've been surfing in the ISA event since they were 4 years old. I mean, these young women have put in their time, and still huge, bright futures ahead of them. And for the next 20 minutes, we're going to be seeing these girls battle it out for those top 2 spots through advancement. Elasun Zal right now is hosting the men's round 2. We've seen incredible performances from up there already by Itala Ferreira, Federico Moraes, surfing superstars in the lineup right now. Of course, we're capturing everything. Big highlights packages will be coming to you at the end of the day at isasurf.org. Here's Noemar McGonigal trying to fight his way into the Olympics, and I would not bet against him. His power game is right up there with the best of the best. Look at the section he's got to work with. Hard carving cut back there for Noemar. Costa Rican, Pura Vida all day. And we'll be bringing you updates and results from the men's division taking place at El Sunzal as we speak.
And that's a tricky wave too, because it's really difficult to find the place to sit. You sit as far as you can out the back and try to make that second connection. Do you try and sit right above the elbow to try and get that in there? Because you see it goes to that deep water on the inside, and that's where that wave tends to get a little bit fat. So you really want to get what you can off the first part of that El Sunzal wave. So taking a look, we still have no scores on in our heat right now in. And now we go back to it. And here we go. Izzy.
Isabella Gomez representing Colombia on her backhand, flying down the line. She's finding a nice pocket to work with here. Looking for a big finish.
And of course her brother, Giorgio, he won his heat yesterday. So her brother, he'll be advancing on. So she's trying to do the same thing that her bro did. Both of them born in Florida.
Candelaria Rosano. 3 Rosano sisters competing for Team Nicaragua. I think that's got to be a first.
That definitely has to be a first. Well, in surfing, it's definitely a first because this is the first time surfing's in the Olympics. So
yeah.
So that would be the first. But yeah, three competing together. That is a surfing family. So waiting scores for Zano and then Gomez. Both of them each have 1 wave to their credit, so that should change things up as we see those come in. And you also got Noah Clapp in that yellow and Barona in the blue for Ecuador, and she's the first alternate for Ecuador to compete in Tokyo.
So 15.5 to go. You know, Dominic Barona, she would have got there eventually. In one of the many sports that she does, put a paddle in her hand, and she'll decimate a field. You know, she is just one of those incredible athletes whose story, there will be a book written about Dominic Barona or a documentary, no doubt.
Yeah, and look, you got Dominic who's like that too, and then Izzy Gomez, she's can surf and she can win sub-contest too as well. So this girl's very talented. So you got just a full talented field out here, and you look at what we got going on. 51 national teams, 256 athletes, and a record for the women, 121 women, 47% of the field are women. Good to see it.
Yeah, it's a record-breaking field. You're right. So Dominic Barona now, she is your 4-time Latin American champion. Her bio, her list of accolades is filling up this screen right here. She's a 2-time vice world champion through the ISA, 2014 and 2016. Her hobbies, surf, 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 surf. She loves surfing.
Taking a look at the replay here, Izzy Gomez doing it for Team Colombia. And using that to her advantage, gets on that water. Now, do you count that at the end? Now, you take a look at this one right here. Here is Rosano going to work, a little rail grab off the bottom on that one, off the bottom turn. Lets that wave kind of build up. You see how that face height kind of gets a little more something for her to work with there. Good turn off the top. She'll get one more and show the judges, I got this. And that's the one that got her the 5.0 with Izzy getting a 3.83 as we look at Verona here. Still waiting for that score to drop. But another solid score here. Boom, straight off the top, clean.
Strong surfing there for Dominic Barona. So 51 nations competing, over 250 athletes, 121 women. That's 47% of participants. Central America last hosted the World Surfing Games in 2016 in Costa Rica. So Central America is such a great place for these events. Not only, do you have plenty of waves, but warm water, great vibes up and down. It seems like each and every town is built around surfing. It's it's a pretty fresh surf scene in a lot of these places. Surf travel has been happening through El Salvador, Costa Rica for decades, but now it's kind of become more of a, I guess, I don't want to say like a professional type of situation for surf travel, but you used to have to come down here and grind it out through the jungle, and now you can stay at a 5-star resort right on the point. Make it very easy for yourself. And I can't recommend coming down to El Salvador enough. I mean, you've been here for longer than I have, so you know full well what this place has to offer.
Yeah, and spent about a year and a half ago, spent a couple weeks out here too, just absolutely loving it. And that was the reason I came out here 3 weeks before the competition started. I was like, you know what? I'm just sitting at home, and the water's cold. It's like 56 degrees in California where I was at. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go. I'm not working, so I'll go out there and just get in with the vibe, and it's just been so fun being out here. And then kind of learning a little history, like El Cinzal is the first wave that really put El Salvador on the map, because longboarding big time back in the 50s and 60s is when El Cinzal was basically discovered. They started riding in the longboards, and then that started when the boards started getting shorter. They started realizing, oh, look, La Bocana, look at all these other ways, Punta Roca. It's not just El Cinzal, but that's where it all started.
Oh, that's awesome. 11:30 to go. Candelaria Rosano.
Bam.
Trying to finish there. She is in the lead with that 5. Big start for Candelaria. Dominique Barona, a 3.9. Isabella Gomez, a 3.83. Noah Clapp, yet to get herself involved. I'm sure she will shortly. There are a lot of waves coming through. The problem is, which one's going to be good?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, wave selection is paramount for sure in these conditions.
With 11 minutes to go, our surfers are getting themselves back into order. We're going to go down to the beach with Kale Carranza.
Very much, Cote. We're here with Leti. Leti, incredible surfing. But one thing I noticed is that you're not too far from the wave where you're staying with the Spanish team.
No, we are just in front of La Bocana. We are lucky to get the hotel there and yeah, to see, you know, all the tide, because it's really difficult wave and you have to surf in every tide. And look, now it's pumping, looks pumping, but when you are in the heat, wow, it's really, really difficult to get the good ones.
You were lucky to come down with the Spanish team before.
Yeah.
You had different boards when you came here. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, actually we've been here 1 month ago, and we've been training because the waves in the Basque Country are really different. So we need a little bit training. And yeah, I came with squash. All my keeper was squash. And when I come back, I called my shaper and I said, hey, we have to change all the boards because La Bocana and El Cinzal, they have a lot of water.
Well, any other preparation that you have in mind for the next few heats?
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, Leticia actually has an infected ear on the right-hand side, so she doesn't hear too well. More preparation, what are you doing for the next few heats?
Oh, the same. I mean, you don't have to, we already trained, we already made all the work, and just keep going, keep focused, and yeah, we don't have limits in this contest.
Well, I'm looking forward to see a limitless surfing from Leticia Canales. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you, Kale, and we will be seeing a lot more Leticia Canales. If she keeps surfing like that, she's not only going to be punching her ticket to the finals here at the ISA World Surfing Games, but also to Tokyo.
Oh, indeed, too. As we got yellow up and riding here.
Noah Clapp, Team Germany. That's what we've been looking for.
Yes.
Big turn right there. Goes down on the kind of foam ride. Like a whitewater rapid ride for Noah, but wow, flash of brilliance there. Just sitting on a 0.50, but that score is going to help fire her back up. Sometimes if you sit there for so long, you have the tendency to just maybe give up, but the drive and determination showing. This is a great turn.
Yeah, take a look at this right here. Straight up top. Look, it throws buckets on that first turn. Now she sets up trying to float this, but a lot of water is pushing at that point. That's where the waves are kind of coming together. Watch it again. So this turn, this is mega awesome right there. Look at that. Slashes that thing solid. And now she wants to float this and get back in. Now watch how much whitewater is pushing right directly behind her. That just throws her off her game just a little bit. And that would have been a nice finish to get that second turn in there for her.
Well, she's surfing beyond her years. She's only 17 years old. Representing Team Germany, she lives in Southern California. She grew up in Northern Spain, so a worldly surfer. As we see now on her backhand, trying to get things going on that wave, which just kind of didn't offer her much. Candelaria Rosano. There we go back to Dominique Barona. Speeding down the line, hoping for some open face. A big section there. She wants nothing to do with it. Probably a wise decision.
Yeah.
Still 7.5 minutes to go. No need to break your board halfway through the heat.
I mean, how many boards do you bring with you? You know, we've seen a couple buckled boards, say a broken fin. It's like you don't want to do that. You got so many days left, so you break a board now, you go to your backup board. How many do you have after that?
Yeah, we've heard rumors, reports of some surfers bringing 12 boards, some surfers bringing one. Luckily, there are surf shops in the area, so if you're really pressed for boards, you can pick up a board from a local shaper here. And there's been enough pros in and out of Surf City that you can bet there will be some good boards on the used rack. Here we go, Noah Clapp right there. Similar to that first ride, didn't really get the force that she had on the turn that got her the score on the previous wave, but she'll get right back out there. Priority is going to switch up. Isabella Gomez sitting out the back in first priority. Isabella Gomez has a great story. She's representing Team Colombia, lives in San Clemente, loves to surf big waves. You know, one of these multi-talented surfers that, you know, throw them out in any condition, lower trestles, Mavericks, she'll go.
Yeah, you know, and her performance at the Pan American Games in 2019 at Punta Roca in Peru, there were some big days, and she battled it out, and she held her own solid out there. So you know that she can handle it. If the surf starts to get big, she definitely can get by with that. As we look at a set coming in on the outside, who do we got going in on this one?
This is going to be Isabella Gomez. Izzy on her backhand. Ooh, could have a good section to work with here. Opts to get out in the face, carve back. What a quick turn. So a quick kind of almost under the lip line snap for Izzy Gomez.
Yeah,
so 3 turns down the line, all pretty, you know, good variety there.
Trying to get rid of that 227. I think she definitely will do that. I like what Leticia said earlier. Said they brought the wrong boards. They needed more volume on their boards that they brought back. And look, there's a lot of water moving out here all the time. It's big paddles and a lot of water moving. So you might want to adjust what you're going to ride with. What you would ride at trestles maybe isn't what you would ride out here.
Yeah, I think, you know, and also a lot of paddling, a lot of current moving around. Here's that last look from Izzy Gomez.
She cuts back into the sweet spot of this thing, lets it build up again. She gets another turn there, 2 turns for her. Going to set up one more. There it is, and she'll ride out clean on that. So a 3-turn maneuver wave for Izzy Gomez. Another look from the drone angle of Izzy. Yeah, like I said, her at Punta Roca competing at the Pan Americans 2019, really impressing a lot of people, including myself, on what she was putting together. And there's a couple days that definitely had some size, and size does not bother her whatsoever, as we got Blue getting into this one.
Dominique Barona, now she could think about attacking that inside section with 4.5 minutes to go. That wave fighting against her, daring her to stay standing, and the wave wins that time, but Dominique Barona with a solid pair of scores right now. You see paddling, Noah Clapp.
And she's in a situation, Barona being the first alternate for Tokyo for Ecuador. I mean, there's nobody is qualified on the women's side from Ecuador, so she has a good chance. If Barona could do good out here, she could definitely earn her spot to Tokyo.
She's in a similar position to Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, win it and you're in it, but winning it is no easy task.
Or top 7, right? I mean, for the women, it's the top 7 to get in, so.
You know, they know. They know every mathematical equation that it takes to get there.
They're crunching the numbers.
Yeah, and it's going to be really cool to watch these stories unfold. We will, you know, hopefully throughout the week be able to tell some of these competitors, guess what? You're going to the Olympics.
Wow.
You imagine hearing that as a surfer for the first time ever. And you know they'll be ready, but they won't be ready because we've never seen it before.
Yeah, how do you get ready for something that's never happened before?
Here's Noah Clapp right there, freeing the fins. I think she's kind of got a nice speedy style.
Yes.
So at 17 years old, she's already had a big career as a professional rock climber. That's why she's paddling so fast. I don't know if professional, but a competitive rock climber. That was her first sport of choice. But then she started surfing and she said, you know what? I'm going to climb rocks for fun. I'm going to surf as my passion.
look, not hating on rock climbing. That's an awesome sport, but I definitely think surfing's better than rock climbing.
A great way to train for surfing.
It is.
Your upper body, right?
Fingers are strong. Yeah, your toes are strong. You have to put them into situations that...
Speed climbing's going to be in the Olympics as well.
And so is badminton, by the way. Did you know that one?
I love both of those things.
And take a look at the replay here of Noah Clapp. This wave, I think, is going to put her in the top spot right now because she was down towards the bottom, but this wave is going to be her highest scoring wave for sure. Look, she's still managing to get hits in all the way through. And even I got one more for the judges there.
I like that quick snap at the end.
Yeah, this first hit right here, where she just kind of like lays back on that like a front side layback slash and hits that second turn. And you almost think the wave's over there, but nah. Just throws it back up on top of that lip.
Strong surfing. 17-year-old Noah Clapp representing Team Germany.
Yeah, I really think that's going to put her in the #1 spot right there. She's going to go from worst to first, I think, on this one with 1:30 to go.
From obscurity to advancing.
I like it.
Noah Clapp could go from 4th to 1st. Candelaria Rosano sitting in that top spot for now with a 5 and a 3. Isabella Gomez, surfer in white, with a 3.97 and a 3.83. She does have priority. And she's looking to separate herself from the rest of this lineup. Well, she does have the luxury of being able to choose any wave she wants. Finding that wave is now the issue with only 1 minute to go.
Because the score has not dropped for Noah Clapp, and when that score drops for Noah Clapp, that could put her in the top, and that could bump everyone down a notch, including Izzy Gomez, and could knock her down to that 3rd spot, and that would not be the transfer spot. She'd have to go through the repecharge heats to find her way back into it. But being in priority, there it is. There came in. Noah Clapp to the top spot. Izzy 3rd, just like we talked about.
5.83 for Noah Clapp. Clutch surfing.
So clutch.
From one of the younger surfers in this field. Now Candelaria Rosano, she drops to 2nd place, representing Team Nicaragua with a 5 and a 3. 24 seconds to go. Isabella Gomez looking for a 4.04. So this is it. Potential for a buzzer beater. Sliding the fins out on that first turn, setting things up. She needs to push hard. Finish strong. She does.
Count it.
She's ridden out.
Oh, do you see that, Chris?
I'm not sure what she said, but I'm pretty sure. Translation is, give me that score. A 4.04. If we look back at the heat, that wave is right up there with a lot of those 4s and 4.5s that we saw. So the judges right now have something to think about in this last wave from Isabella Gomez.
Well, there she is right there, making her way in. But right at the buzzer, you talked about buzzer beaters. That was definitely a buzzer beater. Is it going to be enough to put her in right now? So she is in that 3rd spot, needing, what was that? The 7.8 is her total in 3rd. This will be quite interesting as we take a look here at the replays.
Some wild rides from our women here in round 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with results and more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
Welcome back to the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, a last chance qualifier for the upcoming Tokyo Olympics, and a big opportunity for these young surfers to put their name on the map. A gold medal at the ISA World Surfing Games is worth its weight in gold and more.
Yeah, and more. You got that right. So the standings on the last one, Noah Clapp takes the win, and Rosano ends up in that second spot. Izzy Gomez, she gave it her all right there at the end, but Rosano was just too much to handle for her, so Izzy ends up in that third spot. So she gave it her best right there in challenging conditions, but she's going to have to work a little extra hard now.
A full last-second flip of the standings. So big heats behind us and more in front of us. Heat number 8 hitting the lineup now. We got some giants hitting the water. Brisa Hennessy, Estela Lopez, and Pauline Ado. Costa Rica, Chile, and France represented. Chris Cote here with Brad J. We're watching La Bocana. There's our podium 1. Podium 2, we've got the men's round 2 going off right now on that nice looking right-hand point break. The wind has whipped up a little bit, but as we saw in that last heat, lots of opportunity in the water. I wouldn't say needle in a haystack because there's plenty of waves coming through, but finding that clean face is of utmost importance. As we saw in that last heat and the previous heat, you know, you look back at Leticia Canales and wave selection won her that heat. Of course, she surfed well in every wave, but it was kind of the options that she had on those great-looking waves that she found that were the difference. So who will get that in this heat? Well, Brisa Hennessy, Paulina Do, you'd have to say they have the edge in terms of veteran knowledge. But Estela Lopez from Chile, she is a ripper. So this heat, don't discount anyone. We've already seen underdogs take out the big names. You know, the Owen Wright story we saw earlier, getting bested by a young surfer from the Philippines. So the storylines continue here, and we're only on day 2.
You know, I kind of like what you said, that needle in a haystack, because, I mean, I feel like it kind of is that way. Yes, there's consistent surf, but which waves are the right waves, you know? And you can't really make that determination when you're paddling into them because the face might clean up. It might get through a little whitewater section. It kind of gives you a little bit more face to work with without the bump. So it is kind of a needle in a haystack. I think you're right on that.
Yeah, maybe like a butter knife in a haystack.
Okay,
a little easier, but still difficult.
You can find it.
It's there, but it's not going to be easy to find.
A butter knife. That's a brand new one right there. A butter knife in a haystack. Yeah.
Write that down and use it later.
Yes.
Nobody will mind. So there's 51 flags flying on the beach. That is representative of the 51 nations competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. 121 women, our biggest field of women ever. 47% of our competitors are female. And that is a record, and we're very proud of that. And we're watching why that is so in the lineup. I mean, we've seen stars that we know are going to perform, and we've also gotten to see some new names standing out. We're going to start it off with Pauline Ado, representing Team France. She's a fiery competitor, and she's been all up and down the map on the WSL Championship Tour, the WSL qualifying series. She's competed in, I would say, the last 5 ISA World Surfing Games for Team France. So she's a veteran, strong, powerful surfer, super consistent, always tough to beat.
And for her, too, to qualify, she has a very good chance because Defay is already in for the Olympics. So there is a spot for another woman for France. If she could be it, she would just need to do really good in this contest to make that happen.
Oh, fins free surfing there for Estela Lopez representing Chile in white. Chile always comes through with a great team, male and female. They seem to stack their team with talent. So we see Estela Lopez, 15 years old, from Puerto Silo. And she's riding all my TBS surfboards. She's loving them. She got second place in the national circuit in Open and Juniors. She grew up with a surfing family. She's been surfing since she was born. She started competing in 2018 and already a rich history in our sport at such a young age. Bright future ahead of her.
So we're waiting for those scores to drop. The score for Pauline Ado, that's coming in. Estela Lopez from Chile, we talked about it. And I was telling you, like, Chile's been here early. They've been out here for a long time, putting in the time, putting in the work. So let's see if that pays off for Estela Lopez, giving her a little bit more wave knowledge for La Bocana.
Well, we got 16 minutes on the clock. And even though these heats are pretty quick, 20 minutes, your fitness is going to be tested. A lot of water moving out there. It's really hot. You know, it said 80 degrees in the air, 85 in the water. but that doesn't really tell the story. You know, it is paradise, that's for sure. But even, you know, guys like Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, they'll say, wow, it's hot down here. Kanoe Karashi said it's one of the hottest he's ever been in a contest. But, you know, no one's gonna give you sympathy because you're surfing in paradise. You got this whole break to yourself. The perks of being a pro surfer.
Indeed, indeed. As we see some action now out back with our 3 competitors in the water here, round 2, heat 8. And let's see what we get here. Sometimes those ones on the outside close out a little bit, but maybe with this push of the high tide, maybe you get a little bit more shoulders, maybe a couple more corners to work with here.
Paulina Do having a look. She could have a good roll in here. Uses that white water to help her.
A little chip in.
Get up, getting over a big rib. And probably a wise decision there, that wave.
That was a double up.
Threatening.
She did not want any part of that. So a 3.33 is what she put up, Paulina Do from France. So once again, we talk about her, and we talk about only one woman from France. Joanne Defay has qualified for the Olympics, so there is a spot. So if you're Pauline, you just need to take it one heat at a time, keep advancing on, and hopefully when all the smoke clears, you're in your top 7 and you're going to the Olympics.
Yeah, Pauline has a lot of experience, 5 years in the WSL Championship Tour, ISA World Champion in 2017, 7-time WSL European Champ. She's into cross training, she's into hiking, cycling, super fit. So for her, 20 minutes paddling around in this lineup, no big deal. Pauline is one of these surfers that, you know, you kind of look at as the benchmark for longevity, the benchmark for consistency, and just the way she carries herself. You know, she is a quiet threat in any heat that she surfs.
She's just like this silent assassin, if you
exactly.
will. Is that what we're going with on this?
Yeah.
I like that.
A smiling assassin.
A smiling assassin. The silent, smiling assassin. Don't try and say that 3 times fast. Stella Lopez, a 2.0 for her first wave and only wave. So Brissa, what do we have? We just have the 2 in the water right now. So you can see it seems like conditions might possibly be laying down. But what I've noticed in the last, few weeks of being out here is the day before you start seeing that push of the waves, you start getting a little bit more wind. There was less wind we had yesterday, then a little bit more of that cheese kind of wind here in the afternoon today, meaning that, it looks like it's supposed to, the seconds are supposed to increase, the size is supposed to increase, and the next 2 days could be completely different. Site of our opening and closing ceremonies right there on El Sunzal.
And if you're on the beach, you're probably welcoming that nice little onshore breeze.
So nice.
Stanley Norman now up at El Sunzal, men's round 2 action in the water. Nice. The guys have a lot of foam climb opportunities. And of course, look at this inside section standing up nice and tall. Big spray from Stanley Norman. He looks like he's built for a nice right-hand point break. Nice big wingspan as he goes into those turns. Maximizing scoring potential on that wave. That's like a clinical way of saying he ripped that thing from beginning to end.
Look how many turns he gets on this thing. And then the fat section on the smaller waves. And that wave holds size, too. We've seen El Sunzal since I've been here, like up to about 12 to maybe even 14-foot faces out there. This place... Oh, let's check in. Kelly Carranza, who's down in the mix. Kale, take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much, Chris. Noah, what an incredible performance. You look so comfortable out there in the water, but you've been here quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I've been training here for the past 2 months just to get to know the wave and figure out the lineup and stuff, so it's really helped me through my heats.
Now tell us a little bit about equipment. There's a lot of people riding bigger surfboards. It looks like you're still sticking to your squash.
I am. I really like this board. It works great on these conditions, even though it's a little bumpy, so I might step it up once the swell picks up a little bit.
And speaking of a bigger swell, from the shoreline, it looks like it's much, much bigger. It looks like it's kind of getting a little bit more power. Does it feel like the swell's coming in when you're out there in the water?
Yeah, definitely. We got the cleanup sets already, and I'm looking forward for the swell to arrive.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching you surf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are as well. Noah Clapp, a I'd say a newer name on the scene, but putting on a big performance right there, drawing a line in the sand. I am Noah Clapp, and I'm going to beat you in my next. You can see the determination. The last answer, she's like, yeah, I'm going to be talking to you more, Kelly.
Yeah, and I want it to get bigger because I want to show you what I can do when it gets bigger. And we see the set. So she's quite confident. She loves what this place is all about, and she knows what it can handle. She got that Roberts board right there. She's riding.
There's a look at the Beach Marshall area. That's where surfers check in and out.
That's a nice setup right there, Cote.
Yeah, this is one of the better setups I've seen for an event of this size. You know, everything is right there in front of you, but still with enough space for people to socially separate and socially distance themselves. You know, the mandates are all in place for the safety of our surfers. If you want to know more about that, you can check it out on isasurf.org. And also, if you want to see, you know, some behind-the-scenes action, some really great photos from all of our surfing at ISA Surfing on Instagram. Ben Reed, Waterworks Media, and the photo crew has been on it, getting some really cool shots. And at Surf City is where you're going to want to go to start planning your trip to El Salvador.
Yes.
Come visit Brian Perez.
Yes.
The mayor of El Salvador surfing.
I mean, if he's not, he should be. There's the president. A couple of presidents right there.
Our two presidents.
Yeah, dos presidents in the house. I like that. And does he keep it real, though, doesn't he? I'd love to see him out there at opening ceremonies. He's all about Surf City. I mean, if you look at the plans for the highway structure, that they're going to get 4 lanes all the way so you can access all the surf spots much faster. I mean, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, smaller surfing nations in the world that really have a couple of marquee spots.
Yeah.
And those are the spots that you're kind of timid about sending people to because you don't want to blow them out. And, you know, El Salvador has 50 point breaks in a row.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
there's enough to go around.
I think they're still discovering them as we talk about it because when I first came out here, I didn't hear about all these spots. And then I went to El Zonte for a surf, and then I heard about K59s, and someone tells me about K61, and like all these kilometer numbers is another wave and another wave and another wave, up and down all the way to going towards the south to Las Flores too as well, which I haven't made it out to, but that's definitely on the bucket list.
Yeah, that's a killer spot as well. And, you know, when the locals are this friendly and this inviting, you know there's a reason behind that. They've got plenty of waves to go around. And you can see for yourself if you check out at Surf City on Instagram. Here we go, surfer in blue, Pauline Odo, representing Team France. She's got a strong team behind her. Joanne Duroux, Michelle Perez, Jeremy Flores.
So at this situation, since you got 2 in this heat and they're both going to move on, how do you play the game here while you're competing? Just not try to do too much?
Use it as training.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Use it as experience at this wave. Any experience you can get out here. The free surfs have been pretty wild. We've got, 300 surfers, and half of them will be surfing at any given time. So tough to catch waves during the free surf. So when you have the opportunity to get out there basically by yourself, as you see right here, Stella Lopez, you know, use it. Use your full time. Nice. Do big floaters like that and finish your waves. And also put on a show for surf fans. Why not? You know, this is what your sponsors pay you for. Get yourself on camera and show what you can do.
And, you know, the people we talk about, the people of El Salvador have just been so welcoming. And it's like, and if you come out here on a surf trip, you can seriously go paddle out at El Sunzal or La Bocana, and you'll get rooted into a wave by just a local will tell you to go. And that's just one of those things I keep saying, that it was one thing that happened to me, I think the second day I was out here, they were pushing me to go on a set, and I was just like, I like this.
Yeah.
Can I get another one? Can I have another one like that? Do I have to take turns the whole time? There's a replay right here of Pauline Odo from France, 30 years old, doing her thing. And then pressing the eject there, but a couple good turns for her. Got a 5.5 and a 3.3. That was the 5.5. She took this thing all the way to the inside.
Good. I really like Pauline's style. Yeah. Just nice and smooth looking. You know, her arms kind of low down to her waist.
It's not forced for sure. And now you got Estella Lopez. Carves it off the bottom. Knows that there's not much space. Now look at it build here. She's looking at this thing. This is where you get that last hit. Little elevator drop back in. Show the judges you're in front of that wave.
Well done.
Yeah. Another look at it right here. She sees this turn, and once you see, now you see that double up forming right here.
That's the type of section that gets you excited and also makes you nervous as a surfer. And as an older surfer, like you and I in our late 30s, that section can be pretty daunting because you know you're going to be flying into the flats. But for Stella, no worries. Our next heat, another big one. Look at the names we have here. Paige Hareb, Safi Vet, Camila Kemp, and Alicia Martinet. Switzerland, Germany, New Zealand being represented here. And this is one of these rare cases where you have two surfers flying the same flag, going out there together. You know, they'll, and I'm not a coach.
I want to hear your point on this.
I could see potentially if they go out there and they both get a good wave right off the bat, then they could possibly be playing some teamwork. And it's rare. You don't see that often, but who knows?
But it does happen.
Does happen.
It does happen, and you want. I mean, the goal is to get, you know, both your countrymen or your countrywomen to advance on. So if that's what it takes, turnabout's fair play. I mean, you have to do what you need to do to get up in those top spots. And
we see that in a lot of sports. F1 racing, they do that a lot. They help their teammates out. So we'll see what transpires in that next heat. We've got 5 minutes left here in Heat 8. Estela Lopez and Pauline Ado vying for that top spot. You know, again, it doesn't matter how many people are in your heat. If you get a win, that's going to give you momentum. That's going to give you confidence going into your next round. Every heat from here on out has to be considered a final. That's how high the talent level is here.
Well, how do you start the momentum? You can start the momentum with one good wave or one good heat, and that just makes you look. I can surf this wave. I can hang with the best. I can put in big scores. You do that, and then it does build confidence, and then it builds confidence that could carry over into your next heat and the heat after that. But it all starts with the heat that you're currently in, and you want to do what you can.
As it stands now, 8.83 total for Pauline Ado. And Estella sitting in second with the 5.33. We've got 4 minutes to go here in Heat 8 of women's round 2. Things getting down to the wire. These surfers trying to fight for one of the top 2 spots. Stella needs a 5.5 to move into the lead. Pauline's not going to make it easy for her on her backhand. Just keeps things rolling. The train is still on the tracks. 3 minutes, 37 seconds to go. As our surfers make their way back into the lineup. Welcome Kale Carranza back to the booth for women's round 2. Some huge names still in this round. Alyssa Spencer had a big showing. Teresa Bonvalat. Sofia Milanovic. The flip side of that, we watched Sofia struggle in her heat. Now she goes to the repecharge round, but she still has a chance. Kale, as we see here now, Pauline Ado, really impressed by this French veteran's performance so far.
Yeah, she's been surfing so well. And consider this, the waves are getting much, much bigger. So to be able to kind of have a practice heat, because whatever she does, she is going to advance at least in second position. But as you mentioned, I just got back into the booth. I've been down at the water's edge for about an hour and a half. And you know when the ocean seems like it's got a little bit more power, a little bit more push?
You feel the energy increase?
You feel the energy, and that is what this Pacific Ocean is doing right now. We were expecting the swell to pick up after 5 p.m. It's a bit early. Noah Clapp, who was in the water previously, she said that she can already feel how much stronger it is out there. So it's going to be exciting to see surfers kind of adapt. Obviously, throughout the day, they're adapting to conditions, but you add another 3 or 4 feet of swell to this.
Yeah.
It's going to get fun.
You think some of these rides are wild now. Just wait till it's double, triple overhead out there. You know, just like most places here in Central America, you know, glassy in the morning, and the wind picks up throughout midday, and then in the evening it starts to die back down. You know, when this ocean gets a little bit more energy in it, you know, the power of the swell sometimes can overcome the power of the wind in a way. And, you know, these waves can give our surfers some better opportunity with more size on them.
Especially if you think of if there is a lot of energy in the water, the set doesn't have 1 or 2 waves. It usually tends to have 3 or 4. So wave 1 will actually clean up the surface, get rid of that bump on it, and then the next 2 waves in the set will be better. That being said, you have to be careful in picking waves that break too close to shore, because then they're really soupy from the previous wave. So there's all these elements that come into play here, and it's those surfers that have spent time here in La Bocana that are doing better than everyone else.
Yeah, and it comes down to tenacity as well. I mean, these are 20-minute heats. There's no jet ski assist. There's no, there's barely a channel coming out from the inside. So these surfers are really going to, once the swell does increase in size, they're going to have to fight for it. You see Estella there, 15-year-old, charging her way through this heat along with Paulina Do. Pauline in the lead for now. Estella was sitting on a 5.83 total, so she'll be adding to that just on the strength of that one turn alone. 20 seconds left. And we're going to continue rolling through here in the women's division in round 2. Some of the big names that you'll likely to see coming up: Mahina Maeda, representing Team Japan. Tons of the international field is running deep. And that's going to be it here for Heat 8. The International Surfing Association has been speaking their truth since day one to create a better world through surfing. Let's learn a little bit more about this incredible organization.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
Música Pop 98.9. Compartir Pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Regresó el sol, las olas y el surf. Y regresaron con Golden y Golden Extra, las cervezas más refrescantes de El Salvador. Filtradas en frío, perfectas para refrescarte en todo momento. Disfruta de lo mejor del Mundial de Surf con lo más refrescante de El Salvador. Golden, cerveza oficial del Mundial de Surf.
And welcome back to the action. The 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games will continue this afternoon. We are live. Women's heat number 9 for the main round 2. Out in the lineup, we have Paige Harrop from New Zealand, Safi Vett, also from New Zealand, Camilla Kemp from Germany, and Alicia Martinet from Switzerland, representing their home countries, flying their flags proudly, and some great competitors with some fun-looking waves and some challenging conditions on offer this afternoon. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Jody Nelson. Jody, it's been a great day of surfing so far.
It has been. It's been really fun to watch, and you know, the women were at the other venue yesterday. Today the men are at that venue, and we have the women over here on the main site. And yeah, we've seen a lot of different phases with the conditions out there, and the wind and the tides and everything just kind of changing, and watching everybody adjust to the conditions. So yeah, it's been a pretty fun day.
Yeah, it has been a big adjustment. I mean, this morning we had really clean conditions on offer. Same down at El Sunzal, where some of these women began this morning, especially now surfing the later rounds today. They would have finished round 1 out there, advanced into round 2, and now they're out in the lineup at a different break this afternoon.
Which is why we saw a lot of the women out here this morning warming up before the contest started, to get their feet in the wax and just mix it up a little bit, because they have to figure out, you know, their strategy and approach at each of the locations, because throughout the week we're going to be seeing everybody surf everywhere.
So exciting. Well, here we go. Safi up and riding on her backhand. Current New Zealand national champion, throwing lots of spray and looking to connect through to the inside. Nice string of turns to start things off.
Yeah, that was a great opening ride for Safi. And we're going to start seeing the tide coming in and the conditions changing a little bit as all the water comes up onto those rocks.
And fellow Kiwi Paige Harrop now up and riding on her forehand, loving the fact that she's able to go left this week here in El Salvador. 2-turn combination and showing those 8 years of championship tour experience.
Yeah, I mean, talk about experience, competitor. Paige has done a lot of hard yards on the World Championship Tour, and you know, before that you got to think about all the contests, the QS, the Junior Series, you know, all the work that she had done to get herself to that World Championship Tour, and now she's out there fighting for an Olympic spot, which is crazy for me to say. It just still sounds weird, like coming out of my mouth, because I can't believe that surfing is going to the Olympics.
It's such a wild thing. I mean, it's incredible that Duke Kahanamoku's dream 100 years ago has finally come true. Tokyo 2020 will be happening in just a couple of months, and each of these surfers has been working their hardest to get there. Now up and riding our surfer in blue, Alicia goes down on the inside section, just getting her feet in the wax to start things off. But how amazing is it that we get to witness in our generation that dream coming true for the Olympics?
Well, what's really unique and different and special is, you know, my generation, they didn't have that Olympic dream. There was, like, that wasn't even a blip of a thought. Not to talk about myself, but, you know, we didn't think about the fact that we could go to the Olympics. Just surfing wasn't a sport that
it just
would go
wasn't
there.
even an option.
But now the young girls watching at home right now, and the ones out here in these jerseys, they can have that dream and realize that dream and make it happen.
Camilla Kemp on her backhand, representing Germany, born and raised in Portugal, tags the lip to finish things off. Can she ride out of it? That was so close. Paige Harrop.
I love Paige's attack. You can see she's really confident on that board. And having a good board under your feet is so important. If you're not confident in your board, your fins, you get in your head, you doubt yourself, especially when it's all warbly like this with all the bumps. Having a good board under your feet is so key. And, you know, we heard it earlier in an interview with, I think it was Giorgio Gomez, talking about, he was thanking the shapers, the sanders, all the shapers. Like, surfing wouldn't be where it is without the advancement and the hard work that all the shapers and sanders and glassers do for us surfers. And so we see this last replay of our surfer in blue.
Yeah, boards and equipment is so important. Paige riding those DHDs, and all of these surfers just getting to hone things in with a shaper and have that personal relationship. It must help their surfing develop so much when they can build that relationship with a shaper.
It does. I mean, not to talk about myself again, but my shaper when I was 16 years old, like, that relationship is so powerful because it goes throughout your entire career, and they know you more than you know yourself. They know what you need more than you know what you need. You know, like, I don't know what fins are. Like, fins are so complicated, and I know a lot of surfers are that way. They don't even want to deal
I still
with
get
fins.
confused.
Yeah, but like a shaper, if you have a good shaper, they will, you know, take all that second guessing out of your brain and just make sure you're hooked up with the right equipment, the right fins. That is, if you got a good shaper and a good team, coaches can help with that as well. And that's why you see a lot of surfers working with coaches, is just to work through all of those little nuances, because sometimes those little nuances make a huge difference.
And now up and riding on her backhand, Camilla once again, driving off the bottom, throwing a lot of spray on that first turn, and now looking for this decent section as she comes through to the inside. Staying composed, bounces off the foam. She's going to tag it one more time, and she'll put a complete finish on that one. It looks to me like there is still some really good waves, although the conditions look really difficult.
Coming in. Yeah, there's bombs coming out the back. I mean, you can see our water patrol. I don't know if that's Jimbo or who's out there, but we've got a great team of safety crew out there on the skis, and you know, their skis are disappearing behind the waves when these sets come in.
And with the big drop, Safi Vet from New Zealand, eyeing up the second section, really patient as that wave just gets swallowed up in the rip. And as we wait for those scores to drop through and that next set to drop in, we're going to go down to the beach and catch up.
Now, tell us a little bit about French team coming down a little bit early. What did you learn from that experience about a month ago?
Yeah, we came here a bit more than a month ago, and we made our selection there. Actually, it was 4 of us, and there was only like 2 spots remaining. So it was we discovered both spots, and we learned that there's a lot of swell here, and you have to like get ready. A lot of power, a lot of swell, super like high performance waves. So yeah, it was super good to have these couple of days to practice.
Now, the swell seems to be getting bigger. Was this the kind of waves you were surfing a month ago?
We did have some swell, but not as big as what we're gonna get. So it's gonna be a new discovery for us. We haven't surfed La Bocana and Sunzal that big, so I guess we'll see in the next days.
It was probably fun for you to be out there knowing that you only had one other competitor. Was that like a nice breath of fresh air to be able to try out the board and feel a little bit more comfortable for tomorrow?
Yeah, I was super lucky, really. We were only 2 in the water. I think with Brisa and Tatiana, it was probably one of the hardest heats, so I was really like in the zone and getting ready like to do battle. And yeah, super lucky they didn't check in. But yeah, took it as a practice. And it's good to be just the 2 of us out actually, because I've only been practicing with all the free surfers, and it's a struggle sometimes.
Right. Well, don't get too comfortable. Get back in the zone because you have to surf bigger waves tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So great to hear from Pauline. We absolutely love her, and we're so excited that she's doing well in this event. So much to unpack from what's happening behind the scenes with Team France, and to know that she was able to get some waves with only a couple surfers in the water. Jody, we know that there are 256 athletes in this event. 47% are women. That is a lot of surfers in the lineup to battle out in the free surfs to prepare.
It is, and that's always the hardest part about preparing for a contest. From what I hear from my friends that are on tour, they say those are the hardest times to get used to the conditions when you're out there battling out everybody that's on the CT or in this competition, everybody that's trying to get to the Olympics.
Scores through Paige Hareb with a 4.5 as her high score at the moment. And we're going to take a look at last of Camilla Kemp. What did you like about this wave?
Well, watching her, you know, she's really waiting for that timing to be just right on every wave. You know, it's about not over surfing the wave, but being in the right place at the right time. And so slowing yourself down when you need to slow yourself down so that you can wait when that wave stands up. As we see a little setup turn there on that first turn, cutting back, trying to get back to that power source for that reform on the inside where it stands up a little better on the rocks. This is a really nice size wave. She had a really good first turn, staying busy for that last connection on the closeout maneuver. We'll have another angle of that. You see Paige.
That's a solid size wave.
Yeah. And a nice closing maneuver. Unfortunately, just kind of, you know, comes a little unstuck on the last one with that water kind of taking the board out from underneath her.
You can see those women all fighting that rip and trying to keep themselves in position.
And that's an important part, like with the warming up and everything. It's you have to know what the ocean's going to do when the tides change. So now the tides are coming in, the swell's big, so there's that little pocket of area that just keeps developing a rip current. I used to call them rip tides, but my son's a lifeguard and he was like, no, Mom, it's called a rip current. And I was like, okay, all right, but I still always say rip tide, but its proper name is a rip current. And yeah, it's something that we have to deal with all the time. And sometimes surfers end up rescuing swimmers that are out in the water stuck in a rip current.
I mean, it's such an important thing. As surfers, I think we're all a little bit more aware of it now. Back in Australia, there's a whole program invested around teaching surfers how to rescue others in the lineup using their equipment. It's a really real thing, and it's such a benefit that surfers can generally be strong swimmers and understand how to use their equipment to help other people. As we have Alicia from Switzerland. First carve back into the foam and looking to set up on the inside. Lovely finish, and she'll kick out clean. So 2-turn combination.
I liked that last turn. It was super flowy, like very smooth. She didn't over surf it, and she just kind of floated very gracefully down. And you know, I'm really impressed with her surfing.
Yeah, that was really amazing from the Swiss competitor. So she's representing Switzerland. She was born and raised in a small mountain town in Switzerland, but has spent her life dividing time between there and the Dominican Republic.
I love all your notes and your studying and your insight. And it's seriously, everybody at home like enjoys hearing that. I enjoy hearing it sitting next to you because it just gives you a deeper feel for who these surfers are.
Well, it's so great to be able to have this kind of information. The ISA specifically does such a wonderful job behind the scenes of trying to dig this up. They've got so much information on their website, isasurf.org. For those of you tuning in, you can go in, there's full team bios. You can look at the bios of every single athlete. Coming up in the next heat, Lorena Fica, Valentina Rosano, Fanny Buellman, and Vanessa Cortez will be hitting the lineup. That there on screen, Surfer in Red, is Lorena Fica. And it's going to be great to see her hit the lineup. Just a few more heats to get through until the end of the day. And going back to our surfer, Alicia from Switzerland. So grew up splitting time between the mountains in Switzerland and the ocean in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, wow.
She's now living full-time in Switzerland, studying, getting her university degree, and putting a little bit of a shift in her focus. But what an incredible childhood to have.
What I love is hearing so many athletes in the World Surfing Games that are students or have master's degrees or are doctors, you know, and pursuing professional surfing, because a lot of people think you can only do one or the other, but it's totally achievable to get your education, to surf professionally, and to have a career. You know, my whole thing was if you don't go to school and your career ends, like, what are you going to do after surfing? And there's plenty of time when you're traveling the world and doing this stuff and with all the online courses now, like, it's achievable to do both.
It absolutely is. Coming down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Paige Hareb in the lead. Camilla Kemp in second, chasing a 3.68 to take the lead. Safi Vet sitting in third position, chasing a 3.07. And Alicia Martinet sitting in fourth, chasing a 4.67. So small score requirements, really to change up the entire situation. Safi chasing a small score. Safi's the current New Zealand national champion. Her father passed away at the end of last year, and she won that championship in January in his honor. She surfs every heat in his honor and is doing a wonderful job to just share that love while on the road with others. And it's just been so cool to hear those stories of those surfers and how many are relatable to those of us at home as well.
People with loss are the ones that are the most dangerous. When that's their motivation, is to do, you know, a loved one proud that has passed, like that's when the other competitors in that heat should take note, because there's something else bigger motivating them.
Well, at 18 years old, it was after that she went on to win the national championship. As we see one last paddle from Alicia coming down the inside, requiring a 4.67 to take an advancing position. She'll finish off that wave clean, and we'll wait for that score to come through. But Safi in that final went on to beat Paige Harrop, fellow Kiwi in the lineup now with years of championship tour competitor, and the New Zealand Olympian Ella Williams. Now I've lost Jody.
No, you haven't lost me. I just have to share one more story, but it is about me. I won my first QS event after my dad died, and it's the most important event I ever won. And it was a dumb little QS with 1 foot steamer lane, but honestly, like, I get emotional thinking about it. It's crazy. And I know Ramsey just lost his dad. We've had a few athletes that have lost parents and are competing here. And yeah, I remember how special that was for me, being on the podium after winning, after my dad passed away, because you want to make your parents proud, and the pain of losing a parent, it hurts so bad that's the only way you can, it's a way to deal with it.
Thanks so much for sharing, and we've got so many more of those stories and so much encouragement coming through. And there she is, Safi Vet, surfing for her father, digs the rail on that first turn, and now she's coming around the section, throwing so much spray on the buzzer, chasing just a 3.07 to get that advancing position in the top round to stay away from the elimination round from Camilla Kemp. That was it, down to the buzzer. We're gonna go to a break. We'll be right back with more action. We'll have the results. Has Safi Vet made it through? Is she going in? And there it is, it's in, the 2 Kiwis into the top round.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
Well, we have so many Cinderella stories here at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and Sophie Vet is one of them. She's just gone on to get the score required, Jody, to advance into the top round. She's in there, the 2 Kiwis, Paige and Safi, advancing through, surfing for Safi's father. We're so excited to see things like that unfolding And now to continue on with competition for the afternoon. Our current heat in the lineup, we've got Lorena Fica from Chile, Valencia Rosano from Nicaragua, Fanny Buellman from Switzerland, and Vanessa Cortez from El Salvador, one of the locals now in the lineup.
And that's really cool. We were looking it up, she lives just north of here, so I'm sure she's really comfortable with the conditions out here, the lineup, the tides, the wind, the rip currents, all the things, the rocks. So I'm sure she's feeling pretty comfortable out there. And I've seen Valentina surf before. She's a force to be reckoned with. I know her coach, Mateo, is probably watching from Nicaragua. He's always pouring into the young women, which is really cool to see. And as we see Valentina up and riding on this little left. Saw her out in the lineup the other day for a little free surf, and she was getting tons of waves. And this is our Chilean surfer, Lorena Finca, who I remember doing pretty well in Miyazaki at the last World Surfing Games.
Yeah, she's been around. She's the vice president of the Chilean Surfing Federation. We've got some really cool, we got power women in the lineup right now. So many things that are coming through, powerful surfing and powerful backgrounds.
This is a good size wave right there, and she just hacks into it.
Wow, Valentina, excellent opening turn and just unable to ride out complete, but that first turn gave us that glimmer of what we can see from her the rest of this heat.
Yeah, it's the level of competition in these heats are so high, and we're only in the round 2. So, I mean, we haven't even seen, a lot of the CT surfers, but I'm so impressed with the level of surfing that we've been seeing.
Having another look at that last turn from Valencia.
She dug into that turn so hard through lots of water. Unfortunately, just her feet kind of slipped off there. I don't know what went wrong, but it didn't work out for her. But I know she'll be paddling back out. We've got 15 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in this heat. Her first wave came in at a 2. So the judges are still just locking in that last score.
As we see Lorena, feet off the wax. All right, take us back through that breakdown of the last couple scores that we've seen.
Okay, you have to help me. If it's red, does that mean it's final?
No, red means it's still coming.
Still coming. Okay, so that's what I'm scared to say that before it comes, but they're dropping. There it goes. Okay, it came in at a 3.77.
All right, well, we've got live action up and riding our surfer in yellow. Fanny Buellman. All right, she's going to ride out of that. Oh, nearly rides out of it, gets eaten by the foam. As we wait for these scores to come through, we'll come back with more conversation about that. But Chris Cote is down on the shoreline. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much. Very excited now for Team New Zealand. Paige Hareb, you just got through that heat, which is always going to be tough in conditions like this, finding the right wave. You did it with style and power, as always. So I know you're no stranger to ISA competition, but what's it like competing with a record-breaking field of 121 plus women here at the ISA World Surfing Games?
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
You're competing in a record-breaking field of 121 women for the first time ever. Pretty solid group of surfers.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the Olympics plays a big part in that, but it's pretty awesome to see that the field's almost 50-50 now with men and women. So women's surfing has come a long way, and it's awesome to see. And yeah, like you said, so many countries here as well.
You've also had the opportunity now to compete at both El Sunzal and La Bocana. Which wave are you favoriting so far?
I definitely like out here better. Sunzal's a bit tricky and a bit fat. But yeah, out here was tricky as well today. It was pretty bumpy and lumpy, so hopefully we get some nicer conditions.
Now it's rare to compete against someone from your own country flying your own flag. Did you guys have any secret tactics at the end of that heat to help get both of you through?
I can't believe that. There are only 2 Kiwis here and we get each other second round, but I'm so stoked that Sappy got that last one in the last few seconds. Yeah, so we're pretty much spending a month together. We got 2 weeks here, and then
2 weeks quarantine when we go home, so we'll probably be sick of each other by the end of it. But yeah, we definitely played some tactics and talked about what we'd do in different scenarios, and yeah, it worked.
Hey Treb, looking strong here in women's round 2. Both members of the Team New Zealand women's squad making it through into that next round. Congratulations moving forward.
Cool. Thank you.
Such great insight to the dynamics of Team New Zealand. The only 2 Kiwis here to represent, to fight for another Kiwi spot in the Olympics, and that's a lot of time
Is that
together.
what you took away from that interview?
Well,
Because all I'm hung up on is how much they have to sit in quarantine. Like, I forget, like, there's different rules for different countries. And, you know, Team Australia, not just the athletes, but the coaches, Team New Zealand, athletes, coaches, they have to go sit in quarantine for 2 weeks after they finish this event. So that just goes to show, like, how much people are dedicating. They're getting, you know, I know people have families, they have kids, they have wives from the, you know, the coaches and the competitors, and that's a big sacrifice to make.
it is a huge commitment, and we're just so thankful that they've decided that it's worth it. As we see Fanny with a quick takeoff, and yeah, it is a lot of time to spend, I'm sure, with someone in quarantine. It was pretty fun to watch all the little feeds of all the
Yes.
championship tour athletes coming through.
Courtney Conlog, the funny part is, like, I said to Tim Stamps, her shaper, I was like, Courtney's Instagram during quarantine is actually, like, not much different than her daily quarantine.
It's pretty similar.
She just entertains herself all day long, and what I love about Courtney is she's comfortable in her own skin, and I think a lot of women can look at her and feed off of that. Like, we all need to be more comfortable in our own skin.
Absolutely. Well, scores in. Valentina Rosano currently sitting in the lead with a couple of small scores. So really anything could change the situation at the moment. Having a look at this set that is rolling through, we knew that the swell was going to start peaking this afternoon. That's expected to develop over the next couple of days. Vanessa Cortez, the local from El Salvador, just up the road, feeling at home in the lineup. Couple of snaps to get herself started and get a score on the board.
Yeah, I'm sure her motivation's pretty strong here after the loss of one of her surf team members recently from a tragic accident that happened out here. So I'm sure everybody's cheering on Team El Salvador and Vanessa right now.
Yeah, we're really just supporting them and sending all of the love to this local community, and we're just so thankful again that they've invited us to come and see this beautiful coastline. Valentina has an interesting story as well. She's traveling here as we see the flock of birds. She's got the flock of her family. Her and her 2 little sisters are here representing for Nicaragua. Valentina is 17 years old. The next youngest competing on the women's field is 15 years old. That is Candelaria. And then Maxima is 12.
They're all so